Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Bakugo and Shoto Got Abandoned and Got Trained by Bleach Villains movie. Before we start, please go support Diego Lopez 917 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. This story is completely different from what many have seen. To begin with, characters from other anime will appear. The three of them have no emotions other than pride, sadism and laziness. Chapter 1. Admission to UA for Heroes, Introductions, Surprises, and Truths. In a world where 50% of the people in the world have powers known as quirks, the other 25% have what is known as magic, an energy with which they have managed to create spells, chants of great power, among others, and 15% have developed a power known as spiritual energy that allows them to have powers with spirits, or even manipulate the elements in amazing ways. But what happens to those who are born without power? Well, it's simple. They are treated like simple garbage that is worth absolutely nothing, or so people say about them. Many times, people were discriminated against for that reason, and the world labels them as garbage. Only a few people, if not 3% of the world's population, do not look down on them. The rest do so openly. What many of them don't know is that all of that was going to change in a simple event that happened in Muzurifu, where many heroes were born for generations. There's one of the most prestigious academies of all, where some families in particular were going to study, this being one of the most outstanding families of all. The Midoriya Yagi family being the symbol of peace, Almight, better known as Toshinori Yagi Quirk, that was shared by generations along with his wife Inko Midoriya, better known as both being blizzard power to levitate, and has a wind magic. The following are the Bakugo, being only a female heroine. This is Mitsuki Bakugo, being the explosive heroine who can generate explosions from her hands along with her husband, Masaru, who has a very powerful spiritual energy of lightning. And finally we have the Todoroki, made up of Endeavor, the hero number 2, his fire quirk, along with his wife Rei Todoroki, who has a very powerful ice magic. All of them are recognized throughout their city as heroes, and equally each of them had children. However, they share one thing in common, and that is that one of each of the three has a child who does not have a power, and these were known as Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto, who were born with their power. Because of that, they were ignored, left aside by their parents, and by all the people around them. They suffered a lot of bullying at school because those who don't have power are just trash, and only a few people don't believe it, but those people were treated the same. Because of that, the three of them decided to be alone. Even though they talked a little, generally they spent most of their time being alone. And it didn't take away that their brothers who do have power treated them equally like trash, while their parents did nothing to stop it, and simply ignored it or outright punished them. But on this particular day, which was going to be the entrance to the UA, which many went to attend, a truth was going to be demonstrated. If you want to know what I mean, for this we have to focus on a specific place and time. Midoriya Yagi family house. We can see a family of a man eating with his wife while they were waiting for their daughter, while in the room we can see a green-haired woman who was getting ready until she found a child. Tanya, hi ugly, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come to congratulate the future heroine as it should be? I'm talking to you, she said, and then hit the green-haired boy, who only caused her to have a bruise while saying the following. Izuku, but Tanya, why do you hit me? I didn't do anything wrong to you. Besides, I did want to do it, but I'm still in pain after the beatings you gave me, said the little one with tears in his eyes while she hits him again and says, Tanya, I hit you because I felt like it. What are you going to do about it, idiot? What can a Quirkless like you do to stop me? Now you must reward me, she said with a smile while throwing him down on the bed while at the same time kissing him fiercely. Izuku, why are you always like this? You hit me for fun and then you kiss me or even bite me on my body just like Katie and Shoko. Oh, it hurts a lot. Don't continue, he said, screaming a little as he received a bite on his neck that caused a slight pain. Tanya, it's not obvious, idiot, you are our slave, just like that idiot Katsuki and Shoto. We can do with you whatever we want and whenever we want, and no one will say anything. That's why we can touch you and no one will say anything. We can mock you and no one will say anything to us, she said arrogantly. Izuku, that's wrong, we're brothers, you can't use us like that, we're not your fun toys. We'll tell our parents, or the police, or whoever, and when that happens I know what. But he was interrupted by a blow to the stomach that made him run out of air. Tanya, you know, I love how you yourself indirectly tell me to hit you. Besides, my parents have forgotten you for so many years. They don't care about you like the rest of the world does because you're just useless, and the only thing you're good for is being our slave. And if you try something like that again, I'll make my parents hit you and punish you because they believe everything I say," she said seriously. Without saying anything else, he nodded sadly while he took it again and kissed it again, this time biting his lip, causing some blood to come out, while he only prayed for the day of his death, while he said the following: "Tanya, since that kiss felt so good, I'll leave you alone for this time, but remember, when we get back, Shuka and Katsumi will come since they want to mark you as theirs, and I guess their idiot brothers will come, so if you try to escape from the house it will be worse for you, and when they accept us into the UA we will celebrate by raping the three of you for the first time," he said with an arrogant and perverted smile. While she was leaving and going down with her parents, who were waiting for them for breakfast, where they ate a little and then they went to the UA, and leaving the little green-haired boy alone, they also left him locked up. "Izuku, why is it always like this? Do I have to suffer so much with this? I hate my life. I just want to die. Because I can't even die. I want to die. It's too much to ask for someone to end my suffering," he said with tears in his eyes as he went to his room to leave the place. Bakugo family house. We find ourselves in a house that was next to the Midoriya's, where an ash-haired girl, while she goes to a specific room being that it belongs to a mixed-haired girl. "Katie, hey, extra shit. Wake up once and for all," she said to throw an explosion that made him draw a little blood while he got up little by little, while when he looked at her he grimaced. "Katsuki, we've already left each other alone. I don't understand why you wake me up. Anyway, I have nothing to do or a reason to live in this world." He said something angry only to receive another explosion. "Katie, of course you have things to do, idiot. You should get up early to celebrate that the future number one is about to become a heroine. The best in the world," she said with pride in her voice while he tells her the following. "Katsuki, I don't understand how someone like you can be a heroine if all you do is hurt me along with Izuku and Shoto and other kids at school. Being a villain suits you better," he said angrily. "Katie, say what you want, but at least we will be heroines, while you and the other Dekus will never be anything in the world. They are just bags that we can use whenever we want, and if we get bored we will throw them away," and she said mockingly. When he said that, he took the ashen-haired boy to take out a whip and begin to hit him, letting out several moans of pain while he just smiled at seeing the blood stain, while he said the following. "Katie, oh, you don't know how excited I am to be with the Midoriyas, so much so that I can't wait to try this baby after we meet. It will be an unforgettable moment that we will all remember," she said with a smile. "Katsuki, buck off. I will never accept that they do this to us. We will escape somehow. You are crazy. I do not understand bothering other children, but only us. They kiss, grope, or even leave marks on us. Because it is only us," he said weakly. "Katie, I'll tell you, we only like you, so we decided to share our slaves, and we will do what we want with each one of you, and even if you say something, no one will believe you because you have no power, and even if you escape, you won't be able to go far because you are useless," she said with a smile. So he could play with his whip for a while the screams of pain of the ashen-haired boy were heard until they heard a voice that was the father's, but he only said the following. "Masaru, Katie, stop playing with your toy. Remember that you have to go to the UA. Your mother already prepared your breakfast. Come down, it's going to be late for you," he said, reading his newspaper while he was going down the stairs. "Katie, I'm coming, Dad. Well, how about goodbye, my toy? Don't go or you'll really want to die." "Okay," she said with a smile while kissing his cheek and then taking her things and closing the door with the lock, leaving the boy alone. "Katsuki, that idiot angers me to no end, and the fact that my parents haven't done anything to help me, or rather, they are not my parents and they never will be. For a long time now they haven't been," he said, finally fainting. Todoroki family house. Now we can see a house that was a few blocks away where it was noticeable that it was bigger than the others, while we see a red-haired girl who was walking towards a desolate room where a child was. "Shoko, good morning, dear imbecile. Tell me how you slept. I hope you slept well because it's a good day for me." "Of course," she said with a mocking smile, while he looked at her with total anger while he said the following. "Shoto, and now what do you want? Are you coming to torture me? If so, do it at once and leave me alone. I don't care how the hell you are, and I'm not even interested," he said angrily and looked at her with hatred only to receive a slap. "Shoko, that's not the way to talk to your mistress, and I hope you don't talk to her like that when we go with the Midoriyas, understood? And if you behave well, maybe she'll give you the leftovers to eat," she said angrily while she screams a little because she bit him. "Shoto, I'd rather die 1,000 times and go to hell than continue enduring all your abuse. Not only me, Izuku and Katsuki think the same as me. Go ahead if you want, kill me. I have nothing to live for, I have no dreams or hopes, I also have no ties to people I care about, I don't even have a future, I have nothing of my own," he said seriously. Shoko. Hee how funny you are, little brother, but you can't die since both you and Izuku and Katsuki are our fun toys. Maybe, just maybe, when we get bored of you, we'll leave you locked up for a while. Until then, you have to obey us, said, kissing his lips, although he didn't want. She put her tongue in. It was like that for a while, to the point that the poor boy was not able to breathe from the kiss she was giving him until she separated, while he was breathing somewhat heavily, making the girl laugh, who said the following. Shoko, I love it when you try to resist me. It excites me so much. But it's not time. There's little left until we have real hex. It's good that our parents, along with our brothers and the Midoriyas, along with the Bakugo, will go to lunch, which leaves us the whole afternoon for just us and you, she said with a smile. Shoto, do you even think I'll allow something like that? I'm not going to let any of that happen. We're going to run away. I promise you, even if we lose a limb, to achieve it, he said, trying to leave, but he was still weak and could barely stand up. While he was talking, he said, Shoko, how nice that you think you can escape, but so you see that I am compassionate. Have your breakfast. I think it was good. I was going to give it to our pet, but then I remembered that we will give her steak. Instead, have this, she said, throwing an old toast in his face. Then he closed the door as he left, but the little one, using his little strength, managed to get up while he ran as best he could and hit the door hard enough to make it open, but fell in the process. Shoto, help me please, I just want you to help me get up please brothers, he said weakly while he sees his brothers pass by, but they were with their phones doing other things while they only respond saying the following. For Yumi, we don't have time now Shoto, we are busy with more important things than you, so don't start again with your usual nonsense, he said to leave without even seeing the state of his younger brother, just like his other brother who said, Natsuo, and if it's your stupid idea of wanting to be a hero again, forget it. You'll never become one because you're just the useless one in the family. Now wash the dishes, we should go, he said, and then leave the place. Shoto, I hate you, I really hate each and every one of you. I hope that one day you die or rot in hell. You are bucking scum, he said, crying while he fainted, still holding back his tears and anger. Hours later at the UA entrance, we see many students entering the facilities, but among them we can see 3 hooded men who were in a somewhat distant part of the place, while someone spoke to say the following. PM, good afternoon dear students, to the exams at the UA everyone say yeah, he said with great emotion while looking at all the students while he waited for them to do so. However, none of them did or said anything. In fact, they were all very uncomfortable seeing the reaction of that hero, making him a little depressed. But he just recovered his smile and said the following. PM, tough crowd, huh okay. The explanations are as follows. You must destroy robots in the fake city. Each robot will have a certain number of points. There are 1 point, 2 point, and 3 point robots, and, applicant, I have a question I want to ask you, Professor, and it is very important. I would say, raising my hand and voice at the same time as everyone paid attention to the boy with glasses while the teacher spoke, saying the following. Present Mike, yes. Of course, I will gladly answer your questions. Tell me what happens. I would say so that a light would illuminate the aforementioned person. It was a blue-haired man with glasses who took the paper and then said the following. Lita, excuse me, but the brochure says there are 4 robots. If it's a mistake you should be ashamed. And you 3 hooded ones, why the hell are you like that? That's not the outfit a hero should have. If you're not going to take it seriously, you better leave. One of the hooded men disappeared and grabbed the blue-haired man by the neck and sent him flying with a punch while unleashing a killer instinct that made many freeze. But he let him go while someone said the following. PM. A well participant 453. The 4 robot is the one with 0 points. It is recommended that you move away from him. He said so that he nods and goes to his seat, although many see the hooded man who still remained completely silent. Time skip fake city. Right now we can see all the students who were prepared, although in front were the 3 hooded men and many were somewhat curious about who they were while someone speaks to say the following. Lita, hey, you 3 are going to continue wearing those hoods. You better take them off immediately since we don't tolerate that kind of thing at the UA. She said, making her robot poses, but they completely ignored her. Extra 1. I wonder who those guys are and why they have those hoods. Do you think they might be hiding something important? He said something curious while looking at them, then another one spoke, saying, Extra 2, any leave them. I suppose they just want to get attention, although I don't see why they do it. I suppose they must be those conceited ones, he said with a smile, while they nod. PM, very well everyone who is seeing us, we are about to start, But first of all I ask the 3 hooded men to remove those hoods, otherwise they will be disqualified, he said, looking at the subjects. When he said that for a moment none of them said anything until they both lifted their cloaks and ended up tearing them, revealing their identities, which made many surprised, but the most surprised were Tanya, Katie and Shoko. In the teacher's room, Mizu. But who are those children, and why are they there? And even more so being that age, it seems that they are just children of no more than 5 years old, he said with doubt, looking at the rest of the heroes who were completely confused while someone says, Midnight. I don't know, director, although judging by their hair, Magnetic, Ground Zero and Blizzard are not your children since they have a lot of resemblance, he said with doubt, looking at the heroes who were equally confused while they said, Inko, Magnetic, no, we don't know who those children are, although I can't deny that she looks a lot like my daughter, although I don't remember having seen her before, she said thoughtfully while trying to remember. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, it's true, although I have some memories, but they are blurry. I don't recognize that brat, and honestly, I think I've never seen him in my entire life, she said thoughtfully while looking at him. Ray, Blizzard, I have no idea either, although I have a vague memory of having seen those children before, but where and why I don't remember, but I think we only saw them once, and he already said, trying to remember. Ha 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 ha, not even seeing them in person do you remember them, and they are supposed to be the most recognized and kind heroes. They are a farce, really I do not understand how they can be so blind, said an unknown voice. When the rest of the heroes turned to see whose voice it was, they were surprised to see that brown-haired man, since he was very well known throughout the world and was quite feared. Then someone spoke up to say the following. Almight, how long since I saw you again, Aizen? Tell me what you are doing here in Muzurufu, and I want to know. Now you heard me, he said very seriously, but at the same time he doubted, looking at the man who kept that smile. Aizen, why are you looking at me like that, All Might? Are you still angry about the beating I gave you and Endeavor the last time I came to you? I must say it was a pretty boring fight. I wish I had recorded it. I still remember your faces, he said calmly. Endeavor, stop playing, Aizen. I know you well enough to know that you didn't come here just because you have a reason for this, so say what you want and make it quick, he said angrily while looking at him. Aizen, oh how bitter, Endeavor. It's my fault that you're angry for not fulfilling your wife's promise at night. But anyway, I came to see my children. Who are those children shown on the screen? He said with a smile. Empty lady, they are your children. None of them look like you. Apart from that, you brought small children and they are obviously weak. And on top of that, you take them to this place that perhaps you don't know how dangerous it is, she said angrily. Aizen, as always, you are not able to see it. What you all see before your children is just a shell that they have been using for so long, and I think it is time for them to break, he said, taking a microphone. In the false city, many were still staring at the children, and some did not understand at all who they were, but when that happened, when some angry people shouted without thinking twice, they said the following. Tanya, damn bucking Dekus, what the hell are you doing here? You should have been in the house, useless idiots, she screamed furiously, and spewed fire while she saw the 3 who didn't say anything and just stayed silent. Katie, that's right, you fools, I warned you what would happen if you tried to escape. And what the hell do you want to show by doing here? You are just useless people without power, she shouted angrily while several explosions came out of her hand. Shoko, you already heard her, and if you don't leave immediately we will give you a lesson to show you that you are only our shitty slaves, she screamed equally furiously and taking out ice and fire from her body. Many were surprised to hear the girl's words, even more so when they heard how they said it. However, before they could say anything or ask anything else, all their thoughts were interrupted because a voice on the microphone said the following. Aizen, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, my children, the mission is finally over, so you can stop pretending and show these humans what you really are, said a voice that many had doubts about what it said since no one recognized that voice. But that became a surprise when a tornado of power was covering the 3 children, while when it dispersed now those children were no longer there but 3 adult types with the same clothes, but something that scared them was seeing that they had a hole in parts of the neck and waist. Izuku, we finally left our idiotic child ways. I was getting tired of having to pretend to be trash that wants a stupid love from dumb humans that disgust me just by looking at them, said the black-haired man with green lines in his eyes in a monotonous voice. Katsuki, they don't know how long I waited for this moment to be able to show these weaklings my strength, ha 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 ha, said the blue-haired man with a sharp smile, while he laughs and his bone-like mouth opens while someone said the following. Shoto, although I agree with you, remember that after this we will have to go with our father to talk about the subject. I'm too lazy to have to do it since I want to take a good nap, he said, yawning. Suddenly the city gates begin to open, causing everyone to prepare. Upon seeing this, the three of them simply rushed out at high speed, generating an impressive amount of wind gusts towards the city. PM, hey all of you, what do you expect? A countdown? It's not a space countdown. In a real fight there isn't one. So run before time runs out or before those guys take points from you. So after saying that, everyone went out to look for robots. However, in most of them they only saw many of them with sword cuts. Others of them had no head or antlers. They were split in half and there was only a great wave of destruction. In the teacher's room, Aizen, wow, those three seemed to be excited to finally use their true appearance and power. By the way, you said, empty lady, that they were just weaklings, he said with a smile, seeing all of their faces. Since everyone was completely surprised to see the change in those three, and it was more when they saw the kind of strength they possess. However, when the brown-haired boy said the names of the boys, their minds finally opened up and now they realized that the three of them were their daughters. But they remembered that none of them had power, and they had doubts about their abilities. Kamui Wads, I must say those three are some monsters in combat. They are defeating each and every one of the robots in a matter of seconds, he said, surprised while looking at the big screen. Ectoplasm. And not only that, their numbers are rising too much. Even the three have surpassed Almight's record in such a short time. That is surprising, he said, equally surprised while looking at the statistics that were incredibly high. Aizen. No, for nothing, they are my children. Besides, none of them has used their true power since I told them that they only have to destroy the robots without using their power, and from what I see they have achieved it since they have not even drawn their swords, he said with a smile. Nizu, those three do have a lot of potential, although it is not shown what their quirk magic power is, and it does not seem to be a spiritual energy that I have seen, he said, looking at the screen with too much curiosity while this one says, Aizen, don't worry director, I'll explain later. For now, just let me finish the test and I'll tell you later. He said to see how the director pressed the button to make 0 points appear while everyone watched the screen. However, those who remained completely silent were Mr. Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki, who were seeing what their children once were and only thought that Aizen was responsible for all this, having transformed them. In the fake city where the protagons are, we can see a large pile of destroyed robots piled up like a mountain, and on top of it were our three swords, who were watching the scene very calmly until one of them spoke to say the following. Izuku, I expected more resistance from these useless robots, but in the end they are just weaklings. They have not even made us use much of our power or even take out our swords that we still have stored in their sheaths, he said, bored. Katsuki, if these punching bags are not that strong, even when I faced Yami I had a fight, but these were not a joke, nor did they make me sweat, although well, we continued crushing these tin cans since there is nothing else to do, he said, looking at them. Shoto, I think we've crushed enough robots. Besides, I'm going to take a nap while all this ends since I want peace and quiet, and I suppose you do too, he said, to lie down while closing his eyes. So they simply did the same as their friend and stayed waiting until this ended, until they felt a big tremor, but even so they did not take much importance to it, and the cause of this was none other than 0 points, who was arriving, and many students moved away from him when they saw him. However, there were 3 girls instead of him. They said, Tanya, even if it's worthless, we'll still show that we're the future heroines by defeating you and showing who's in charge, she said, throwing fire at the robot while it was already waiting for it, not being the only one. Katie, don't get ahead of me, extra. It's time to kick this tin can's ass. We're going to show them that we are the most superior above all and above all, he said, to launch several explosions towards the robot. Shoko, that's right. It's time for you to know my power that you should feel fear of, and even a useless robot like you will feel it, she said, to launch an attack of fire and ice towards the robot that was combined with the 2 attacks of the girls. But the robot activated a shield that blocked the attacks. Then it launched a powerful laser that completely destroyed parts of the fake city, causing the girls to be trapped in the rubble. Then he was getting dangerously close to where the girls were, who were desperately trying to free themselves from the rubble, but it was so heavy and many were not able to do it. What if he was walking next to where the swords were, who were still with their eyes closed while someone spoke, saying the following. Shoto, that robot is making a lot of noise, someone shut it up, or rather Katsuki, go shut up that thing that's bothering us and not letting us sleep well. Okay, he said, trying to sleep while making a small face. Katsuki, and why don't Izuku go? It's closer to him. Besides, I'm already comfortable here since I finally found a good place, he said, yawning, also trying to sleep while someone speaks, saying the following. Izuku, are you going to go? Because I must remind you that once they almost discovered your true identity just because a man made you angry for a stupidity, and you said that you were going to do whatever it took to fix it, he said in his monotonous voice. Katsuki. And you're still doing that, I already told you, that old shit deserved what I did. Thank goodness there were no witnesses to my transformation. Okay, I'll go, but only because I want to know what he's made of, he said to get up. Katsuki. Ha 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 ha, trash dies for not letting us sleep, he said sadistically, so that from his hand he will charge a zero and throw it, completely disintegrating the 0 points, while when the explosion ended someone spoke. Shoto. It's good that you shut him up, although because you used 10% of your power, 5% would have been enough to stop him, and you already won more for nothing, he said, yawning while opening his eyes looking at all the destruction. Katsuki. I thought that being bigger that thing would last longer. That's why I increased it a little in the end. It was very disappointing, more than we already thought it would be. Anyway, I won't do it again, he said, bored, while lying down again. PM, the test is over. You can all leave. Within 1 week you will be told about your results. He said so that everyone ends up leaving, many depressed and others somewhat angry, looking at the 3 girls who got up. Izuku. Well, this is over now, we have to go with Lord Aizen since I suppose he must be waiting for us. I feel his presence is near here, he said, so that they nodded until before leaving they were interrupted by some voices that said, Tanya, damn idiots, we're still stuck and we didn't need your help. You ruined our moment of triumph in which we were going to show how strong we are, she said angrily and growling like the rest of the girls who see it, and someone speaks. Katsuki, ah? They were trapped, haha, how strange, I hadn't even noticed. But since we're leaving here, there's nothing better to do and the dogs are still barking, he said without paying attention to the words of the trapped girls while someone speaks. Shoto. And you are supposed to be superior in that case, free yourselves or wait for someone to help you because none of us care about your whining of ugly girls who hopefully die here, he said, bored, and left with his brothers. In the teacher's room. Midnight, those bastards, why didn't they save them like that? A hero shouldn't treat women any less. How do those brats dare to do that? I'm going to teach them, she said angrily, being grabbed by some bandages and dragged. Erase read. Leave them alone. Midnight again, you're angry from hunger, come I'll buy you something to eat, he said to drag the woman along with the rest of the heroes, leaving only Aizen with Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki. Almight. Now that everyone has left, I want to know what you did to my son Aizen, and you better answer the truth because if you don't, I'll make sure to put you in jail, he said seriously while he looks at the brown-haired man who was somewhat confused while he says the following. Aizen. I didn't do anything to your daughter to begin with, nor do I know her, and as you can see she is trapped in rubble but alive, although I must say that what she did was stupid to jump into it with her friends. They will have a good power but they all have animal brains, he said pointing at the screen while they only got angrier. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, stop joking, we're talking about our children, what did you make them and why do they have that appearance, those clothes, and how is that? Are they your children? They have our blood since always, she said quite angry while she sees him. Mizu, wait a moment, like your children, if you when you saw them claimed to have never seen them in your lives and now you tell me this, I want all of you to give me an explanation, he said seriously, making them somewhat nervous. But before anyone could speak again there came a blur of speed that caused some dust to fall, and when it dispersed the 3 espadas were seen who knelt before Aizen, who approached them with a smile, while saying, Aizen, I am very happy to see you, my children. You have already given me everything I asked for in your mission, right? He said with a smile as he approached them, and one of the swords spoke, saying the following. Izuku, that's right, father. The mission was a complete success and all the information we collected has already been sent to your database, and you will receive it shortly. Everything is complete so the plans can move forward, he said in a dead, monotonous voice. Inko, Magnetic Izuku, why do you tell Aizen father he is not your father, and why you never told us about your power? And what is that appearance you have now? Why your hair is so different? Maybe you dyed it. Are you in serious trouble? Young man said angrily. But with a quick movement she received several slashes that ended up cutting her, obtaining many serious cuts, and seeing the black-haired man with his sword slightly open while he says the following to the woman. Izuku, tell me who you think you are, trash to talk to me like everyone else except my father who is only Lord Aizen and my brothers. The rest are trash that we should eliminate from this world that only stains it, he said coldly. It goes without saying that such action made All Might angry, so he along with Endeavor Ray and Mitsuki went to hit him only because Izuku hit the symbol of peace in his chest, making him spit out a lot of blood. Katsuki grabbed Mitsuki by the face and hit him several times with his fists, making him bleed and be left lying down, while Shoto simply grabbed both Endeavor and Ray by the legs and threw them to the ground while stomping on them hard. Katsuki, what's going on, weakling? Don't tell me my attacks hurt you and that I held back because I'm a bit of a feminist, although I'm only one temporarily. Ha 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 ha, he said with a smile, while he saw how he was bleeding. Shoto, as always, humans are so trusting and so predictable. I'm surprised that they have survived for so long and that they have managed to evolve, except for their brains, of course. That is something that always remains primitive, he said, still stepping harder. Aizen, guys, you can leave them now. You should still be conscious for the show I'm going to give you right now. Okay, guys, he said with a smile while they stop hurting them and stand next to him, keeping their gazes. Nizu, I'm surprised by how powerful you all are to the point of knocking you out. But then tell me something, Aizen, what are you really looking for with all this spectacle? She said somewhat curiously and with doubt while he smiles again. Aizen, you see, I found out that you have hidden some very promising high-tech weapons, but above all, a super weapon that is hidden in this academy. It is supposed to be a bomb capable of erasing all the quirks in the entire city, designed by David Shield. In case the villains are so powerful that they surpass them, the problem is that to obtain it, you need their voice key along with all their voices, so if it's not too much trouble, could you give it to me? He said with a smile. Endeavor, and how the hell did you know all that? Besides, what makes you believe that we will give it to you? You have nothing to force us to give it to you, stupid, he said angrily while he sees him, and he simply laughs. Aizen, I love it when an idiot says that phrase, you say I have nothing. Well, you'll see if you don't give it to me. I'm afraid that all Muzutafu will have to find out about this. I must say that even for me it is cruel, he said to show images that appeared on the screens, where it is shown how they mistreated Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, times when they forgot them, did not give them food or even hit them for no apparent reason, scenes of their daughters hitting, torturing and surpassing, but above all there was the secret of Almight's power leaving everyone present static. Aizen, I wonder what the press will say about this. Will it be big news? The most renowned heroes of all are shitty parents, or the daughters are hitches who hurt their brothers for pure fun to the point of almost raping them. Their reputations will go down. Their daughters would never be heroes and would be taken to prison, and the best Almight, a Quirkless, passes his power to his daughter instead of his son just because he considers him useless, he said with a smile, seeing the surprised faces of both. Ray, Blizzard, that's a lie. Those videos are surely edited. My children would never be like that with my son Shoto. Apart from being true, how the hell did you get all that? She said seriously, although internally she was scared and sad to see how they suffer. Aizen, you call him son even though until now you remembered him after 11 years to forget him like you, and where I got simple the mission that I gave to Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto was to pretend to be weak. Since then, with the objective of seeing how the heroes act in reality, they installed secret cameras in every place of the house, and not only that, they also investigated other false heroes along with some who have raped women, stolen money, and then blame an innocent without power or scenes of not helping people. Imagine if I show that it will make your entire society stop believing in the heroes. Many of them would be arrested and the villains would take them as an opportunity to launch a counterattack towards you, breaking the balance in their favor. Especially All For One would take it as an advantage to know your weak point, All Might said with a smile. Such words loaded with a great deal of truth left all the heroes even more static for knowing that while they discreetly watched the boys that none of them seemed to care about all this. Then someone spoke to say the following. Nizu, it's okay. You win. We'll give you what you want only if you promise not to do anything, he said, sighing as he gave him the access class along with the rest, who did it reluctantly since they know he has them against the ropes. Aizen, come on, it wasn't that complicated to do it, and as a reward, director, my children will stay with you. It will be very useful to them, since I must inform you that your power is capable of surpassing all of the top without giving them any problem, he said with a smile. Nizu, interesting. I highly doubt you're lying, since you're not one of those who makes jokes just for the sake of it. I'll gladly accept these guys as my students, he said with a smile, while he says the following. Aizen, perfect director. Nizu, well guys, we should go home since your mother is still waiting for you. She wants to talk to you about something, he said, so that they nodded while they walked next to him until a voice stopped them. Mitsuki, Ground Zero son, please help me and please come back with us. So we are you, but was interrupted by a punch in the stomach by the light blue-haired man, while he simply smiles seeing how he suffers from pain. Katsuki, look at you. A simple blow, and you're already crying. Ha 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 ha. I will never accept as my mother or father a stupid punching bag that can't stand anything. Now if you excuse me, I'll go with father, who is not as idiot as your trash, he said to leave the room with his brothers. Nizu, I must say that all of you disappoint me. You abandoned your children for so long that you didn't even remember them. But that's why none of them hold a grudge against you, although I have doubts about why you consider Aizen as your father or how you knew him. Go to Recovery Girl to have them cured, he said seriously. While they were getting up little by little, each one of them left the place with their different thoughts about their children, and why they look like this now, and how to bring them back to be the family they always were, according to them. Chapter 2: The UA Trials Fights Confrontations, The Power of Swords. After many of the people who came to participate in the exams were talking about the children who transformed and killed most of them, many wondered what kind of power they had and who was that man who spoke to them. On the other hand, when Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki, each one went to their homes to look for all the evidence they saw, believing that maybe, just maybe, it could be a lie from Aizen. However, everything was confirmed by every drop of blood in their rotten rooms. The walls had no color, they were completely black, full of cobwebs accompanied by animals such as spiders, rats, cockroaches, old pillows next to the sheets, all full of blood. Then they remembered that that place was always there, although they thought it was a closet or something like that, something that only made them feel bad. Instead, Tanya, Katie, and Shoko had many emotions together. First of all, they were angry that they could no longer have their slaves. On the other hand, they were angry because they had power all along, and that no one told them about it. It was a hard blow to their pride. But on the other hand, they were excited because they saw that imposing way of demonstrating their strength, the personality of each of them, and having no mercy on their enemies, and because of their new appearances. Although they also had doubts about who the subject was who spoke during the tests, and what that was about, which mission was he talking about, and more questions, they went to talk to their parents who only told them that this man was someone very powerful, admitting that he defeated them very easily. Time skip UA 7 AM. We can see our three swords who were walking towards the entrance where their hall was. Exactly while they were walking, they were talking to each other while one of them spoke, saying the following. Shoto, I don't understand why we have to get up so early. I'm so lazy to do it. Why don't we sleep anymore? This makes me very lazy, he said, yawning while walking next to his brothers. Katsuki, you know, I agree with Shoto. Besides, being a hero doesn't go with my style. I would like to be a mercenary so we could kill whoever was in front of us in the easiest way possible, he said with a sadistic smile. Izuku, despite the idea of killing human trash, it would be rewarding to do so. Remember that we are not here for fun, nor to be heroes. Our father, Lord Aizen, gave us a new mission that we must fulfill, he said seriously. Shoto, anyway, this is the classroom and it's no wonder those idiots will be with us, which will be even more annoying than before. What he said to open the classroom door only to hear some voices. Lita, don't put your feet up on the desk. Don't you think it's rude to the upper classes and the people who made the desk? He said seriously while he made several poses as if he were a robot. Katya, stop bothering me, damn 4 eyes, and tell me who you think you are, giving me orders, stupid bucking extra. I want you to tell me what school you went to, she said angrily while she sees him and makes explosions. Lita, very well. I went to the semi-private academy. My name is Lita Tenya. It is a pleasure to meet such a beautiful lady, he said seriously while he saw her and was with his friends. Then they talked again. Katie, semi? So you're from the damn elite. It seems that I'll have a lot of fun crushing you, he said in a very mocking tone while he sees it, and also takes out quite a few explosions from his hands while he says, Lita, crush me? You really want to be a hero? You look more like a villain, he said, scared, something that both Tanya and Shoko saw, so they were about to say something until they were interrupted. Katsuki, don't be afraid of her. The saying goes, a hitch that barks doesn't bite, it only howls, and believe me, that hitch howls along with those two, and they have rabies, and if they bite you, they infect you with a disease that turns you into a hitch, he said mockingly while looking at them. Tanya, do not disrespect your masters, otherwise you will receive the consequences, she said, about to hit him with her flames if not for receiving several cuts all over her body courtesy of the black-haired man with green eyes. Izuku, learn your place, trash, otherwise the next thing I'll cut will be your arm, or better your head, since there is nothing inside there, so I'm surprised you're still alive, he said in a cold and dead tone that scared many of those present, while they say, Shoto, by the way, until when are you going to remain silent? I imagine that you must be the new teacher. I suppose that you are evaluating your students. Do it now to end this, since I am very tired and I just want peace and quiet, he said, bored. Of course, many did not understand his words until the moment he said them. He caused a caterpillar to appear in front of them out of nowhere, and revealed itself to a man in a sack while his face was completely bored while he said the following. Aizawa, I see that you could notice my presence, and yes, you are right. I am your class teacher. Let me introduce myself. I am Aizawa Shota. I know it is sudden, but put this on. I will wait for you outside in 30 minutes, he said while giving them uniforms. Men's locker rooms. Mineta. Hey guys, look at this. Our ancestors left us this gift, he said, pointing towards a hole in the wall while having a perverted smile, while everyone looked at him. Lita, listen to me, Minoru Mineta. It's rude to spy on a woman while she's changing clothes, moving her arms like a robot while watching it like the rest, while this one simply said, Mineta, Momo, Uraraka and Ino's big tits, Jiro and Tsuya's legs, Tanya, Katia and Shoko's perfect bodies. There are so many bodies that I don't know which one to see first, he said excitedly, drooling, imagining what they would look like. Izuku, I don't understand how trash-like you can be here, and this school is supposed to be one of the most respected. You're just disgusting. It's obvious you're not strong, and you only want to be a hero to harass women into sleeping with you. I should kill you to do good for this world, he said with his dead voice that made the aforementioned pee his pants. Shoto, but what can you expect? They let those 3 hitches in. It was obvious that they were going to let this good-for-nothing in, who not even dogs like. But well, watch it. It's not like we really care, he said, bored while saying it. Katsuki, by the way, you bunch of hitches, don't think we didn't realize you were watching the 3 of us. You really disgust me, he said to hit the wall, creating a big tremor when doing so. Lita, listen, that is not the behavior of a hero. Although I cannot deny that he deserves those words, you can't, he said, making his robot-like poses. But they simply ignored him and left the place. Women's locker rooms moments before. Momo, well, now you can hear what they say, she said, curious like the rest of the girls, while a certain girl was using her quirk to listen to what they say outside while someone says, Jairu, the perverted Mineta tries to spy on us through that hole, but the blue-haired guy, who if I'm not mistaken is called, tells him not to do it, and ignores him. Then she remains silent, leaving the girls confused. Uraraka, but what's happening, Jairu-san? Why did your face suddenly change completely? She said with doubt while they see how she was trembling with fear while she answers the following. Jairu, it's that black-haired man with green eyes who spoke. He said some words and his voice was as if a dead person were speaking, and it's very scary. The truth is he doesn't seem like he's a human, she said, scared while looking at all those present. Ino, since they're talking about him, does anyone know why those 3 guys were first little boys who transformed and are now so handsome and strong in every sense of the word? She said with a dreamy smile. Momo, I don't deny that you are attractive in physical appearance and all that, but it is not strange that they have presented themselves like that, and their powers are quite strange and their clothes are quite curious, don't you think, he said, looking at everyone. See you. Those 3 boys do emanate animal instincts. I don't know why, but it's like seeing 3 rabid wolves disguised as sheep, said the frog girl, while before anyone said anything else. Hey, what the hell are you doing with that? I demand that you stop, said a voice. When they turned around, they saw a girl with glasses while she was looking at 4 girls looking through some holes that were somewhat far away. Katie, shut up, 4 eyes. We tried to see through that hole we found, he said, ignoring her while everyone stared at him with some doubt until someone spoke again to say the following. Tsubaki, I'm not a 4 eyes, as it seems you have no respect for people, and by the way, my name is Tsubaki Shinra, and it's wrong to see our classmates changing without their consent, she said angrily while touching her glasses. Shoko, as if that mattered to us, apart from the bodies of those idiots, we are not interested. We are seeing Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto as he brought them into the world, so the one who does not get in the way helps a lot, she said with a perverted smile. If I must say that they look very good, I think I could have fun with some of them sometime. I wonder what kind of power or essence they have, he said with a perverted smile while looking through the holes, until he feels like a big blow that was strong enough to make the 4 fall to the floor while the wall started to shake a little, while someone asked the following. Tanya, ouch, who was the idiot who didn't let us see? We were very entertained watching what is ours, and I have to say that it's not bad at all, she said angrily like the rest who stood up while someone speaks. Jairu, it was one of the boys, if I'm not mistaken it was Katsuki. It seems that he caught the 4 of them, but anyway we should leave here since the teacher must be waiting for us, he said to leave with some of the girls. Ino, oh that's too bad, I wasn't able to see anything. I still wanted to see how they were since, from what I can see, they're such little brats, she said frustrated while she finished changing, while the girls were doing the same. Outside the locker rooms, when everyone was leaving, they saw that they were all wearing their uniforms, although there was something a bit unusual. Both Izuku and Katsuki and Shoto were shirtless, making all the girls blush. Aizawa, can I know why you 3 don't have a shirt? he said with doubt but a little scared to notice the black holes you had. Like the rest, he thought the same until someone spoke to say the following. Izuku, I don't know what idiot or stupid person told you that those shirts were going to fit us. They are too small for us, so it's obvious that we prefer to be like this, and I don't understand why everyone is staring at us, he said with his typical voice. Charisma, guys, I've had this question since the locker room. But what are those holes you have and they don't hurt anymore, even though you're still alive, he said, looking at the three people present, somewhat scared like some people. Katsuki, what are those holes? I don't understand why everyone is scared. We've had that since we were 4 years old, and it doesn't hurt at all. You see, he said to put his finger in his stomach hole and act as if nothing happened while someone says, Shoto, by the way, wipe your noses, perverts. You were complaining a while ago about what the dwarf was doing in the locker room. Anyway, let's finish this so I can get some sleep, he said, bored while watching them. And indeed, many of the girls had some blood coming out of their noses accompanied by a silly smile. But they wiped it off and tried to hide it as much as possible, which everyone saw. Aizawa, leaving that aside, let's do a quirk test. Izuku Cypher, you were the first in the entrance exam. What's your record in ball throwing? He said seriously, while he simply said, Izuku, I never participated in those things. In fact, we were never in a school actually, even so it is not necessary. After all, human knowledge is not much of our interest, he said, bored, surprising everyone present by knowing this fact. So one of them spoke to say the following. Aizawa, anyway, I don't care what you think about how one should educate. What matters to me now is that you throw this ball with your gift. Don't get out of the circle, he said seriously while he nods his head to stand where he told him while he prepared to throw. Obviously he didn't use all his power, so he threw it as if it was nothing, generating a great wave of power while he was surprised even more when he saw how the score was and said the following. Aizawa, 1,500 kilometers in one shot is not bad at all. Boy, in fact it's amazing, he said, surprised like everyone present except his friends who knew that that was not all the strength of the black-haired man. Uraraka, we can use our quirks as much as we want. What was expected from the heroic course, right guys? Excited like some of those present, while that same thought had everyone. This will be fun! She exclaimed excitedly while everyone stared at her on the other side of the swords. They were extremely bored while someone spoke and said the following. Aizawa, it'll be fun. Huh. Very well, since you're having so much fun with this, then whoever comes in last place in all the tests will be judged for not having potential, and will be punished with expulsion, he said seriously. When he said that, the test started and everyone was standing out quite a bit while everyone was just too bored by the test, and was just waiting for this to be over once and for all. Places, 01, Izuku Cypher, 02, Katsuki Jigerjax, 03, Shoto Stark, 04, 05, Katie Bakugo, 06, Shoko Todoroki, 07, Tanya Midoriya Yagi, 08, Tsubaki Shinra, 09, Tenya Lida, 10, Charisma Yanjai, 11, Momo Yaoyorozu, 12, Ochako Uraraka, 13, Jiro Kyuka, 14, Tsuyasui, 15, Ino Yamanaka, 16, Denki Kaminari, 17, Minoru Mineta. When the results were shown on the screen, the reaction of many was one of surprise. In other cases, they were relieved, although some arrogant people did not agree with the numbers they got. But someone else was saying, Mineta, no, this can't be, I can't leave. But if I'm going to leave this school, at least I'll touch the hexy body of that girl Yaoyorozu until I'm satisfied, he said, quickly rushing towards the aforementioned girl who didn't have time to react. And so he began to grope them hard, making the girl moan a little and tried to get him off, but he stuck to her with his sticky balls and even touched her, but having a silly smile about it, and was about to pull down her shirt until his moment was interrupted by some bandages that grabbed poor Mineta, who felt true terror when he saw the look of his teacher, who said the following. Aizawa, I don't tolerate this type of behavior from anyone in my class. Now get out of my sight, damn worthless trash, said to throw him hard with his bandages, sending the poor dwarf out of the place, and almost out of orbit. Momo, thank you very much for getting rid of that dwarf, Professor Aizawa, who has been bothering us for a while, she said with a relieved smile, while he simply stops using his quirk, then goes to the front. Aizawa, very well, go to the classroom. There will be the brochures and class schedules, he said neutrally while everyone nodded and left the place. And just when they left, Almight appeared and said the following. Almight, I'm surprised you didn't expel the rest. By the way, what do you think of the boys I told you about? You know how they are, and they have somewhat peculiar personalities. he said, looking at the black-haired man who said the following. Aizawa, what can I say? The boys have potential except for that perverted dwarf. As for the rest, I could see that they weren't even trying. I would have kicked them out, but I know very well that they don't care about being there, and doing so would only cause them to join the wrong side, he said seriously while looking at him. Almight, I think the same as you. At first, I thought this was a trap by All for One, but I discarded it because Aizen is powerful and mysterious. He keeps many secrets, and only he knows where his powers come from, which have a certain similarity with yours. I must investigate more, he said seriously. Aizawa, if it helps, I tried to indiscreetly erase his power in almost all the tests. I didn't succeed, which confirms that it's not a quirk. It doesn't seem like magic, and maybe it's a spiritual energy that we're not aware of, he said seriously. With our swords. They were walking quietly towards their homes and remained silent, although from time to time they talked among themselves about any topic until someone spoke up saying, Shoto, I don't understand why we have to walk if we can make a portal to be able to leave, and that's why we don't need to walk. In fact, we could even fly, he said, annoyed of having to walk and that almost everyone is staring at them. Katsuki, remember that our father Lord Aizen said that we can't use it in public. If we do, someone will try to cross it, and we would take them to Huo Mundo, something that doesn't suit us very well to say the least, he said seriously. Izuku, he's right. Besides, I noticed that the teacher tried to erase our power. It seems that they told him about us without telling him that Almight was watching us the whole time that happened, so we have to be careful, he said seriously. Shoto, I hate it when they are right, and they weren't the only ones. Katia along with Tanya and Shoko wanted to follow us, but we avoided them. Fortunately, there will be no more inconveniences that can ruin our whole day, he said sighing. Wow, what a coincidence that I found the three of you in this beautiful and remote place where there are hardly any people, said an unknown voice, and they turned to see who it was. Izuku, stop pretending. Do you think we didn't notice that you were with us since we left that stupid place? Even though your stealth is better than that of those fools, we noticed you, but we just ignored you. You're the girl from the test if I'm not mistaken, he said seriously. Iria, I see that I was not able to deceive you. If I was following them, I did not introduce myself before. My name is Iria Fukumi and it is a pleasure to meet you, she said with a smile, while putting her hands on her good-sized breasts. Katsuki, why exactly were you following us? And you better answer truthfully or there will be serious consequences. I don't care if you're a woman, since I have no problem hurting women. Idiot said seriously. Iria, oh, you're so rough. I love it. I wonder if you would be like that in bed. We could go, you and I, sometimes. Don't worry, I know we'll go to a very beautiful place that you'll love, she said with a flirtatious smile, while putting her hand on her breasts. Shoto, good try, but we are not like the stupid attempts of men who get carried away by something so stupid. If that was all, we are leaving since we do not like to waste time, he said to leave with the rest. Iria, I can't believe it. They really rejected me without thinking twice. They are the first men who don't fall for my charms. This is perfect. It's what I've always looked for. I can't wait for them to be mine since they're not bad at all. Down there, although I will have some competition, but I don't care. In the end, I will win since I have many methods to get what I want, she thought with a smile as she left. Time jump Tuesday, UA Academy. We are in Class 1A where everyone was waiting for their teacher to arrive except for our swords, who had their eyes closed only for the rest of their classmates to stay talking among themselves. Ino, are you really asleep? Let's see. Let's make a bet. Whoever manages to touch a part of their body will win $100. What do they say? Go ahead, someone is offering to do this, she said with a smile while she looks at them. Tsu, you're crazy. That is without a doubt suicide to do it. Not for nothing are they the strongest in the class. If we do it, it's sure that they will get angry if we do something bad to them, said the frog girl while looking at them. Lita, I don't think it's a bad idea. They're asleep, and even if the teacher isn't here, they should be prepared in case he comes. Those are the rules that everyone must follow, she said, making her strange robot poses. Tsubaki, I don't think it's good that they do it because from what I've analyzed, both of them are like animals that at first glance look calm, but if you bother them they will attack you without thinking, she said seriously while looking at them. Kaminari, well, I'd dare. As long as I earn a good amount of money, I'm willing to do it, he said, trying to get close to one of them. But he received several cuts that weren't deep but did a lot of damage. Izuku, the last one who does that again. The next thing we'll cut will be their tongues, and more your useless girl who doesn't know how to do anything but say pure nonsense, he said with his dead voice that scared everyone present. Arya, I didn't see any surprises when they made those cuts. Besides being beautiful, they are very powerful. I definitely have to make them mine. I already found my next prey, she thought with a smile, while discreetly looking at them. Almight, I'm coming in like a very normal person, ha 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 ha, he said with a big smile, and opening the door in a very abrupt way which caused our protagonists to wake up while they say the following. Katsuki, what bucking planet do humans enter like that? That idiot is just making a fool of himself in every sense of the word, he thought, looking at the man who was making some very strange poses. Almight, I'm so glad to see you Class 1A. For this class I brought a special guest, he said to show a woman in a black suit with a white cape who had a big smile on her face. Nana, a pleasure to each and every one of you guys. I'm Nana Shimura, and if today I come to meet in person the future heroes of this class, she said with a smile, while almost everyone got excited. Almight, that's right, we will have hero and villain combat tests. For this, they will use the outfits by which they will always be recognized, he said with a smile while taking out several outfits from a large box. After that, everyone went to change. When they arrived, each one was arriving in different outfits. However, they saw that the swords arrived wearing the same outfits as the previous test. While someone spoke. Nana, I see that you are the children of Sosuke Aizen, and I recognize you by your way of dressing. Tell me how good a father he is, since I can't imagine him raising children, he said with a smile while looking at them. Izuku, yes, he has also told us a lot about you, Nana Shimura, and you are strong and intelligent. That is all that really interests us, so that you are our father. Nothing more and nothing less, he said with his monotonous voice. Iria, hey guys, I'm ready, and tell me how I look in my hero costume, she said to make a hexy pose that made most of the boys blush except the swords, who simply looked at this with boredom. Shoto, well, leaving that aside, what exactly are we going to do in this test? I want to finish all this as soon as possible, he said, ignoring the girl who smiles anyway while thinking the following. Tsubaki, interesting, these guys, without a doubt, the three are different from those I have known, and I see that they have a lot of power. I will have to be alert in case they are a threat, she thought seriously while she sees them. Iria, I am very surprised that even with this outfit there hasn't been any reaction. I am increasingly interested in knowing every detail about you, since you don't seem to express absolutely anything, she thought with a smile. Although on the other hand, certain girls saw the whole scene they were doing and what made their murderous instincts emanate towards the blue-eyed blonde, while each one thought the following. Tanya, who does that hitch think she is, trying to seduce what is ours? Ever since I saw her, she gave us a very bad feeling. Ever since we started, those oxen already have owners, she thought angrily, taking fire out of her hands. Katie, that dumb blonde who is also a silly cow breasts, without a doubt trying to seduce our slaves. I'm going to kill her when she least expects it, she thought with an angry grimace and generating explosions with her hands while someone speaks. Shoko, that girl thinks she's superior because she has more breasts than all of us together. You'll see, seeing my slave like that. I just hope that we get to fight and you'll see, she thought, angry as hell for what happened. Almight, okay guys, it's a simple test. They will be in teams of 2 between heroes and villains. Now, the teams will be chosen randomly by this machine, he said, so that the screen shows the teams. Hero teams. A. Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Lida. B. Katie Bakugo, Tanya Midoriya Yagi. C. Tsubaki Shinra, Katsuki Jigerjax. D. Karissima Enji, Ino Yamanaka. Team of villains. A. Izuku Cypher, Shoto Stark. B. Kyoka Jairu, Iris Fukamune. C. Kaminari, Tsuya Isui. D. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoko Todoroki. The moment everyone saw the screen there were different reactions. Many had a face of disgust, others simply didn't care, and some of them were excited about what was going to happen. Nana, very well guys, the situation is simple in that building the heroes enter, and the villains have a hidden bomb. If the heroes deactivate the bomb they win, and if they hold out until time runs out the villains win, she said with a smile. Almight, now we will start like this. On the part of the heroes, Team B will go and face the villains, which will be Team A. By the way, try to get into your character so that it is more realistic, he said with a smile while watching them. So they went to prepare for the battle. Some were calm and others were confident about what was going to happen. On one side were the villains waiting for the heroines while they talked. Nana, if what Tashinori told me about them is true, then I have to see if I can help them return to being the same as before. I don't know how, but I have to achieve it. She thought something serious while looking at the screen of the fake city, in the false building. Izuku, this will be easy. Knowing her primitive incestuous itch mentality, It is certain that they will come towards us without any strategy to the point of focusing more on their fight than the real objective, he said coldly. Shoto, I'll go ahead when I finish this and I can take a nap since honestly these things are quite boring to do. The truth is, he said yawning while watching it. Izuku, do what you want for now, I will be waiting for the trash, and when it comes we can't kill them yet, he said to see how the brown-haired man left while he remains with his dead look. Meanwhile with the heroes, they were so confident that they went without thinking of any strategy to a part while they talked about what they were going to do to them according to them, while one of them said the following. Tanya, it's our chance to put them in their place and make them see that they are just our slaves and no one else's, and we show that cow's breasts, she said with a confident smile while looking at her. Katia, that's right, by the way, extra, leave me your brother. I plan to hit him and show that he's mine, to show that extra that he has an owner and to enjoy every moment, she said arrogantly. Tanya, it's okay. I'll keep Shoto all to myself and I'm going to give him several lessons on how he should treat a good woman like us, she said with a perverted smile as they both went up some of the floors. But with a quick movement a flash of speed hit the green-haired girl, who was surprised to see the brown-haired boy who had his typical bored look while he was walking, and said the following to her. Shoto, are you going to stare at me or are you going to fight? I want to finish this to go sleep a little and maybe eat some chips for the afternoon or some tea. That's good, he said bored while walking towards her, and she answers. Tanya, you'll see, idiot, you just caught me off guard. Katia, don't worry about me, go get the bomb, she said so that the blonde would leave, leaving them alone, while she put herself in an attack position, something that he noticed and didn't take so much importance to. Then she uses her fire and throws several punches with a kick, generating a great attack towards the boy who had the same bored look. He simply blocked it with his hand in a bored way, and without waiting any longer, he launched himself at her and hit her several times to the point that she was bleeding, just to look at her and say, Shoto, you know, I don't understand what the point of this fight is. Why don't you just give up and end this? It makes me even lazier to see your useless attempt to harm me, although I can still give up, he said yawning. Tanya, how were you able to dodge each and every one of my attacks like that? It's impossible that a Quirkless like you could have done it, she said angrily and somewhat tired, while he responded saying the following. Shoto, did you really think something as pathetic as that would hurt me? Please, your flames are so weak. I've faced opponents capable of putting me on guard. You're just a joke, he said bored while looking at her. Needless to say, this angered the green-haired girl who, without thinking twice, lunged at him while, already fed up, she charged a powerful attack, since her hands were made of pure fire, and said the following. Tanya, now let's see if with this you learn. Damn idiot. You're going to die for not obeying me, ha 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 ha, she said, throwing several fire blasts that had yellow rays while creating a large smoke screen. Of course, seeing the extent of the attack made many think that it was the end of him, but they were interrupted by a great pressure that showed the brown-haired man completely healed without any wounds and emanating a blue aura. Shoto, that's all, it's quite disappointing. It's time to end this, he said, charging a punch and hitting her stomach, sending her flying, squeezing her against the wall while the green-haired girl was seen bleeding. When he saw, he simply lay down, while she decided to take a nap, leaving many confused and others had a drop of sweat seeing how carefree he was. Meanwhile elsewhere we can see the black-haired man calm with his eyes closed until he feels a light breeze while he manages to catch a blow from the ash-haired girl. Izuku, as always you launch into attacking the same attack combos so predictable and useless that it doesn't change at all. It only makes me realize how stupid and pathetic you are for doing it, he said with his dead voice while he sees her. Katia, stop underestimating me, damn Deku, and learn your place, she said to launch herself with several explosions while he dodged each and every one of them while he simply told her the following. Izuku, I wonder if you have rabies. I heard that humans can get it, which would explain your personality as a fierce hitch. Without offending the hitch of course, he said thoughtfully while still dodging. Katia, damn it, I'm not a brave hitch now, I'll kill you, she said with more fury while throwing explosions like crazy while she made everything start to collapse while she says, Izuku, you're done with your whining, look at yourself, you're pathetic, you think you're very proud but you make a scene just because you're not able to see the big difference there is between us, and I don't understand how someone who only sees people as their slaves lets them become a heroine, he said seriously. Katia, you already scared me, I don't want to use it but I will use it, I will kill you using my secret weapon, ha 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 ha, said using her bombs while opening the trigger while someone spoke. Almight, wait, don't use that attack, it's going to kill him, don't do it young Katia, if you do it, it will cause a great disaster, but above all, It will seriously hurt your companions, she said worriedly, like some of those present while he spoke, saying the following. Katia, I don't care now if I will show you who is your superior Deku. She said to launch the powerful explosion that he saw in a bored way while he watched what was coming, to which Izuku would just stay still receiving the full blast. Everyone in the observation room was afraid. One partner killed the other. The only exceptions were Katsuki and Shoto, who just watched calmly when the smoke in the building was seen, the black-haired man completely intact. Katia, how is it possible that I killed you? How the hell are you still alive? It's impossible for someone to survive such a power surge, she said in surprise, and instinctively stepped back to see the empty stare of the black-haired man with green eyes. Izuku, you can't kill a dead person, it's that simple, and since you dedicated yourself to doing something like that, I have to respond in the same way. I hope and at least you get out of this alive, although I doubt it coming from a human, he said monotonously. Izuku, zero! He said so that a powerful green energy beam came out of his finger and shot in a direction that was noticeably very strong, so she was not able to dodge it, and many thought it was her end, until they saw that Nana Shimura was there blocking the boy's attack so that he wouldn't damage the girl so much, who still ended up fainting from the damage she received while she sees it with some surprise. Izuku, but what a surprise, I didn't think you could survive my lower-powered zero. Anyway, that makes us winners, right? He said, bored while he saw her while he walked without even looking her in the eyes. Nana, that attack was strong enough to have killed her, and it was in a lesser degree. I highly doubt she would say that just to brag. For God's sake, what kind of monsters have you created? Aizen thought, somewhat pained. After winning the combat practice, Izuku, Shoto, Katia and Tanya were the last to go to the emergency room, and the rest returned to the observation room where the entire class was already waiting for them. Almight, you did very well, heroes. But I must say that you did several things wrong. Can someone say what you failed at? He said, looking at the entire class until a black-haired girl with a ponytail raised her hand. Momo. The problem was that both Katia and Tanya did not think of any strategy, and deviated from the true objective, which was to deactivate the bomb. They attacked without thinking about the structure of the place, and Shoto was quite confident against his adversary and was very rough with her, not to mention that he fell asleep the rest of the time. As for Izuku, he launched an attack that could have killed Katie if it weren't for Nana Shimura, and that is not the behavior that a hero should have, she said seriously. Shoto, I'll correct you on one thing. I didn't trust my opponent. The objective was to hold him back until time ran out, not counting that I know each of his attacks and I know that none of them would hurt me at all, and I left Izuku with the rest since it's not for nothing that he's the strongest among us three, he said seriously. Katsuki. Exactly, and listen very well, idiots. Shoto, maybe in appearance he shows himself as someone who shows himself with sleeping all the time, but he focuses on his instincts. These tell him when to attack even if he is asleep, and partly they are villains, and since when does a villain have mercy on someone, said bored Izuku. Besides, they are trash. In case you didn't hear very well, in the past they only see us as their slaves, and you can be sure that's how she sees them all, and you complain that I could have killed her when she launched an attack that could put lives at risk because they didn't intervene before, he said, looking at her. Nana, well, what happens is that I was busy at that moment, and she didn't know what to say since she was right. However, what she said next left her in complete shock when the black-haired man spoke. Izuku, don't answer. After all, it's typical of you, Nana. You always have favoritism above all. That's why your grandson is a villain. Now you are just trash of this world, and once understand that your lives do not matter to us. We are only here by orders of our father, Aizen said coldly. All might. Ahem, we must continue with the practice, so let's go to the next ones that are going to be given, so everyone pay attention to me. With that said, the rest of the teams prepared for the next tests. When the classes ended, only the teachers remained, who were thoughtful about the words they had said earlier, plus Nana, because of Izuku's words that still have her freshly engraved in her being. Nana, is it true that my grandson became a villain? You don't know how much I regret having left him aside, and I promised myself that I wouldn't do it again, and I failed with you, Izuku. I really hope I can fix everything so that you forgive me, he thought sadly. All Might, son, what have they made you, by God? When I hear you speak, it's like listening to a dead person. Your eyes don't reflect life or any emotion. Aizen, I will find a way to make you pay for having ruined my family for you. My wife cries for not having her son, he thought angrily. Chapter 3 Attack of the Villains Massacre First Stage Surprises and Disagreements. It's been 1 week since the combat test. During that time many things happened due to the power shown by those three that caught the attention of the entire UA. Many had questions about their power, but it was a secret by whose orders. Well, Aizen, since that day it can be said that he has control of the entire school. Something that many of the heroes didn't like very much, especially those who came to know him. Even though it mattered to him, he was never interested in what others thought. And it wasn't for his children either, who didn't care about people's opinions. It goes without saying that there were times when the Midoriya Bakugo along with the Todoroki tried to talk to them, however they did not care or ignored them or avoided them as always. And their daughters did the same, who bothered them but always made them feel serious so that they would stop bothering them. Present. A new day begins. And at UA she was surrounded by reporters. Upon learning that AM was teaching at UA, even the students were not spared from the reporters' questions. While Aizawa and President Mike tried to stop them as soon as they saw our protagonists, many people approached them because they attracted a lot of attention. Then one of them speaks, saying the following. Reporter 1, how are the classes with AM? Do they give good training sessions? Lifting up so the microphone reaches Bakugo, who strangely had a serious look while he remained silent even while walking, so that from his eyes he released a powerful wave of power that made all the reporters around him completely paralyzed, leaving everyone surprised to see that without saying a single word, the three were walking while the teachers had many thoughts in their heads, but mainly their teacher Aizawa, who was thinking, Aizawa, but what a strange power, he was able to paralyze him with just his gaze. These brats keep more secrets than I imagined. I must be careful. I don't want to be their enemy. He thought seriously. Now in the Class 1A hall, Aizawa, okay guys, today you will do something very important. You have to choose a president, vice president, and a vice admiral. While you do it, and decide, I will sleep a little, he said to go to bed. Tsubaki, we must choose through fair, anonymous elections. We must choose responsibly, she said seriously while looking at everyone present while someone spoke to say the following. Iria, if they choose me, I will go with very short clothes so I can show them many things that seem very tempting to them. No, she said with a flirtatious smile, but being ignored by the sword since someone else spoke. Kirishima, no, please choose me. Like all men we must take the highest positions, and I know that I will be the best of all, and doing it will be very fun, he said with a smile while he seized them. Katia, come on damn extras, either choose me or I'll kill you with my explosions. Did you listen to me, miserable trash? She shouted energetically as always while generating many explosions with her hands. Tanya, don't choose the Muslim woman. I'm a better candidate. After all, I'm the most beautiful here. And whoever says otherwise, claim me, she said with an arrogant smile while puffing out her chest. Ino, in your dreams everyone knows that I am the most beautiful in the whole school. You understood me. Broccoli with legs, she said angrily while both look at each other with pure hatred while someone, already angrier, said the following. Shoko, can you both of you shut up because you're competing with something so obvious? So it better that I'm the president, and that's it? I shouted, causing them to start a ruckus again while someone spoke. Lita, okay everyone, that's enough. As my partner Tsubaki said, let's vote to choose who will become the president's vice president and the vice admiral, while these ended up doing it, and it stayed like this. Voting. KD 1, Tanya 1, Shoko 1, Izuku 3, Katsuki 3, Momo 1, Tsubaki 2, Iria 2, Lita 1, end of voting. Katie, who the buck voted for the bucking useless MOTHUBUCKERS, and buck them, she said angrily pointing at the swords who were completely bored. Uraraka, I voted for Izuku-san because he is more reckless when it comes to giving orders and cannot be bribed by anything. Believe me, I have tried many times to do it, and it did not work at all, she said with a smile. Jairu, and I voted for Katsuki because I saw how he paralyzed the reporters. That ability of his can be very useful in case there are problems with any of the students becoming paralyzed, she said calmly while watching them. Ino, besides, they are very handsome and they are the strongest in the whole class, actually. And that is something that no one will deny, she said with a smile, not knowing that her words struck a blow to the pride of some of the students. Lita, well, based on the votes, Izuku will be the president and Katsuki will be the vice president of the class. What if there is a tie between Tsubaki and Iria? He said seriously while everyone nods just for someone to say. Tanya, wait a minute, there were 15 who voted, but we are 16 in total, which means that someone failed to vote. Who was the damn bastard who didn't vote? Now he said it so everyone can see that it's true. Momo, if I'm not mistaken, who missed voting was Shoto or not, and speaking of him, where is he? I haven't seen him for a while. Where is he? I wonder where he is, he said, looking everywhere trying to find him. Katsuki. Oh well, if they're talking about Shoto, well, he's following the great teachings of our teacher. Just look at what he's doing, he said, pointing in a place so everyone could see the boy sleeping in a blue sleeping bag. Kadia, damn idiot, wake up once and for all, shiny. I scream very loudly, making many explosions, and he lazily opens his eyes little by little while asking the following. Shoto, now that it happened, don't tell me that the hitches Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki got angry again. If that's the case, I have the sedative in my backpack, so if you'll excuse me, he said, falling back asleep, making the aforementioned angry before they said anything. Izuku, it's not that, remember that I have mine and it's more powerful. What they come to ask is who you vote for, the four-eyed girl with an egocentric nerd complex or the pervert who flirts with any boy and is still a virgin. He said, looking at both of them. Only one was offended by how he called her. Shoto, I don't know, it's not like I care, but anyway, I choose Tsubaki since I may be lazy, but I'm not an idiot to choose her now if you'll allow me. He said, falling completely asleep again. I'm surprised at how quickly he can fall asleep. It's almost a unique gift, he said with a drop of sweat from seeing that scene like the rest except those who know him and are already used to how he is. Aizawa, yes, definitely he is my favorite student. He almost seems like he is my son, he thought, looking at the sleeping boy and then doing exactly the same thing and falling completely asleep too. After that, classes continued normally until the lunch bell rang, so everyone went to eat except our protagonists, who were still taken to the cafeteria and were the center of attention of everyone. Many of those in his class tried to approach him, but a simple look was enough to know that they did not want to talk to anyone, so they went to their places without saying anything while they chatted until suddenly, speakers, alert alert, a level 3 breach of the security system, please all students evacuate the facilities. When he said that, all the students started running terrified and out of control, pushing each other trying to get out of the cafeteria towards the hallway to evacuate the area, and they were hit by other people. They stayed like that for a while until it was overshadowed by a killer instinct that was so strong that many fell to their knees before such a display of power, and when they saw who was the strong one, they managed to see a black-haired man with green eyes who said, Izuku, listen very well, stupid garbage, instead of running like useless animals you should see that the system was only activated by a reporter who entered, and you are supposed to be the future heroes and you are afraid of something as silly as this. You are a joke. What makes me see that this school can accept any failure as long as they have a striking power, and that it will serve them in a real battle. You will do exactly this, run like cowards and cry for your mommies. How pathetic, he said with a dead voice. Already at the time of normal classes everything went normally, where Izuku, Katsuki, and Tsubaki became the representatives of the class, and after their display of order of what they did at the end, everyone accepted the positions. Aizawa, very well, guys, today we will have a class on disasters, catastrophes and all that, that is to say, we will have a rescue training, so I hope you are prepared for this new challenge, he said seriously. Tsuyu, how great is my own territory now if no one can defeat me in the water, since I am the fastest in that aspect, Karo said in a kawaii way while the teacher speaks again to say, Aizawa, hey, I still haven't finished explaining very well what I was going to tell you before you interrupted me. It's that you can decide if you want to use your suit or not this time, because your suits will probably limit your abilities. The training will be off campus, so we'll go by bus. So everyone get ready and go, he said seriously. Time skip on the bus. Now everyone was on the bus, each one talking about some things regarding the swords. Izuku kept his face stoic, Katsuki ate some chips that he found somewhere, and Shoto, as always, was asleep. That moment lasted for a long time until, Tsuyu, listen very well, Cypher-san. I am someone who says what I think, so I have 3 questions that I have had in my head for a long time. The first is, what is your power? The other is, why did you appear as infants in the UA tests? And the last is, what is your real age, since you look like you are 20 or older? She said, would it be the frog girl? Of course, everything remained in complete silence while everyone paid attention to what the black-haired man could say, since many had the same doubt in their heads, even Aizawa, who remained attentive as well. Izuku, Being another person, I would have told you that you don't care about garbage, but because you were direct and you are not as annoying as the rest of the gossips who listen to us, then I will answer your last 2 questions to start. We were like this because it can be said that those were our previous ones. We will only tell you that at that age we discovered our power. As for the other, we are each 16, but due to the training we had, it made our body stronger, and that is why we look older, he said. Seriously, Tsubaki, listen, during all these weeks none of you have told us what kind of power you have, and why you want to keep it hidden. Perhaps it is so important that's why you don't say anything, she said seriously while looking at them. Katsuki, and why should we tell them? Or do you think that by doing so they will investigate it to gain some advantage that they find? Nice try, for eyes, but it won't happen, he said with a smile. After hearing his words, no one was able to answer or deny his words, not even Aizawa, so everything remained in great silence while they were arriving at their stop. When they arrived, they saw the whole place, but before anyone could do anything else, a portal opened in which many beings came out while someone spoke. Charisma, how incredible this place is. It has fake villains and they look so real. It almost seems like they are going to attack us for real. Ha 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 ha, she said with a smile, and some also thought the same until someone spoke up. 113, Eraserhead, and Blizzard, huh? The information we received from the teachers said that Almight was supposed to be here. It said what looked like a villain made of mist looking in the direction of the heroines. 2. Where is she? Asked the blue-gray-haired villain. And we came with this crowd, Almight, the symbol of peace. I can't believe she's not here. I wonder if she'll come if we kill some of these, said one of them. Izuku, as always you get angry quickly. It seems that you have not changed at all, Shigaraki Tamura said seriously, causing everyone except Katsuki and Shoto to be surprised while he tells him the following. Shigaraki, I don't understand the information. It didn't say that you 3 would be here, so I'll ask what 4 sword, 6 sword and 1 sword are doing here. You being heroes, I don't think it's because of that. What are you doing with them? He said seriously while looking at them, making many surprised to know that this villain knew the 3, but they had doubts about what he meant with the 4 sword, 6 sword and 1 sword. Then someone spoke only to look at him and tell him the following. Katsuki, actually we are only here because our father Lord Aizen said we should do it, but well, leaving that aside, what are you doing here? You are still angry because I defeated you the last time we met, he said, bored. Of course, that left everyone present surprised to know that fact, and many saw the villain with his hands in his hands, who was obviously angry about that comment, while he said the following. Shigaraki, damn, with you 3 things are going to get complicated. Good thing I came prepared in case they had asked for reinforcements in these cases, he said to press a button in which a Noma that gave a roar came out. Aizawa, I won't let you hurt my offspring. Listen, you should move away and go for help. As for you 3, we'll have a lot to talk about when I'm done, he said seriously while he looked at them. After saying that the fight was very close, where the Noma was able to withstand the attacks of Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto, which for them was more fun while they lasted like that for a while along with others from the school fighting against villains until suddenly. Do not fear. Why? Because I am here, and I will protect the safety of the world, he said while hitting the Noma, creating a smoke screen that when it dispersed all the top heroes were seen. Lita, before you are the heroes, I managed to bring them in time. Now they will finish you all off, she said with a smile as she looks at the villains, only for the main character to get even angrier about what was happening. Shigaraki, damn, good thing my master predicted that something like this would happen. In that case, he said to press a button in which several Nomas came out that were an army, leaving everyone surprised. Kurogiri, now heroes, which was what all these Nomas boasted about, are strong enough to defeat All Might, and you have several quirks along with magical powers and spiritual energies, he said with a smile. Shigaraki, that's right, and with them we will manage to kill the symbol of peace along with all the members of the top, and when that happens, the whole society will fall and we will be at the top, he said with a smile. But how interesting, I see that each and every one of them were created by several humans. I would dare say that many of them were heroes, children, villains, even elderly people. Fascinating indeed, said an unknown voice. The moment everyone turned around, they saw a beautiful black-haired woman with lipstick, while she had a smile, and made the main villains get scared while someone said the following. Shigaraki, it can't be from among all of them because you had to appear, and because now what do you want in this place? He said scared, leaving all the villains and heroes surprised to see his reaction. Inko, Magnetic, hey, who are you and your identities now since you entered an area only for real heroes, she said seriously, being ignored, something that made her angry. But before anyone could say anything else, someone spoke up, saying the following. Izuku, this is surprisingly unexpected. Tell me, why are you here, mother? He said seriously but curiously, leaving everyone surprised to hear how he called her, and a certain green-haired girl felt that something broke inside her. Merlin, what can I say? It's been a long time since I saw my children and I wanted to see how they were doing. Besides, their father told me about the attack of the villains and about those gnomes, that seeing them up close are quite interesting. I love them like my laboratory rats, he said with a smile. Katsuki, as always, you have an insatiable greed for knowledge, isn't it true, dear mother? He said calmly as he approached her, just like Shoto, who had a bored look, being seen by everyone present. Nizu, who is this woman? She emanates a lot of magical power, so much so that I dare say it is infinite, and from what she says, she is Aizen's wife, so she must be just as dangerous as him. I must be careful, he thought seriously. Shigaraki, damn shitty sorceress, I won't let you do it now. Gnomes, finish her off, he said at great speed. They pounced on her, being centimeters away from hitting her while they waited for her to receive it. But to the greater surprise of many of those present, she simply snapped her fingers, causing the gnomes behind her to explode, leaving many of those present terrified, while someone said the following. Shigaraki, I should have known that those gnomes wouldn't be a problem for you, but I have many more and you won't be able to fight them all now that you're talking about it. Damn it, said so that many more come out, being 30 of them now. Merlin, it's true, maybe I can't, but I don't have to, my children will do it. Listen, kids, for this occasion you can use 50% of all your power in this battle, so have a lot of fun, he said with a smile. Of course, they were surprised by his words, but before they could say anything, a great pressure suddenly began to be felt, where everyone saw the swords who increased their power too much. Izuku, chain bat. Katsuki, crush panther. Shoto, hit the wolves. As the three said those words, they both took out their swords, making them shine while they were surrounded by auras of power that covered their entire bodies, making it impossible for people to see them. Such power was so great that it even destroyed everything that was left of the place. Many villains, such as students, flew away, as did the heroes, dispersing the power that emanated. When everyone managed to recover, they looked in amazement and fear, as now they looked different. Izuku, his horns grew, as did his clothes. His green lines turned dark while he had a pair of bat wings. Katsuki had changed his clothes, he fused with it. At the same time his hair grew, and 2 panther ears came out along with some claws. His eyes also changed, and now his bone mouth was replaced by one on his head. As for Shoto, now he had different clothes accompanied by guns in his hands and feet. Like a wolf, a white patch on his right eye as he watched everyone present. Izuku, you know it's been a while since we used 50% of all our power. Now it's time to eliminate all these trash once and for all, or what do you think, guys? Said coldly while stretching a little. Katsuki, this will be exciting. Now listen very well, idiots will be the prey of this panther, he said with a sadistic smile, while showing his fangs and sharp claws, while one of them to say the following. Shoto, it's time to end this because I'm dying of sleep, so Nomus villains are now going to be this wolf snack, he said seriously while showing his pistols as he prepared to fight. Then the three were shot at high speeds while they were mercilessly killing each of the villains and Nomus in such a bloody way that made many scared to see that none of them had mercy. First we can see Katsuki, being that he launched himself at a great speed and eliminated them to such an extent that he left many surprised to see his great speed, but the next thing they saw did leave them stunned while he spoke to say, Katsuki, Jajajajaha, that's it now. If everyone will die in my hands and I will eat them because I am a ruthless predator, he said, even using his teeth to kill each of the Nomus. But then he raised his power while seriously saying the following. Katsuki, RIP laceration. He said so that blue claws came out of his hands that hit the villains and Nomus full on, being destroyed and several parts of his body scattered and seen by an ash-haired girl. Mitsuki, Ground Zero son, what happened to you? Now you're acting and attacking like a wild animal, and I have a feeling that woman has something to do with it, he thought as he looked at Merlin. We focus on another part where Shoto was still having his usual bored look while he continues shooting at his targets, and they fall instantly while he watched all this with absolute boredom and laziness. Shoto, you guys are falling like flies. It's been a while since I last used my guns. I hope I didn't miss my aim, but I'd better finish them off now. I want to go take a nap so they die, he said to raise his aura and say the following. Shoto, zero machine gun. He said so that a blue aura surrounded him while he fired several blue rays while hitting them full on, killing them all, being seen by a white-haired woman. Ray, Blizzard, it can't be Shoto wasn't capable of doing this kind of things, his way of acting cold and merciless just like a wolf. This is my fault, if I had paid attention you would be with us, he thought, crying. Now you can see how Izuku was killing each of the nomas with great ease, while when he saw a large amount he began to say the following, and was seen by many of those present. Izuku, since I'm a little happy to use a little of my power, I'll show you the difference between us and the most powerful Zero that only the Espadas can use in our release form, he said, pointing with his finger as a black sphere with green edges formed. Izuku, Dark Zero! He said so that a ray of black and green energy came out of his hand and shot towards the villains who could not react in time, and were hit by said energy, creating an explosion that shook the place. Inko, magnetic my baby, what happened to cute Izukito who called me mommy and always wanted to be with me? What have we turned you into? She thought, crying, not wanting to see how he killed without mercy. Almight, how can I call myself a symbol of peace if I was not able to save my son, and now because of my actions he was taken by Aizen and that woman, and transformed into that, he thought sadly. Kaminari, those three are real monsters. All this time they were hiding this power. I really don't want to see any of them angry ever in my life. I will, he said, scared while seeing the massacre they were giving. Iria, oh my god, they are more powerful than I thought. That's amazing. I'm dying to make them mine. I would really love to, and maybe I'll get some points with my future sister-in-law, she thought, smiling while watching the great spectacle. Tanya, Katie, Shoko, why are we shaking? We can't really move. They are that strong. Damn it, how did they get that power? They thought with fear, but at the same time with a lot of jealousy because they believe that that power should be theirs. Hawks, those brats are real monsters in combat. I dare say that if one of us fights against them, even with all might and endeavor, we would simply be insects before them, he said, scared. When they finished attacking, everyone saw that there were only 4 nomas left in total of survivors, while these were in almost good condition, so someone spoke, saying the following. Shoto, well, now there are only those 4 left, mama. They are all yours for your experiments. Go ahead, we will wait for you since this is going to be fast, he said, so that the excited brunette goes there then say the following. Merlin, thank you very much, how nice of you to be so considerate. I love you very much, my little swords. Well, it's time to catch my lab rats and not let them escape, he said with a smile while looking at them. Merlin, infinite tornado. He said so that a large purple tornado is generated, causing many to fly out of the place, and the nomas were consumed and trapped in a bottle, while this puts a lid. Merlin, this will be a great specimen for my future experiments. I can't wait, he said with an excited smile, and to see that the whole place is completely destroyed by the woman's attack while someone speaks. Kurujiri, Shigaraki, we have to escape quickly. The plan failed completely. We must inform him about this before that crazy woman wants to experiment on us, he said, so that he would growl and both of them would end up leaving the place. Nizu, since everything has calmed down, I want to talk to you about your children and how you knew about the attack. Who was the one who told you? He said with a smile while looking at her, although he was hiding his fear for the display of power. Merlin, I'm afraid I can't answer you now, Director Nizu. For now I have to go. By the way, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, come with me because before I left your father told me that he wants to talk to you, she said, so that they nodded and went to her side. Endeavor, I don't think so, she's arrested for using her power without a license, and Shoto, don't go with that woman, she's dangerous, he said angrily as he walked towards them, trying to intimidate them, looking like an ant trying to intimidate a dinosaur. Merlin, so you are Genji Todoroki, who abandoned my little Shoto along with my other children. I'm sorry, but now I am his mother and I am a better woman than this attempt at heroines will ever do. See you later, he said, snapping his fingers and disappearing along with the 3 boys. Ray, Blizzard, I can't believe what that stupid woman said. First she brainwashes our children and transforms them into those compassionless monsters that now we can't even recognize. It makes me very angry. We should take her to Tartarus, she said angrily and clenching her fists as much as she could. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, I agree with you, that damn woman, who thinks she's capable of saying that, I'll pay for it the next time I see her, she said angrily, generating many explosions from her hands while they were about to hit someone. Almight, calm down, remember what he said, they will come back another time, that we will ask them questions about this. For now we must go back and prepare, he said, so that everyone nods their heads. Chapter 4 Talk Confrontation History and the Day of the Great Sports Festival. It's been a week since the events of the USJ, which caused a big scandal on the part of the heroes after seeing the display of both swords, and not only that, but that villain seemed to know them perfectly, which made many suspect that they are linked to them. but they ruled it out a little because he seemed to hate them both. During that time they did everything possible to keep the press quiet about it. They barely managed to do so. The news coming out that the villains attacked and that the heroes along with Class 1A managed to defeat them, hiding many facts such as the massacre that the three boys carried out. They were also waiting for the arrival of Aizen along with his wife and children, since there was no news of them until they received an anonymous note saying that they would be meeting on Monday of next week, so they prepared to receive them in some way by increasing security a little. Monday morning news. Right now we are in the UA where we can see all the top heroes gathered together with Director Nizu, who are waiting for their guests while someone says the following. Mirko, why the hell are you taking so long? We've been waiting here for an hour and you haven't arrived. What the hell are you doing that makes you take so long? I'm very bored, she said very impatiently while she had an angry look and snorted. Hawks, calm down Mirko. It's no use getting angry about this. Besides, remember that we only came to look for answers from them, he said with a nervous smile while trying to calm his colleague. Inko, magnetic you'll say that, but I'm coming directly to arrest them for taking our children. The truth is, she said angrily while everyone stares at her with some surprise at hearing her words. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, that's right, and I don't know what they did to them to give them such strange powers that don't seem to be anything we've seen before. To be honest, she said thoughtfully while looking at them. Ray, Blizzard, obviously we are not going to leave since we are still their caretakers according to the law, so if it is a crime to do so once they come we will arrest them no matter what, or I will stop calling myself Ray, Todoroki said with a confident smile. Empty lady, listen, this is still not clear to me. Although I remember correctly, in the test you yourselves said that you did not know who those children were, and now it turns out that they are your children that you are hiding from us, she said somewhat distrustfully, like some who see them. That's a long story, I'm not the one to tell it, but if you want answers, ask them because they know it better than me, said a voice that was heard in the shadows, only for Aizen to suddenly appear along with Merlin, who had their three sons Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto next to them, who had the same look as always being seen by many of the heroes, while someone speaks to tell them the following. Merlin, Director Nizu, how have you been? It's been a pleasure to see you. Gosh, why should all the top heroes be right here? It's not like he's a villain or something like that, he said with a smile while looking at them all. Nizu, even if we were a villain we wouldn't be so armed, but they are even more dangerous than All for One himself. Let's say they are precautionary measures. We are very happy that you could come. It seems that you have been somewhat busy, he said with a smile while looking at them. Aizen, stop your big show of making yourself interesting just to get information. It won't work. Now tell me why you wanted to see me and my family. I have better things to do since my time, said Boring while looking him straight in the eyes. Mirko, hey, don't disrespect Director Nizu. You better apologize. You understood me, idiot, she said angrily while she clenched her fists threateningly while she thought the following. But before anyone could say anything else, a powerful presence could be felt. It was so powerful that even everyone in the school was able to feel it. The students fell to their knees and the heroes' feet trembled when they saw who it was. It was none other than Aizen himself, who had a hostile look directed at Mirko, whose instincts told her to flee as soon as possible. Aizen, but look, we have here a rabbit trying to act brave with me. Just because I don't act is not because of weakness, it's just that I don't lower myself before the mentality of such imperfect beings who let themselves be carried away by their silly emotions. You are just garbage in my eyes, he said with a murderous look. All the heroes surrounding him, obviously without any exception, were very intimidated by the pressure of his gaze to the point of trembling. Even the symbol of peace himself trembled before him. Merlin, honey, even though I love seeing these attempts at heroes tremble like chickens before you, remember that we still need them in the future for our plan, so stop before you kill them from cardiac arrest, he said with a smile. Aizen, that's true. Well, now that I've calmed your pets, you can tell me exactly why you called us and be brief and precise with what you're going to say, he said calmly and taking the pressure off, making them all move. Nizu, well, during the battle against the League of Villains, Aizawa and 13 told us that a villain seemed to know Katsuki, Izuku, and Shoto along with his wife, and they seem to know them too. So can you clarify that matter for us? He said with a smile. Aizen, you mean that? It's simple. Before entering school, we did some business with the League of Villains and with their boss, who is called All for One. I think it was a long time ago that I don't even remember much. Let's say, he said disinterestedly. Obviously, it left everyone completely surprised except for the swords along with his wife. But many were angry when they heard how he said it in a calm and disinterested way about what someone said. Almight. I knew it, They have been working with them and provided those strange powers to those boys and corrupted them to be their servants. You deserve to be in jail, he said angrily while looking at him. When he said that, a silence was created only for both Katsuki and Aizen to laugh a little at the statement he just made, and it goes without saying that Merlin even laughed a little at that while someone said the following. Shoto, I see that what they say is true. Humans, when they become old, that's it, or they are just senile idiots from birth. Although I didn't think it was that much, the truth is, he said, bored while looking at everyone present. Izuku, but what can you expect from garbage like this? It's something typical of them that shouldn't surprise us. Even a wild and stupid animal would understand things better, he said seriously while looking at them all. Endeavor, I'm tired. Aizen just confessed everything. Now we're going to arrest them. We'll send them to Tartarus, where they will spend the rest of their lives, he said as he launched himself towards Aizen, who kept his gaze calm. Only for Katsuki to hit the man very hard with a quick movement, and then have him on his knees while he stepped on him very hard at the same time that he had a sadistic smile when he saw this and said the following. Katsuki, what's happening? Did your pride fall second best? Yes, it's surely that little thing that fell a little while ago, he said with a sadistic smile while he stepped on it, and it screamed a little in pain because of it, and tried to get up but couldn't do it. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, Katsuki Bakugo, stop doing this madness right now, she said angrily while generating some explosions in an angry manner. Katsuki, oh, and who are you? Forget it. You probably aren't someone important, he said, still stepping on hero number 2, who felt humiliated to be like that in front of all the heroes. Merlin, Katsuki, I know you enjoy humiliating them a lot, but leave them. After all, it is now more than clear that his pride as a hero and as a man is as small as his brain, he said with a smile. Katsuki, it's okay, apart from it's my fault that he's still angry just because his little spoon didn't rise for his nights alone, he said with a mocking smile as he took his foot away and stood next to his mother. Ray, Blizzard, and how did you know that? She said angrily, not realizing that with that she confirmed everything, making many hold back their laughter, and Endeavor couldn't speak out of embarrassment. Aizen, leaving that aside, as I said, I don't work per se, I only did some business with them in exchange for some missions. They provided me with things that were of interest to me, as well as here I took something that was of interest to me, and as for the other thing, these kids like me do not possess that which is called quirk, magical power or spiritual energy. It goes beyond that, he said calmly. Ryuko, even so, they are working for the villains. Do they not care what they do to how many innocent people they have killed for their help? She said angrily while she sees him. Aizen, if I don't care, and why would I? Do you see that I'm a pathetic hero? That they steal lives doesn't matter to me as long as they have something of interest to me, and we reach an agreement. The rest, as I said before, is not relevant, he said with a smile. Merlin, that's right, that's why I'm with him, and he's my husband. He's someone intelligent who knows when to act and when to attack, and they gave me good guinea pigs for my experiments, he said with a smile. Inko, magnetic, they are monsters. I don't understand why you are with them, more than that you consider them as your parents, that you don't understand that they only use you. Please go back to your real family, she said looking at the 3 boys. Shoto, that doesn't matter either, father and mother, we are only with them because they are strong, intelligent, they think before acting, and they give us a little affection. That's all that matters to us, he said yawning. Izuku, that's right, they are strong and perfect in their own ways since they don't get carried away by silly emotions and they have enough power and intelligence to back up their pride. That's why they are our family, and that's why we obey them, he said coldly. Katsuki, that's right, brother, and thanks to them we are stronger than ever. They earned our respect, a little of our admiration, something that not even those who are supposed to be the strongest heroes in the city have done for a while, trembling like little girls just from feeling 3% of our father's power. Ha 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 ha, he said mockingly. Everyone was surprised to hear the words of the 3 boys, and many were scared to know that this was only 3% of the man's power, and many wondered how strong they really were. Aizen, well, I have to go. I have things to attend to at home, love. Will you join me? There are some things I'd like to try with you and for you to see so you can tell me your opinion, he said calmly. Merlin, of course you are always good at getting my attention, and I guess it must be that thing down there that from what you told me is quite resistant, he said with a smile. Midnight, don't say those things, there are children here. She shouted angrily and blushed like some of the people in the room, who among them were some heroes who saw them both. Aizen, but I was talking about something I've been working on that is in a lower part of the place, he said, so that those with bad thoughts would simply be ashamed of it. Merlin, And so that you don't get over your nosiness and your bad thoughts, I'll say that we have had what is known as intercourse or hex, and I'll just say that your size is bigger than that of your husband's or boyfriend's, and we generally last up to 12 hours, but only when we need to release stress. Anyway, we go, he said, walking, leaving those with bad thoughts blushing. Aizen, very well, guys, you will stay here until the indicated time, he said to ruffle the hair of both boys, who said nothing and simply nodded, and the two adults left the place. Nizu, well, leaving that aside, everyone can go to their jobs. As for you, if you could do me a favor, Aizawa, take you to your classroom, he said, so that he nods and walks next to the three of them. Almight, Izuku, please come back. React. Aizen brainwashed you along with that woman. You shouldn't be with them, and to top it off, how do they say those things in front of you, he said seriously. Izuku, don't talk to me like you're equal trash, and if you have hex or not, what do I care? At least you are discreet, and I would not like to think that you say it out of envy since you only last with the bushwoman 10 minutes a week, he said to leave. Leaving the aforementioned man and his wife very blushing, the rest said nothing and each went to their respective workplaces while a certain woman followed our protagonists. Aizawa, these brats are really strong. I dare say they can easily beat the entire top. I have to be careful with them. On the other hand, it's really not even 5 minutes when I do it with Midnight. We don't last longer. Anyway, he said so they could get to the place. Midnight, wait, Aizawa, you forgot your lunch. I made it special and just for you, he said with a smile while giving it to him, while he responded saying the following. Aizawa, thank you very much, really, now I have to go. I have some classes to teach, so I have to leave. I'm really sorry if I'm not there for a while, he said calmly while he received the lunch while he had a small smile. Midnight, well, now I must go. I also have work to do, he said to kiss his cheek and leave with a smile under the watchful eye of the three boys who see him and curiously while he tells them the following. Aizawa, not a single word of what you just saw. Now we must go and everyone is waiting for us, he said so that none of them would say anything and simply arrive at the living room. When they arrived they saw all the students who were talking, but they became silent when they saw their teacher, and even more so when they saw the three boys who had their usual faces. Many were intimidated after remembering what they did when the villains came. Lita, excuse me sensei, but what are they doing here? How is it possible that the UA accepts them even after the massacre of the villains they did? That is against the rules of the city, so they should expel them now, he said, making his robot poses. Aizawa, I don't remember asking for your opinion, Lita, and they will stay with us whether you like it or not, so sit down. I have an announcement, he said so everyone could go to their places. Many stared angrily at the other three with fear while they simply ignored them completely until the teacher spoke again. Aizawa, very well, kids, I have an important announcement to make, and that is that the sports festival is approaching. You will be given time to train, he said seriously. Tsuyu, is it a good idea to do it after the villains' attacks? Kero, said the frog girl with doubt while everyone paid attention to what her teacher would say. Aizawa, that can't be because the press knows about the attack, and if we don't participate they will see that we are defenseless, and it is their opportunity for the heroes to see them and highlight them. Although three people stood out more and not in a good way, he said bored. When they said that, they just remained silent while the teacher continued teaching until the bell rang indicating that it was time to eat, and when they were about to leave. Kirishima, but what are all these students doing here? Said the redhead, seeing many students at the door while someone speaks saying, Katia, it's not obvious these extras want to investigate their opponents. Move or I'll move you, she said, making explosions with her hands. Tanya, that's right idiots, we don't have time for your nonsense, now let us pass, she shouted angrily while generating some fire in her hands. Monoma, I'm sure you two are heroes, you act more like villains, he said with a smile, making the aforementioned angry until someone spoke. Tsubaki, as one of the three class representatives, I want to know why members of other groups are obstructing the passage, she said seriously while looking at them. Shiso, it's simple, we found out that they were attacked by the villains, but it is rumored that 3 of their companions carried out a massacre, killing the villains, and we came to see if those rumors are true, he said seriously. Aizawa, how come they find out anyway? Then it's true, and in fact the ones they're looking for are those 3 boys over there, he said pointing to the swords who were with their bored looks. Monoma, so they're the ones who killed all those villains? They don't look that impressive, actually. Listen, you idiots, you're pathetic compared to the great Class B, he said with an arrogant smile. Izuku, and who the hell are you, the boyfriend of the explosive idiot? I must say that you would be a good couple. You both have more weakness than strength, something that is always expected, some simple garbage, he said seriously while looking at it. Katsuki, they said something, what does it matter? He said while he was scratching his ear in a bored way and looking away, all disinterested. As for Shoto, he was simply asleep, making the blonde angry along with many others, and then the blonde from Class B, all angry, started to attack him, a serious mistake. Monoma, HHHHHHHHHHH. He said, receiving several cuts all over his body while he falls to his knees bleeding completely while someone says, Izuku, as I suspected, you are just as or less resistant. Look at some cuts and you're dying. It's a waste of time like the rest of your class and you guys too, he said seriously. Shiso, how were you able to do it? You know you could have killed him. You don't deserve to be in this school of heroes. You're a monster, she said, somewhat scared but serious. Katsuki, that's right, idiot, we are monsters and you should know that we have no mercy with idiots, or with our enemies, and you complain about so little. If he had wanted he would have killed him since he barely used a little of his speed, he said with a sadistic smile. It goes without saying that his action made all the students leave in fear, and some of those who were with Monoma took him away from the place while someone said the following. Lida, hey, you know very well, it was not necessary to leave it like that, you know, he said seriously, although with some fear, seeing the swords who were calm, and said the following. Izuku, maybe, but I only did it to get rid of the boredom. I already wanted to hurt trash, and these always appear to hurt, and the more arrogant they are, the better to crush their egos, he said seriously and stoically. Momo, just for that reason they really should change their way of being. That is not a good attitude, and how they massacred those villains and killed them. They really want to be heroes, she said angrily while looking at them. Katsuki, I hate to ruin your moral ethics, cow breasts, but we are not here to be heroes. We are simply here because our father Aizen ordered us to, he said looking at her. Shoto, the more you understand it, the better it will be for us, and don't think that we don't feel your hateful looks for us. Hate us all you want, and you can even insult them as you please. We don't care much about that, he said yawning. Iria, well, I don't hate them, on the contrary. In fact, seeing how they did it, I must say that this display of power was impressive, and those transformations look so handsome, she said with a flirtatious smile. Izuku, I don't understand why you try so hard to woo us like that. You achieve nothing because unlike the garbage that stains this world, we don't fall for this, and the holes that each of us have are a representation of that, he said coldly. Uraraka, wait, what do you mean with those holes that you have that represent? She said something curious and with doubt while she looks at the three of them, and they respond saying the following. Katsuki, it's not obvious. I can be sadistic in fights. Shoto is lazy, and Izuku is sometimes proud, but apart from that, we are not capable of feeling any other emotion. We are empty, he said, bored. Jiru, you mean that they can only feel those emotions? Only then does it mean that because of that you are not able to feel emotions like happiness, anger, and those things, she said surprised while looking at them. Shoto, exactly, even if we wanted to, we are not capable of doing it, pretending it is one thing and feeling it is another. What is true is that in terms of getting a partner, we know how to find what is known as a soulmate, and when that happens, according to what Father told us, we will have certain strange reactions that are only awakened by that person, and we will only act that way for that person, he said yawning. Everyone was surprised to hear those words while each one had their own thoughts about it. Among them was their teacher, who thought the following. Aizawa, now that I realize they talk about their power as if it were from birth or from a race that has the same thing, it's quite interesting and explains why they are like that, he thought seriously. Tanya, those fools must be making all of that up so that that fool woman won't pay attention to them, and even if it were true we won't give up until they are ours whether they like it or not, she thought angrily with a malicious smile. Katie, damn extras, I know very well that they pretend, but I know that deep down they are the same scared people as before. We will kick their ass, and then we will make them ours, she thought with a perverted smile. Shoko, it is indeed cute to see their attempt to become strong. No matter what transformations they have, we will defeat them and we will have their virginities, she thought with an evil smile. Iria, so they can't feel anything, okay? This will be a challenge that will only make it more rewarding when they drool over me, she thought, and said with a big smile. Elsewhere, the entire League of Villains was standing there watching both Shigaraki and Kurudri coming, who when they came a screen was shown where all for one appeared. Shigaraki, Master, I am very sorry for not having been able to complete the mission. The fourth, sixth, and first sword were next to the famous sorceress, Merlin said seriously. All for one, I see, then Aizen made a deal with the UA. It will be difficult to fight against the heroes, But if they have the 3 swords of the apocalypse on their side and with Merlin it will be worse, we must be careful or our plans will be ruined, he said seriously. Shigaraki, I know master, that's why I must make an effort to stop them since defeating them will be quite difficult, he said seriously as he left the place. After a few weeks, it's finally the day of the sports festival. Everyone in the class was divided by grade, but the one that caught the most attention of all the spectators was Class 1A, since they had fought, in quotes, against the villains, and several heroes had them in their sights, but more so against our favorite swords. They were all dressed in their sports outfits. Izuku, it's good that our mother arranged these sports suits to fit our size. I was already a little tired of not having a shirt, he said seriously. Katsuki, well, now we are going to participate in this shit. I hope these punching bags are very resistant, he said with a sadistic smile while thundering his fists. Shoto, I hope at least one of them gives us a fight, and if it ends quickly it's even better, he said, stretching a little while the 3 leave the locker room until they are stopped by their ex-sisters. Tanya, listen very carefully to what we will tell you idiots at this sports festival. We will make you a very interesting bet, she said with an arrogant smile while she looks at them. Katie, that's the bet. If any of you have to face us, if we beat you, you'll have to do everything we want for the rest of your lives, she said with a confident smile. Shoko, and what do they say? Do they accept or not accept like the bunch of cowards that are stupid? Dika said with a somewhat malicious smile for thinking that he was going to beat them. Kirishima, whoa, a declaration of war towards the strongest in the class. How exciting. I also got involved in the bet they say, she said with an excited smile. Iria, I'm in anyway. It sounds quite interesting. But I assure you that if I win the fight you'll still win, she said, licking her lips. Faced with these statements, the reaction of the 3 was that they remained silent for a moment, and remained silent until a loud laugh was heard. Katsuki, ha 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 ha, you guys beat us, yeah ha 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 ha, I hadn't heard such a good joke in years, ha 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 ha, he said, laughing like crazy to the point that his bone jaw laughed along with him. Izuku, I don't understand why they would accept an imminent defeat against us if we beat them up without even using 50% of our power, which makes them believe they can now, he said in a muffled voice. Shoto, anyway, go ahead, you can play your silly game if you like, anyway, absolutely nothing will change, he said, bored while he sleeps a little. PM, this is the UA Sports Festival. The only time each year that our rookie heroes compete in a grand battle. First, you know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who blazed off a villain attack with their struggle of will. The first year of hero course. It's Class 1A. President Mike excitedly introduced, and Class 1A is leaving. Ino, it seems like we are the center of attention of the entire stadium, she said, somewhat nervous about receiving so many glances from the people surrounding everyone present. Lita, will we be able to concentrate while everyone is looking at us? Will it be part of the test to become great heroes, she said, looking at all the people watching them. PM, we're continuing with Heroes 1B class. Followed by the General Studies course, the Support course, and the Business course, he said with an excited smile. Respectively, the classes left in that order. The ones that stood out among these were the purple-haired boy who was at the door of Class 1A a few weeks ago, and the blonde boy from Class 1B that Izuku humiliated. Extra 5, seriously. We're just here to make others look good, said a boy from the General Studies class, very discouraged like some of them. Midnight, very well, my children, today I will play fair, all of you, she said with sensuality and authority in her voice. While almost all the men blushed upon seeing that. Man 1, oh, the first-year referee is the R-rank heroine, Midnight? He said, somewhat surprised but at the same time excited to see the woman. Midnight, silence, let me explain. This first round is what they call the playoffs. Every year, many people drink their tears. Now here's the catastrophic first game. When she said that, a holographic screen appeared behind her with a virtual roulette wheel which spun rapidly until it landed on a specific image for the woman to speak again. Midnight, this year, it's obstacle course. But one of the strongest students of all, Cypher Izuku, representing the students of Class 1A, come up here and say a few words, said the woman, making the named one go up to the platform in a mandatory manner. Tsubaki, do you think it would be a good idea for him to be the one to say a few words? She said, somewhat nervous, thinking about what the black-haired man with green eyes would say. Ino, of all things, I don't think it's good since Katsuki or Shoto still express something. But Izuku, I've never seen him show a single emotion, she said thoughtfully. At that moment the black-haired man arrived at the place where everyone was only for the camera to capture him directly while they waited for his words, which were the following. Izuku, I only have one thing to say, and that is that I hope that at least they manage to make me use at least 6% of my power, and if we face each other, that it is not so regrettable, he said with a dead voice to leave the place. It goes without saying that many found his way of speaking and behaving quite strange. Many saw him as arrogant, but they were afraid of his lifeless voice. PM, hey, because your student is, and even more so seems older than his brothers, he said without looking at Aizawa, who had a calm look. Aizawa, it can be said that among all of Izuku, he has no emotions and listened to everything he said. It is not out of arrogance, nor have he and his brothers used all their power, and even using 3% of their power they would be able to defeat their entire class without sweating, he said seriously. Everyone in the stadium was surprised and a little scared. How is it that a boy like that can have emotions? And others wondered why he is like this now. Chapter 5 Obstacle Courses, Intimidation, Secret Combat, and Annoyances. After Izuku finished giving his speech, many were left thinking about why he was like that. But for many it was a declaration of war, to the point where some booed him, while he simply ignored them completely, and brought out a bit of killer instinct that stopped everything, and many looked at him with some fear. Midnight. Alright, with that we can move straight to the first event, drawing the attention of everyone present. Behind her appeared a holographic screen showing different images. Obstacle course. The 11 classes will have to run a 4 km ring-shaped track around the stadium. Showing the screen. You'll have to exit from here and go around the stadium to re-enter. So everyone to your positions. When he said that, everyone was at the finish line. While everyone had thoughts, some arrogant, others nervous, but in the case of our swords, they were completely calm about the test. Midnight, are you all ready, kids? He said while looking at all the participants, while each of them had different thoughts about these. Tanya, now I'm going to win this competition so that those losers can learn who their masters are. I can already imagine their screams of pain, she thought arrogantly while she positions herself and takes out her power. Katie, I won't let all these extras beat me, except those idiots will regret not taking me seriously, and then I'll try my new torture methods, she thought, taking out her explosions. Shoko, we've been friends for a long time, but that's not why I'll let them beat me. Once I win I'll claim those 3 as my prize, she thought in lustful Yandere style. Midnight, ready, everyone set NDIE out IE. He said while moving his whip many times at the same time that the doors were opening for the students to go to the competition. The moment he said that, before someone did anything, they were interrupted by about 3 speed waves that sent many of the students flying. When they managed to see, they were surprised to see the 3 swords who were flying in the place. Present Mike, and the students Izuku, Cypher, Katsuki, Jiggerjax, and Shoto Stark have taken the lead with great speed and are heading towards the first obstacle course, the 0 points. Something to say, my dear colleague. Aizawa, I didn't know those 3 were capable of flying, but if they are just barely showing some of their strength, I tell you this because I have witnessed their great power, he said seriously looking at the screen. Tanya, but what the hell, those idiots can fly, how is it possible? She said angrily, speeding up her pace while trying to catch up with both of them who were leaving a wave of destruction. Katie, extra idiots are making fun of us. I'm not going to let them take away my position that rightfully belongs to me. You'll see that I'm the only woman, she said, increasing her speed with the explosions. Shoko, how dare they not have told us that they could do that? When I beat them all I will punish them for that, said, using her fire and ice to be able to accelerate the pace. Meanwhile our swords were together while they were finishing off each of the 0 points in a somewhat rapid way while they were somewhat bored. Katsuki, I thought I would at least feel some warmth from the emotion, but they are the same robots we faced, and honestly they are still just as weak, he said while destroying one of them with his sword. Izuku, it seems that these idiots continue to underestimate us, even seeing a small display of power that they themselves witnessed a few days ago. What can you expect from garbage? He said boredly, throwing zeros at them. Shoto, it was a good idea to hide that we could fly until now. I guess none of them knew about that. What is certain is that it is a bit lazy to do it, he said, dodging their attacks. Tanya, Katie, Shoko, Monoma, we will not allow you to go further than me. They said no while something was happening near our protagonists. So when they saw this they simply increased their speed a little while these were divided, and these destroyed them one by one. At the same time they saw the finish line where the one who finished in first place was present. Mike, participant Katsuki Jiggerjax, takes first place in the first competition of the sports festival, plus Izuku Cypher takes second place and Shoto Stark takes third place. Aizawa. If I didn't know them, I would say it was by luck, but I can bet it was because Shoko is lazy to be the first place, and Katsuki loves being the center of attention of his prey, and Izuku doesn't give a shit about this competition, he thought, looking at his students. Extra 1. That's the power of Class 1A is amazing. We were not able to even reach any of the 3 that Incredibles said, surprised. Extra 5. I've heard rumors that there were members of Class 1A who eliminated many villains. I wonder if they are the ones from the rumors, he said thoughtfully. Time skipped 10 minutes later. Katie. Again I was overcome by these useless people, damn it, why, she said angrily while hitting the floor, all angry with her explosions. Tanya. TKS, they were just lucky, but I'm sure that next time I will make sure to win. I don't care what methods they have to use to make them see that they are below me. Shoko. They won this time, but next time I assure you that I will win and claim my prize from the next competition. I won't let them beat me, she thought determinedly. They came in first place again, which was expected of the strongest in our class, and this test is definitely not my thing, she said, somewhat tired while watching them. Monoma, those bastards, but you'll see when I just touch them I'll show my great power, he said with an arrogant smile as he stood up. Tsubaki, I must manage my speed. I recognize that this is one of my weaknesses, but I never expected them to be able to fly. It's surprising. I wonder what kind of abilities they are still hiding, she said thoughtfully. Aria, maybe I haven't been able to reach them, but I'll just wait for them to be alone, and we'll do many things together, she said in a perverted tone while looking at the 3 swords. Lita, depressed, I can't believe I was left behind with this Quirk, she said while having a sad look, since she thought that by being fast she would get the victory. Kirishima, what can you expect from them? They are full of surprises, he said, sighing tiredly as they arrived with the rest of those present. Midnight, the first event of the first year is over. Now, look at the results, he said, pointing to a table, where the following was shown. Places: 1. Katsuki Jigerjax. 2. Izuku Cypher. 3. Shoto Stark. 4. Tanya Midoriya Yagi. 5. Shoko Todoroki. 6. Katie Bakugo. 7. Tenya Lida. 8. Nito Monoma. 9. Tsubaki Shinra. 10. Karissima Yanjai. 11. Momo Yaoyorozu. 12. Lucifer Vala. 13. Jiro Kyuka. 14. Ochako Uraraka. 15. Tsuyasui. 16. Mei Hatsum. 17. Isami Hayato. 18. Itoshi Shinsu. 19. Yaiti Okiba. 20. Ino Yamanaka. 21. Citri Sona. 22. 22. Itsuka Kendo. 23. Gremory Rias. 24. Himejima Akino. 25. Genshiro Saji. 26. Denki Kaminari. Midnight, the 26 who made it to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't worry if you didn't make it. We'll prepare other opportunities for you to shine. Licked his lips. The real competition starts now. The press cavalry will be everywhere. Give it your all. After saying that, many remained thoughtful about the next round, although some swords were completely calm about what was going to happen while the woman spoke again, saying the following. Midnight. The roulette wheel spun. Now, the second event. I know everyone already knows what it is, but what will it be? What will it be? Like I said, now, I showed the result. Cavalry battle. A cavalry battle? I'm bad at those things. What am I going to do? I thought, completely distressed, while a person speaks, saying the following. Cavalry battle. I've seen some of those events on TV and I always wanted to participate in some of them, and now I have the opportunity, she said excitedly. Tsuyu, it's not an individual event. How will it work? Carol, said the frog girl while looking at the screen somewhat curiously while the woman speaks again. Midnight. Let me explain. Participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people, with whoever they want. It's basically the same as any normal cavalry battle. The only difference is depending on the result of the last event, each person will be assigned a score. Saji. So the point system is like the entrance exam, huh? It's easy to understand, really, the blonde boy said thoughtfully while looking at the woman. Rias. In other words, each team will have different points depending on who is on the team, said the red-haired woman looking at the heroine, who said the following. Midnight cracks his whip. Don't talk while I'm talking. Now I'll show you how many points each of you will have, he said, showing the screen. 1. Katsuki Jigerjax, 10 million. 2. Izuku Cypher, 500,500. 3. Shoto Stark, 333,300. 4. Tanya Midoriya Yagi, 100.00. 5. Shoko Todoroki, 50.00. 6. Katie Bakugo, 10.00. 7. Tenya Lida, 3,000. 8. Nito Monoma, 1500. 9. Tsubaki Shinra, 900. 10. Karissima Enji, 750. 11. Momo Yaoyorozu, 525. 12. Lucifer Vala, 489. 13. Jiro Kyuka, 420. 14. Ochako Uraraka, 396. 15. Tsuya Asui, 321. 16. Mei Hatsum, 288. 17. Isami Hayabu, 265. 18. Itoshi Shinsu, 230. 19. Waitio Kiba, 211. 20. Ino Yamanaka, 199. 21. Citri Sona, 178. 22. 169. 22. Itsuka Kendo, 168. 23. Gremory Rias, 153. 24. Himejima Akino, 135. 25. Genshiro Saji, 127. 26. Fourth Zenobia, 103. 27. Shido Irina, 83. 28. Denki Kaminari, 78. Midnight. As shown on the screen, the 26 participants will receive ribbons that indicate their points, and they have to reach the finish line to win, the woman said excitedly while moving her whip. Tsubaki. In other words, if you defeat the team of the player with the most points, then you will win. It's quite interesting, although it seems like cheating, she said thoughtfully while looking at the blue-haired man. Midnight, smiling, that's right, it's a survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to reach the top, she said with a smile as she looks at them. So everyone stared at our swords, specifically Katsuki trying to intimidate him, who just lowered his head, which made many people smile arrogantly for thinking that they intimidated them, but that passed to shock when seeing how both increased their power. Then someone speaks saying, Katsuki, this couldn't be more perfect. Now I'll have more prey to bathe in their blood. In that case, attack me if any of you have the slightest chance, he said with a smile, raising his power. Midnight. During the game, it will be a cruel battle where they can use their quirks, but it is still a cavalry battle. They will get a red card for attacks that try to deliberately knock down others. They will be removed immediately. Katsuki, how bad? Well, I'll crush them when there are fights, he thought, still with his sadistic smile, while the woman speaks again, saying the following. Midnight. 15 minutes appeared. Now you have 15 minutes to make your teams start, she said while all the students were getting into their positions. Izuku, based on logic, it would be best if we were a team, since we are the target of many of those who participate. Although among them, one intrigues me, said Stoic. Shoto, so you noticed it anyway. I don't know why it's here, but we have to know. For now we should prepare ourselves, although I don't feel like running, he said, yawning. Katsuki, that gives me a great idea, since we still have an ace up our sleeve that no one else knows about, he said while whispering his plan in his brother's ears, and they simply nodded. Present Mike, wake up. Eraser patting his partner awake after 15 minutes of team building and strategizing. 12 teams have formed up on the field, and now, raise your war cries. It's time for a bloody battle in the UA. The teams are seen ready and prepared for the fight, while Katsuki's gaze once again became challenging, along with a mocking and sarcastic smile, while they began a countdown. Midnight, all right. Begin, he said instantly, whipping his whip against the ground, indicating that it was time for the next round. That was the shout given by the plus 18 heroine that started the cavalry combat, where all the teams obviously went for Katsuki, Shoto, and Izuku because they were the ones with the most points. But the team had anticipated this beforehand. Students from all classes and schools, this is practically a battle for 10 million points, he said, heading with his team towards the sword team. Obviously our swords went at great speed, while these using their skills repelled any attack that sent some of them flying and retreating, while these without realizing it had stolen some tapes. For a long time they continued counterattacking in a way that none of them were able to do anything to them until they saw how further ahead there was a trap. There was a big explosion, and when they saw they were completely surrounded, and each of them launched several attacks towards them. Sona, give up, you have no chance, you are completely surrounded from all sides. There is no logical way in which any of you can dodge it, she said seriously while they watch everyone as they slowly approach. Rias, what a good idea, Sona. Having made everyone attack them, and now that we all surround them, there will be no way for them to dodge it, I thought seriously. Vale, I'm sorry, but I have to win. I can see at a glance that those three are quite strong. Now it's time for us to win this challenge, he said with a smile. Izuku, I must say it was a good strategy to corner us like this. I suppose if it were someone else we would be in serious trouble. However, things are not going to happen. he thought while they formed a kind of black crack. The moment they did this, they crossed the crack, causing all the teams to crash into each other, leaving them completely injured. Only for the moment they regained consciousness to be heard the teacher screaming, "Present mic! This is incredible. The team of the participants Izuku, Cypher, Katsuki, Jigerjax, and Shoto Stark have won the round again," he said excitedly while the public simply applauds for what happened. "Tanya, what the hell did they do? We had them completely surrounded. There was no way they would lose," she screamed furiously, making a scene, and she wasn't the only one doing it. "Katie, so it is impossible that those extras have beaten me. They surely cheated," she said furiously while launching herself at them, giving several explosions that were repelled with a kick that sent her flying. "Shoko, bastards, how did you even think you're stronger than me? Now we'll finish all of you," she said as she took out her ice and fire from her hands. "Monoma, at no time did they use any attacks, and if they cheated I demand that they disqualify them," he said angrily, only to receive several cuts again while falling to the ground, only to hear the following. "Izuku, as always, trash is not able to accept its weaknesses, and that is why it will always be trash. Do you think that we were not aware that they were only going after us?" said Stoic. Shoto. Literally their eyes only pointed towards us, and seeing how idiots they can all be, they decided to do the path that seems easy, which is to take our bands, something that only became a great weakness, he said, showing several bands in his hand. "Katsuki, ha 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 ha, you are so stupid. While these were competing to steal our ribbons, you didn't see that we took many of you. Now, because of your recklessness, many of you will not be in the next round. How I love to crush your pride," he said sadistically, causing many to get scared because they didn't have their bands while they were going to say something but were interrupted by the murderous instinct of all of them that left them silent while someone seized them. "So the fourth sword, the sixth sword, and the first sword are here. It's quite strange, although it will be quite interesting to face them all," he thought, looking at our protagonists. After the event ended, they took a few moments to rest while each of them went to rest, although many were harassing our swords, and while Katsuki went to eat, while Izuku and Shoto were walking calmly through the hallways until they were interrupted by two white-haired men. "Fuyumi, hello little brother. We are very happy that you are okay, and I am glad that you made it to the next round," she said with a smile while she seized him, but he completely ignored her, making her sad. "Natsuo, hey Shoto, what's wrong with you? Why are you so rude to Fuyumi? We just wanted to congratulate you on making it to the next round, and you reject her like that," he said angrily. "Shoto, ah? They were talking to me, thanks I guess," he said, bored and uninterested while he started walking again, making the white-haired boy even angrier. But with a quick movement he received several cuts. "Fuyumi, why are you like this, Shoto-kun? I just want us to be a family again like we were before," she said with tears in her eyes while he just looks at her with disinterest. "Shoto, I think you're wrong, Miss Todoroki. We were never really anything. Even when I was that weakling in my memories, none of you paid attention to me and you mistreated me. If that's what you mean by being a family again, then no, thank you. I'll pass," he said as he left, leaving us devastated. Then they saw Katsuki, who was returning from eating, so they were talking calmly while talking about a specific topic. "Izuku, by the way, what did you do with that blonde girl called Iria? If I'm not mistaken, you said she went to talk about something. What exactly was it?" She said something curious. "Katsuki, let's say I gave him what he was looking for. He tried to seduce me, so I showed him how to seduce. Well, he was completely paralyzed," he said with a smile. "Elsewhere, you can see a blonde who was in the bathroom completely aroused by what happened. She was even quite blushed while repeating the same thing. Iria, that was incredible. Never in my life have I experienced anything like that. I want it again. It has to happen to me again. I need it," she thought with a silly smile. After the break ended, the participants who made it to the next round were present, while the woman spoke again, saying the following. "Midnight. Now that we've gotten the tickets to determine the spots, but before the tournament begins, we'll have the recreational games. The 20 finalists who will face each other in battles will be shown like this. List of combats to be treated. 1. Versus Charisma Enji. 2. Izuku Cypher vs Hitoshi Shinsu. 3. Shoto Stark vs Rias Gremry. 4. Tsubaki Shinra vs Katie Bakugo. 5. Lita Tenya vs Tanya Mirori Yagi. 6. Zenobia IV vs Vala Lucifer. 7. Akino Himejima vs Nito Monoma. 8. Isami Hayada vs Genshiro Saji. 9. Shoko Todoroki vs Shido Irina. 10. Kiba Wayutio vs Katsuki Jigerjax. End of the list of combats. The entire audience was completely excited to see everyone's fight. However, our swords were somewhat curious to know about the first fight. Present mic. Hey guys, are you ready? Everyone starts shouting with excitement. A lot happened, but we're finally here. A serious fight. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll have plenty of situations like this. You get it right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use everything to win. Saying that, the first round was shown where you can see Charisma, who had a smile, while next to him you can see a man with a mask and some kind of armor. Present mic. The rules. Immobilize your opponent, or knock them out of bounds. You can also make the other say, I give up. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. We have our recovery girl waiting. Put morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, putting your lives on the line is bullshit. It's not allowed. Heroes only fight to catch villains, cementos. Finishing making a cement throne. I'll stop them if things get out of hand, he said with a smile. While watching them. Present mic. Ready? Begin. He said as they prepared to fight while each of them looked directly at each other, although it was not noticeable from the other because of the mask. Charisma. Let's give it our all and have a manly fight that we'll all be completely proud of no matter the outcome, he said to activate his quirk while looking at him with a smile as he launched himself to attack him. With his fists he threw several punches at him, which he received all of them fully while creating a large smoke screen where no one was able to see what was happening. While in doing so no one was able to see it until someone finally spoke. Present mic. Impressive. The young Charisma launches a demolishing burst. Maybe this be the end of the mysterious participant. What do you think? Eraserhead said, looking at his friend, who said the following. Aizawa, something is wrong with everything and I feel like this is not over yet. This gives me a déjà vu regarding what is about to happen right now, he said, watching the fight while he sees how his student threw many blows towards his opponent. When the smoke dispersed, the true appearance of the being was seen, being a black-haired man with short hair and a beard with a sword that surprised certain people who saw him, since they were able to recognize the face of the boy with whom they were now in front of them. Issei, wow, I was very careless letting my mask break like that. I liked it a little. Now I feel weird without it. Anyway, what can I do? He said as they stood up in a bored manner looking at their opponent. Present mic. The mysterious young man finally shows his face, and we have received his information. It is said that his name is Striker Issei, formerly member of the wealthy Hayato family, being the firstborn, who is supposed to have disappeared 10 years ago after an accident that was so unexpected that he appears with US ladies and gentlemen, he said, so that many would be surprised, many who see them, since it was a national chain. Author's note: it is not going to be the cliché of betrayed and abused. It is going to be something else that will be a little relevant, and will be seen as passes. End of author's note. Valley. So he is the brother that Isami had told me about. Wow, he really looks older and his gaze worries me. His presence is like seeing a warrior from several eras. I shouldn't be confident if I ever have to face him, he thought seriously. Isami, that's my older brother, he's really alive. What a joy. For a moment I thought I would never see you again, he said, crying with happiness while looking at the screen where the brown-haired man can be seen. While she was not the only one. Rias. Issei-kun, is it really you? If it's a dream, I don't want to wake up yet. I want to know what happened to you during the time we didn't see each other. I already miss my childhood love, she thought, blushing as she couldn't wait to see her beloved. Akino. Era, I knew you couldn't die. You still have to fulfill the promise we made each other since we were children, and you look quite handsome with that new appearance you have right now, she thought with a smile and blushed at the same time. Izuku Katsuki Shoko. Then our suspicions were correct. We never expected that he was trying to tear you silent, or better known as the cursed sword. What someone like you will do here and more participating in this kind of events, they thought, recognizing the subject. Sona, that's Issei, he's really alive. Although his gaze looks different, that instinct that emanates is completely different. What things must have happened to you during these years of absence, and even more so, why did he never return? She thought, looking at the black-haired man. Tsubaki. So that is Rias's former fiancé who was supposedly killed in an accident. We have to see what is happening, and I feel that it has to do with those three boys, that their clothes are quite similar. Actually, I thought seriously. Issei, well, now that many know my true identity, man, I wanted to go unnoticed so as not to attract attention. Apart from the fact that I really like that one, what does it matter? As you can see my face, it's time to end this, he said seriously while looking at them. When he said that, he activated his sword, which turned red, and launched himself at great speed, leaving a hole of crimson red light around him, and launched several cuts towards Charisma, who was not able to dodge it, and only the trail of power was seen that many were not able to see, not even the heralds of the top, only the swords were able to see it. Kirishima, I see that you are quite strong. I would even dare to say that your strength is comparable to that of my classmates who are monsters in battle. You are a great warrior indeed, he said weakly as he fell to the floor. Issei, your attitude is really curious. I thought you would be angry, but I see that you are honest. Unfortunately, you were not able to defeat my sword Uramesa. Anyway, this encounter ended, he said to seal his sword, generating more cuts that made him unconscious. Present mic, amazing ladies and ladies, the young striker Issei rise with victory with great ease. He shows a lot of his power. Could he perhaps surpass our prodigies? He said so that the entire audience applauded and he left the place. He was walking through the halls, being completely alone, and then he met our protagonists, even though in the distance there were other people. But when he ran into them, he saw them and said the following. Issei, I thought it was impossible, but it's true, the three swords of the apocalypse are in the human world. What are you supposed to do here? They should be in the Huo Mundo since they are important pieces for Aizen, right? He said seriously while looking at them. Shoko, we are only here by order of our father Lord Aizen for a mission that once it ends everything you know will cease to exist. That is something that will happen in due time, he said seriously while looking at him. Izuku, and what about you, Curse Sword? After our father Aizen took office, you went down the Huo Mundo alone. You never cared about your race, not even about our ancient war with the Soul Society, said Stoic. Katsuki, tell me, are you allied with someone who is trying to neutralize our father Lord Aizen's plan? Because if so, then I'm afraid we'll finish you off, and I think you know that you won't be able to beat us three, right? He said seriously while looking at him. Issei, as you well know, I have never cared about what happens to my race, so I do not care if it falls or not, and I am only here looking for the worthy rival who will break my curse, and maybe with that I will be able to find the peace I always wanted to have, he said seriously while looking at him. Before they could say anything else, the black-haired man was hugged by three women who were none other than Rias, Akino, and Isami, who had tears in their eyes which left everyone present confused without exception, while one of them said the following. Isami, little brother, I'm really glad that we finally found you, where you've been all this time, he said, looking at the black-haired man who still had his stoic gaze and who still wasn't able to understand what was happening right now. Rias, that doesn't matter much now. I finally know you're here, so we can finally pass the lost time, he said while kissing her cheek as well as the black-haired girl, who were more than happy to see him back, only for him to say, Issei, I understand, you must be Isami, who is supposed to be my sister, and Rias Gremory, my fiancé, along with Akino, who also came to feel feelings. I'm sorry for what I'm going to say, and I know it sounds harsh, but everything that I once felt no longer exists, he said, separating. Vala, damn bastard, how can you say that when you don't know that they were always crying for you and you react this way, he said, trying to hit him, being avoided by the first sword that had him in his hand. Shoto, you must calm down. Believe me, when he says that everything he felt does not exist, it was because all emotion was taken away from him along with his memories. That is something that everyone knows about him, he said to the surprise of everyone present. Akino, wait, you're trying to say that someone took your emotions along with your memories, but how is that even possible? And who was that bastard? She said angrily, thinking about who was the one who took her beloved's emotions. Issei, I don't remember who I was exactly. I only remember waking up with nothing of me when I wanted to see about my identity. I compared my DNA with the records, only then did I discover who I was in the past. Even so, I am not able to feel anything, and all the memories that came to live with me, I don't have them, said Stoic. Rias, so you mean that you don't even remember the promise we made to be boyfriends when we grew up? The beautiful moments we lived, she said, crying, and in that instant that she saw them she had a blurry memory that disappeared almost instantly. Issei, even though I made that promise, I must fulfill it. Okay, I will be your boyfriend along with Akino's. What is true is that I have my goal of breaking my curse, but if there is a possibility that you help me break it with your memories, I will accept it, and I only accept because I do not like to see two girls as beautiful as you cry, he said, a little blushing. It goes without saying that both Rias and Akino blushed upon seeing his expression, but at the same time they were happy to hear his words while they hugged him and kissed each one on his cheek with much love and affection, which caused a small smile to appear. Isami, and I'm your younger sister, and you're not going to try to do something for me. You're an idiot. I see that you've changed us and that during these years, you always end up forgetting me. You're a bad brother, she said, pulling his ear with a pout while he responded the following. Issei, it's okay, I'll try to get closer, but let me go, it's annoying. Please take it away from me, sister. If you wanted me to say it, I already said it. Now let me go, he said angrily, only to have it pulled harder, while letting out a giggle at hearing her words. Shoto, gosh, who would see the cursed sword expressing a bit of emotion? I think that shows that if he managed to do it, why not? But only time will tell when we will feel that. He thought as he retired with his brothers. Chapter 6 Surprises Fights Demonstration of Power Humiliation Specials. Previously on Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto abandoned. The sports festival was taking place where it began with an obstacle course in which the students demonstrated their abilities. However, our swords stood out. The same happened in the cavalry test. There was nothing interesting. It was not until the first fight that Charisma of Class 1A fought against a completely mysterious being who ended up discovering his identity as Issei Hayato, who was supposed to have disappeared. But more than that, his surprise came when he learned that he was in fact an Arankar, better known as the Cursed Sword. Because of that, he had a type of curse that transformed him. He doesn't remember his past, but he does know who he is, and he also has no feelings. Because of that, his acquaintances felt sorry, but this gave them an opportunity to try to make him remember. After that, the fights continued without any interest. Our swords managed to defeat them as if nothing had happened. Even the only ones that were interesting were Isami's along with Vala's, who demonstrated their great power along with other participants present. We found ourselves in the food section where our swords were, accompanied by the Cursed Sword along with some girls who were none other than Rias, Akino and Isami, who were talking about things, explaining what their race was and what they had to go through. But at this moment they were talking about something in particular. Rias: and well, I want to know, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, is there any girl that you are interested in or that even caught your attention at the time? She said with a smile, while she looks at the three of them and said the following. Izuku: for now there isn't one, Rias, and the truth is I highly doubt that we will ever have a girlfriend. Maybe Katsuki does, but I highly doubt it because for me they are all just trash, he said coldly while looking at her with his empty eyes. Katsuki: ha 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 ha, you say that but only with humans, but what about a certain Arankar number 3? He said so that everyone is surprised by his words. Shoto: in fact, now that you mention it, I've seen how sometimes you get a little nervous when you're with her. You even blushed a little when she kissed you on the cheek, he said, looking at him. Issei: I suppose they are talking about Tirharabel, the third sword of their organization. In fact, in one of my missions I had to fight for her. She always says that she becomes strong for her master, but she also does it for a certain person. I wonder if it's you, he said thoughtfully. Akino: Era, but who would say that Izuku had it so hidden? You have no reason to be ashamed. I'm sure she will reciprocate if you tell her, and you can hide it in your emo mode without emotions, but if you don't you will regret it, said with a smile while looking at him. Izuku: I'm going to think about whether to do it because I admit it, she's the only one who has made my heart beat per hour, and she's also the only one who I think is beautiful. But why don't you do the same? Katsuki said seriously with Yoruichi Shihoin. Isami: it seems that little Izuku was not the only one who kept his secret partners. Can you tell us who she is? He said with a smile, while the aforementioned blushed a little because of that. Katsuki: Yoruichi is the leader of the Shihoin family, former captain of the 2nd Division, and currently a soul of the Rakangai. Her personality is quite relaxed. She doesn't take things too seriously most of the time, except when it's something serious or important. In those cases she's quite serious and scary. She's beautiful with cute yellow eyes, and we always have fights in which we have a great time, and we even spend time training and being together. But that doesn't mean that I like her, he said looking away blushing. Shoto: for God's sake, I've seen how she flirts with you many times when you're alone. Just like Izuku, you should confess what you feel for her. Remember your mother's words. The heart is what tells us who we like, he said, drinking some water. Rias: and what do you say? Shoto: is there someone you like? He said, looking at the aforementioned, who thought about it for a moment, while he sighed and fell asleep. Izuku: that idiot. Every time you want to know something about him, he falls asleep. He uses it as his weapon since he can fall asleep at will, and you can even stay asleep for long periods of time, days, weeks, months, years, and no one is able to wake him up, he said, watching him snore. But before anyone could say anything else, Shoto dodged a katana slash that alerted everyone only to see a woman who had a sword while someone spoke. Issei: Katana, what are you doing here? I thought you said that this event thing didn't matter to you, so if I remember correctly you even told me that you had better things to do, he said looking at the aforementioned, who was only looking at Shoto, and said the following. Katana: and if the truth is that human things don't matter to me, but it wasn't until I found out that you were here. can you explain to me why you didn't tell me that you would be in the human world? I only found out through the rumors that were spreading in the hollow world, she said seriously and angrily. Shoto, listen, it was sudden. I told you that my father, Lord Aizen, left us the mission of being in the human world and we are still doing it. That's why I haven't returned and I promise that I will keep in touch with you, he said, looking at her. Katana, you better watch your next fights. I'll stay with you from now on. I can't avoid the idea that you're not with me all the time, she said seriously just so he could hug her while saying, Shoto, believe me, even if you don't believe it, I still miss you, Katana. But if that's what you want, I'll do it for you, he said while she snuggled up to the boy's chest and everyone looked at them strangely. Issei, hey Katana, can you tell me what kind of relationship you have with the First Sword since you are not one to hug anyone? Even in the human world you killed all the men who tried to advance on you, he said confused. Katana, so you haven't told them about the fact that you're my boyfriend and on top of that you're my future husband. Why didn't you tell them? Are you so embarrassed that's why you hid our relationship? Are you just playing with me or have you already cheated on me, idiot? She said angrily, slapping him many times in a tender way. Shoto, it's not that. I didn't want you to know until we returned to Huo Mundo and told you, and I've never been unfaithful to you. You know very well that I've only fallen in love with one person and that's you, he said with a small smile. Katana, I hope so because remember that you are only mine and I am yours. That is why I will be watching you from the shadows and remember that I want my special night, she said to kiss him on the lips passionately, being the sight of many who were surprised. The kiss lasted for a while until the two separated, and she kissed him one last time before leaving in the darkness, leaving a great silence until someone spoke to say the following. Katsuki, it can't be the lazy Shoto who is almost so unsocial that Izuku now turns out that he has a girlfriend and that on top of that she is his fiancée. He shouted quite surprised just like Izuku was like the rest. Izuku, Shoto, why didn't you tell us you had a girlfriend? You know that between brothers we never hide anything. I hope you have an explanation, if not you will receive a zero, he said pointing with his fingers generating a lot of power. Rias, I'm still confused before I want to know who she was and how do you know her? Issei-kun, maybe she's a friend of yours or something like that, she said with doubt while she sees him, and he sighs while saying the following. Issei, she is Katana and she is my partner, just like me, she is a cursed Arrancar. It is said that in her life as a human, her husband, who was a swordsman, was actually an ancient Arrancar, but when he died, he was filled with so much sadness that his spirit remained in his sword and thus it was transformed into a sword known in Huo Mundo as the Silent Sword, although I did not know that she was your de facto partner. I am surprised how you met her, he said, looking at the first sword. Shoto, it happened in one of my missions in Huo Mundo in the old war against the Soul Society. She and I had a battle together. For some reason I didn't kill her and I healed her wounds, then we started to be together, and we became a couple when the peace treaty was made between both sides. The two of us spent time sharing, but when Lord Aizen ordered them to go to the human world, I had to say goodbye to her. Only Papa and Mama know, he said, looking at them all. Katsuki, now I understand why you were always late at that time. I thought it was because you spent all your time sleeping. Who would have thought that our little brother kept these things to himself? He said mockingly while looking at him. Izuku, I think that with what I've seen so far you can know that love does exist, although I don't know what I should say to Harabel, since I have very few emotions. It will be a headache, he thought, sighing. Time skip 1 hour later. Midnight. Very well to all of you, the break time is over. Now we will move on to the next semi-final fights that will be shown on the screen while it showed the following. List of combats to be treated. 1. Hayate Issei vs Shoto Stark. 2. Katie Bakugo vs Izuku Cypher. 3. Isami Hayata vs Tanya Miroria Yagi. 4. Vala Lucifer vs Katsuki Jigerjax. 5. Shoko Todoroki vs Akino Himejima. End of the list of combats. The entire audience was completely excited to see the semi-final fight, but everyone had their own thoughts about the fights they see, so someone spoke up. Issei, then I will fight against the First Sword. I am grateful to fate for having placed us in this fight. I hope he is the worthy rival I have sought to face, my dear Uramesa, who has longed for this battle for so long. He thought seriously. Katie, it's my chance to get revenge for the humiliation of that idiot, and with this help I will defeat him, and then the reward will be my obedient sperm sac, she thought with a smile. Valley, perfect. In the end I will fight against someone who is worth fighting. I will show why I have the last name Lucifer along with another surprise that I have with Isami, he thought smiling while watching his rival. Isami, So she's Izuku's supposed sister. I'm going to destroy her from afar. It's clear that she's a hitch who only cares about herself and no one else, so I won't have mercy on her, he thought, looking at the green-haired girl. Akino, she is the one who hurt Shoto in the past. It disgusts me to know what they are trying to do to him and his brothers. That is really sick. I will destroy her with my rays, he thought sadistically while watching the screen. Present mic. Hey guys, are you ready? Everyone starts shouting with excitement. A lot happened, but we're finally here. A serious fight. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll have plenty of situations like this. You get it right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use everything to win. Now you can see in the arena both Issei and Shoto who stare at each other while the entire audience applauds when they see them, but each of them has their thoughts about this fight. Present mic. On one side we have the mysterious boy who was believed to be dead and now returns to demonstrate his power in combat, Haida Issei, and on the other side one of the best of Class 1A who is known for being merciless and very lazy, Shoto Stark. Seriously, did you have a secret son or something, Aizawa? Aizawa? Of course not, although I can't deny that he resembles me in the part of being a first-class lazy person, and I would like to adopt him as my son, he said the last thing in his thoughts while looking at the place. But before anyone else could speak, a very beautiful woman appeared in the middle of the sand, leaving many men blushing, women amazed by her beauty. But in the case of the heroes, they were alert since they know her very well. Merlin, I found out that my dear son Shoto was going to fight against the cursed sword. It's interesting. I want to see the extent of his power, so if you want to fight without any limits and to prevent the public from flying away, you should do it, he said, making several poses and saying, Merlin, in the perfect cube. He said to summon a great barrier that left everyone surprised while it simply goes to the stands to see the great spectacle that is approaching. Present mic. The rules. Immobilize your opponent, or knock them out of bounds. You can also make the other say, I give up. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. We have our recovery girl waiting. Put morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, putting your life on the line is bullshit. It's not allowed. Heroes only fight to catch villains, he said, looking at the two, but they didn't care. Katana, it's been a long time, teacher. It's strange that someone like you wanted to come down to the human world since you prefer to carry out experiments, she said, bowing, looking at the woman. Merlin, dear Katana, I see that you finally found your beloved Shoto. Yes, I knew it because one of my spies who watches over the human world informed me. I never thought that I would see you as your friend, the cursed sword said with a smile. What none of them managed to see was that the Todoroki family made up of Rei, Natsuo, Fuyumi, who were witnesses and heard their words, went to confront them, very angry about it, while someone says, Rei, it's you until you finally show your face. I'm going to make you pay for brainwashing my son Shoto. I'm going to take you to jail. Dirty, fourth-rate villain. I hope you're ready for justice, she said angrily as she sees her. Merlin, I didn't know it was a crime to be a good mother. And leave this aside, you only live in the past. That child that you once gave birth to no longer exists, stopped existing a long time ago, and you want him back when before you didn't even care about his well-being, and I don't have control over him because I only showed him what a mother should be with her child, but of course someone as inferior as you will never understand something like that. Of course, these words angered both mother and the two young people who rushed to use their quirks against her, but from one moment to another their powers disappeared while someone speaks to say, Natsuo, why can't I use my quirk? What did you do to us, damn fourth-rate witch? He said, trying to throw his fire. But absolutely nothing happened, just like the other girl who tried to use her ice without any success. Merlin, that's all I used was my total cancellation. I cancelled his powers. No one will be able to use them for a while. So it's not worth getting angry over nonsense. Better enjoy the fight that will happen between my son and the cursed sword, he said to walk next to his apprentice. Fuyumi, please, I just want my little brother back. Tell me Nachan to hug me and I want to spend time with him. I can't live knowing that my little brother is not here, she said, crying, tears in her eyes while they looked at her scene, until someone said, Katana, then it would be better if you committed suicide since Shoto feels nothing for you or for his attempts at a family. Now he has his family and I am his future wife, he said before leaving those present surprised to know that fact. Present mic, if you're all ready, let the battle begin, he said as he left the arena, while they both looked at each other with complete seriousness. Issei, you know I'm grateful. It seems that fate wanted us to fight. First sword, I will show you the strength of my sword, Uramesa. who, like me, feels very attracted to this fight," he said, taking out his sword while looking directly at him. "Shoto, I say the same. It's been a long time since I had a fight that required me to use a lot of my power, so this will be an interesting duel. Show me what you can do, Cursed Sword," he said to take out his sword. Both of them rushed forward, clashing their swords one against one, each of them demonstrating their mastery, hitting, dodging and counterattacking at the same time while they retreat to do it again. "Issei, I must say this is the first time I've shown a good warm-up, but I think it's time to fight seriously. Don't you think so, First Sword?" he said while looking at him as he gets up. "Shoto, I'm so sleepy. But you're right, this warm-up wasn't as boring as the ones I've received in my fights with these attempts from heroes that not even that little flame has been able to make this one serious," he said while taking out his sword. No one understood his words, but then they felt a great pressure seeing Shoto increase his power in a great way that only those who were in the villain's attack would know what he was doing. "Tsubaki, that power will really use that transformation that he showed in the attack of the villains," she said, surprised, while the rest of her students were the same. "Rias, Shoto has such incredible power. It can be felt throughout the stadium despite having the barrier," the woman said in surprise while she sees the combat arena. "Akino, do you think Issei-kun will be okay? I hope he doesn't end up too hurt in this fight since his opponent looks very strong," she said, worried about her boyfriend. Her sister was also watching her brother's fight. "Katsuki, do not underestimate him. In Huo Mundo he is known and feared for his great power, and he can also activate the first stage and becomes one of the strongest I have seen, to the point that our father always wanted him with us," he said with a smile. "Shoto," Adia the wolf said while a large blue tornado appears, causing the entire stadium to be completely blinded by Shoto's great power, and then see him with a new appearance. "Shoto, well, I'm ready. It's time for you to show me your true power, I hope, and don't disappoint me, Cursed Sword. If I see what it contains I'll get angry," he said as he stood up next to his guns while led to a cold and bored look. "Issei, I must say it is a great power worthy of the First Sword. Without a doubt you deserve that title that precedes you, along with that of the first perfect Arrancar in the entire history of Huo Mundo," he said while looking very seriously at the bow. "Issei, but it's time for me to respond the same way you do. I hope you're prepared for what's coming because I'll fight this battle seriously," he said as a fire tornado surrounds him, having the appearance of a skull with armor and a red skull. Then they both rushed at each other, clashing their swords against each other, and all at great speed while dodging and hitting their attacks that were launched against each other. They were like that for a while, both using their swords and hitting, colliding with each other while the entire audience was unable to see it because of the great speed with which they did it. Present mic. Incredible, dear audience, this is a battle of two swordsmen where either of them seems to give in to their blows and attacks. It is more than impressive. What do you think, partner? While someone says, "Aizawa, without a doubt this is no longer a fight of heroes. This is a more advanced fight. The skills of those two surpassed us by far," he said seriously, looking at the screen while one of them said, "Endeavor. I witnessed his power, but what he is showing is even better than when he killed those gnomes like lightning. Was that he became that strong?" he thought, somewhat angry and jealous, looking at the screen. "Natsuo, that's Shoto's power. It's surprising. Along with that, guys, even if I were to face him, he'd leave me more dead than alive. How is it that he has all that power?" he said, scared and surprised. "For Yumi, what happened to my little brother who was someone who didn't hurt anyone? Now that power he has makes him look like a wolf waiting for its prey. It's all that woman's fault. She brainwashed him with that power," she thought angrily. "Shoto, you know you have been a great adversary, but it is time to end all this once and for all. I want to sleep for a while," he said, so that a bunch of wolves come out behind him while they see him with, "Issei, I think that's the only thing you and I can agree on. It's time for you to know the true power of my sword, Uramesa," he said seriously as he looks at it and sees that the wolves were inches away from touching it until, when he said that, he charged his sword filled with a great amount of darkness that hit the wolves, where many of them were dying from the great power of the attack, which generated a huge explosion while everyone was completely blinded by the attack. When it dispersed, the two were seen completely hurt, but they had smiles, and before anyone could say anything, "Issei Shoto, we surrendered," said the two, surprised that both had surrendered, but they were completely satisfied with their fight, so the barrier was deactivated and they left the place. Present mic. Surprising, my dear public. A battle between both prodigies that ended with no winner. This is something that had never happened. It was undoubtedly very recognized. Now we will move on to the next fight that will take place in a few moments. When they arrived, they saw that both Issei and Shoto were sitting in one of the stands looking at the platform, only for them to be hugged by their respective partners. "Katana, It was an incredible battle. It's been a while since you last used much of your power, and I see that your resurrection is still as strong as I remember it, he said with a smile, while he looks at it and says the following. Shoto, yes, our fight was really fun. Now it's time to watch Izuku's, even though I know for him that fight is complete garbage, he said calmly. Rias, and tell me, Issei-kun, did you manage to remember something during your battle against Shoto? Something from your past or from us, maybe? She said, looking at the black-haired man who was somewhat thoughtful while she said the following. Issei, I managed to remember something. It was only for an instant, but I saw my memories that we shared together, and seeing them, I was not wrong in giving my heart to you. What is true is that in emotions I can only smile a little, and I don't know who cursed me, he said thoughtfully. Akino, you don't have to feel that way. At least it was something you achieved, and we also don't regret falling in love with you because we love you, she said to kiss her lips while the redhead did the same. Time skip 1 hour later. At this moment we can see Katsuki with Izuku who were walking through the corridors while they simply went to the arena since the black-haired man's fight was not long in coming, but they were interrupted by 3 well-known girls. Tanya, until finally, a bunch of idiots appear. Perhaps they were hiding from us, ha 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 ha, I knew it. They are damn cowards, she said with arrogance while she saw them, but they simply ignored them completely, causing great anger on the part of the 3. So one of them said the following, shouting with great fury the following. Shoko, come on, couple of idiots, remember that you are talking to your masters, so we demand that you listen to us and obey us, she shouted furiously. But they still ignored her, and when they were about to say something, they both left at great speed, creating a lot of dust that made their hair look terrible. Such a humiliating act only caused the 3 to get angry and start attacking left and right, which lasted for a while until the teachers reprimanded them for doing that and said that when the sports festival was over they would be punished, which increased their anger. Present Mike. Listen well, dear audience, now we will move on to the next fight. On one hand we have one of the members of Class 1A, an explosive girl who is all angry, her pride has no equal and her anger either. And that is why she will never have a boyfriend. Katie Bakugo said so that the aforementioned gets angry for how they represented her. Aizawa. Idiot, why do you say that kind of things to my daughter? Although I can't deny that everything you said is true and accept it, who in their right mind would fall in love with her? Said it so that everyone can hear it, and many will agree. Katie. Damn talking microphone. When I'm a hero the first thing I'm going to do is rip your damn tongue out, she thought angrily as she arrived at the combat arena. Present Mike. And on the other side we have one of the strongest and most feared students, known for having no mercy, and considering the rest as insignificant garbage. Izuku Cypher said so that the public would stare at him, many with fear because of his lifeless look. Aizawa. This fight will not end well at all. In the end I think Izuku will end up killing Katie, although I think it would be the best. Her attitude is more of a villain, and although he tries to help her I do not think she will change for good. Hopefully for bad she will. Otherwise she will become a future danger, he thought looking at the stadium. Midnight. Well, listen, all this will end when one of you surrenders. If you are ready, let the fight begin, he said, and almost immediately the girl took out her explosions, which ended up creating a large smoke screen. Katie. Ha ha ha, I love this. I have more power thanks to that quirk enhancing drug I got from that crow. I have finally defeated that damn shitty extra, and that is so you understand that you are our dog's slave, she said arrogantly. Although when the smoke dispersed Izuku was seen completely healthy, surprising everyone present to see that he was without a single scratch, only to see his clothes still revealing his chest. Izuku, I must give you credit, in our old fight you weren't able to do anything to me, now look, you managed to tear my clothes a little, he said, revealing his chest and showing his number 4 tattoo, and looks at her coldly. Although such words provoked great anger in the ash-haired girl, who felt completely humiliated by seeing how she could not hurt someone she considered a weakling, so she said the following. Katie. Damn bucking extra, stop making fun of me now, I'll kill you, I don't care what those bucking sons of hitches say, she screamed, all angry, throwing several explosions while he simply dedicated himself to dodging while saying, Izuku, trash always has a very strange and unpredictable use of reason. I complimented him, and he gets angry like a rabbit hitch. Many times I wonder if it's true that among the human race there is proof that evolution can go in reverse, he said while still dodging the girl's attacks. Katie. Now you've made me angry, you damn bastard, now it's time for me to completely eliminate you, get ready to suffer, said while releasing a large amount of explosives and saying the following. Katie, shiny, she said while launching a big explosion that made everyone shake, while when it dispersed Izuku was not seen, so they thought he left the platform only for someone to speak up to say the following. Midnight. The winner of this fight is said but was interrupted like the rest when they saw that behind her was an intact Izuku, but he was drinking a cup of tea while he tells her the following. Izuku Emma? The fight is over. You were so slow and so boring that I got thirsty, and nothing like some hot tea can help to relax the boredom of a fight, he said, calmly drinking his tea while looking at the fight with a look of disinterest. Katie, stop making fun of me, and no matter how much you try to repel my attacks, I will not rest until I win the fight, she shouted furiously, carrying many explosions since he said something that left them very shocked. Izuku, if you care so much about winning, then at this moment I give up on the fight altogether. This is just a waste of time, he said, so that everyone except the swords were completely surprised to hear his words. Cementos, it's that easy. But you have the battle to yourself since it's clear that you're not putting any effort into this fight, he said, confused, like the rest of those present, except those who knew him, who know why he does it. Izuku, that garbage title from number 1 doesn't interest me, it's just something silly, that doesn't prove your strength, and this encounter was so disappointing that it's not worth fighting against this garbage. Next time I would have fought with someone who at least makes me draw my sword, he said to leaving everything in great silence. But then Katie, already angry at the humiliating level this was reaching, was going to launch an attack on her back, only for her to end up unconscious from a blow courtesy of the black-haired man with green eyes, who left without saying anything. Present Mike. I don't know what to say. The participant Katie won her fight, although not as I thought, since it seems that she gave up her place as winner to young Izuku out of pity, or what do you think? He said, looking at his partner. Aizawa, it wasn't a fight, it was a humiliation. I dare say it's the worst humiliation ever seen in public. He didn't attack her with strength, but with his pride. Who can say that he's now as small as Izuku's emotions? He said seriously. Chapter 7, Very Strong Battles, Amazing Power of the Yin and Yang Dragons. After the humiliating victory by Deku Bakugo, it was time for the fight between Isami and Tanya. So after the previous fight ended, we can see our 4 Espada walking calmly, being found by his brothers. Katsuki, I must say it, brother, that was the best humiliation I've ever seen in my entire life. I didn't expect less from you, from the one who calls himself one of the terrors of Hollow World, he said with a smile while laughing a little, still remembering that moment. Shoto, I say the same. It was very clever to attack his pride in front of all the humans. It was magnificent, although I regret that you did not have a decent fight, he said, looking at him, while he said, Izuku, no matter what I got, I made him feel the true despair of seeing how all his efforts to defeat me were in vain. Anyway, now we have to go with the rest. I'm curious about the power of the Sister of the Cursed Sword, he said seriously. So the 3 of them walked through the halls, although their moment was interrupted when they felt someone attacking them. But they blocked it with their hands while someone says, Katsuki, well, but if she is the loser winner, tell me how it feels to have won because your opponent felt sorry for you, he said, to throw her, making her fall to the floor while he remained silent. Shoto, and look at you from here. You can see that your pride is as small as the thing that managed to bring Shoko into the world, Todoroki said boredly as he watched her slowly get up and say the following. Katie, damn, you'll pay me for this great humiliation, he said, to use his explosions being blocked by the black-haired man with green eyes who put his foot on top of her while looking at her coldly. Izuku, you know, I almost never feel many emotions, but you made me feel one, and that's too bad for you for seeing your useless attempt to attack me. Even a human baby would be capable of at least looking him in the eyes, he said, to hit his stomach and send him against the wall, leaving him unconscious. Just as they did, they walked away, but this time those who came were none other than Masaru, with Mitsuki wearing her heroine costume, and went with them to say the following to the boys while she says, Mitsuki, Ground Zero Izuku Midori Yagi, you are under arrest for having hurt one of your companions in an unjustifiable way. Will you accompany me to the police station so that you can give us some explanations? She said seriously while looking him in the eyes. Katsuki, I'm sorry, but that boy has been dead for a long time. I think he mistook him for an old blind person, and what kind of companion? We don't have companions. They are just idiots that we shouldn't kill, he said with a sharp smile. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, be quiet. Katsuki, I'll have a punishment for you for that lack of respect you've had lately. You'll hear from me when we get home, and you'll go with me. I don't care what it is that you call yourself now, she said, taking him by the shoulder. But Izuku, just looking the other way, landed an elbow in the stomach of the explosive heroine woman that caused her to crawl on the floor and knocked out all the air along with a little blood. Izuku, how dare you touch me, scum! I won't let your filthy hands infect me with your cheap hitch excrement. The best thing would be to kill you, But you're not worth it, he said coldly while turning around while someone says, Masaru, I won't let you talk to my wife like that. You're going to apologize to her right now. Even if I have to force you, it doesn't matter, I'm going to do it. He said to launch a lightning attack, but it was blocked by Shoto's hand, who faced him with a powerful blow while saying, Shoto, we shouldn't waste time with such insignificant things. Remember that mother said that she also wants to see the fight of the sister of the cursed sword, so, let's go. I want to see how she crushes the brat, he said so that they nod. Katsuki. But before that, there is something I've wanted to do, and this is a great opportunity, he said, then stepped on the man's face and cleaned the dirt from his face and did the same with the woman while laughing. After that event, a good while passed for everyone to prepare until finally the next fight began while they were fixing the platform, making it as good as new. Present Mike. Now we will move on to the next round of fights. After this there will be another fight and the final positions of the competition will be given. On this side we can see a great student who has passed without using her power. Only her ability along with her beauty that has no equal. She is Isami Hayadu. She said so that the entire public can see her and smile. Aizawa. If I'm not mistaken, she is the sister of the boy who fought against Shoto, and she still hasn't used her power, and I feel that she has been hiding it all this time. So I think that their fight is not going to be easy, he said seriously while looking at her. Isami. This day I will show how strong we can be. I will give my all so that my Oni-chan is proud of me and of how much I have advanced during the time she has not been with us, he said while getting into a fighting stance. Present Mike. And on this side we have one of the participants of Class 1A known for being so angry that she will make her fire burn you without anything left, the daughter of the symbol of peace and who is an endeavor woman for her anger and being antisocial. She is Tanya Midori. Yagi said so that many laugh at the comment. Aizawa. I can't argue anything with your logic, and it is like Endeavor when he was young, angry. He didn't like to be with anyone and that's why only one woman kissed him, although I doubt there is an unconscious crazy person who wants to be her partner, she said yawning. Tanya, damn shitty teacher I have, he even makes fun of me, you'll see. I want to see your faces when I kick that stupid girl's ass, she said angrily while she furiously took out her fire from her entire body. Issei, I'm very curious about Isami. I want to see how strong he has become during these years. Although in my memories I have no memories that are barely blurry. I would like to remember something, he thought, looking. Akino. Era, don't worry, I have a way for you to remember some things, my beautiful Issei-kun said to kiss his lips at the same time he reciprocated the kiss, and both got a little lost in their world until they separated due to lack of air. Rias. What are you doing, Issei-kun? If you wanted a kiss you should have asked me too, he said to take it and kiss him on the lips, and he accepted it, and both got lost in it for a while until someone spoke. Merlin. They really are lovebirds. I can see that those girls love you very much. Cursor, tell me, did you manage to remember something after that lovely moment you had with your loved ones? He said with a smile while looking at them. Issei. Actually it worked because the first time we kissed was when we were children, and that was when I remembered that Isami doesn't have girl powers, but now I can feel a strange aura emanating from her body, he said seriously. Shoto, so you noticed it too, huh? It's strange from the moment I saw her next to that dangerous guy who's going to fight Katsuki in the next round. They have similar auras but at the same time very different, he said looking at them. Rias. If in fact they hide a great power in her that was granted to her you will be quite surprised, she said with a smile that was shared with Akino, and everyone pays attention to what they were telling now. Akino. Although in this fight I feel that the other girl Tanya, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't give me a good feeling since from what I've been told about her, she seems to be the kind of person who will try to win at any cost, so I don't doubt that she'll cheat, she said seriously. Izuku. And you're not wrong, Himejima. During my fight with the explosive hitch I noticed a great increase in her speed, not enough to make me draw my sword but I was able to see it, and when she confronted me I noticed how she was weaker, that even though the blow I gave her shouldn't have affected her that much she was very hurt, he said seriously. Katsuki. In conclusion and to summarize, it seems that they used a type of power enhancer, perhaps a drug, and there's only one person who can provide that. Chizaki, the Yakuza leader, said, looking at everyone. Merlin. So cheating, in such an important event for a hero, and being the daughter of the #1 hero and supposed symbol of peace, it's a great piece of information that I'm going to collect for her father and for the final phase of the plan, he thought with a big smile. Shoto. They had to fall so low to use a quirk-enhancing drug, and who knows how many of those they used will damage their body irreparably. And all because of a stupidity in wanting to demonstrate something like that, he said with a smile. Midnight. Well, you know the rules, the best one wins, you can begin the fight, he said so that they prepared to fight. Each one looks different, one calm and the other was confident that she was going to win the fight. The first to attack was Tanya, who launched a powerful flame from her hands, smiling confidently while she saw how large smoke screen was generated, so she said the following. Tanya, oops, I think I used too much power, but what can we expect in the future? Symbol of peace, give me victory. This was a huge waste of time, she said arrogantly, while in her mind she thought she had already finished her off. Aizami, thank you very much for the food. I was expecting a hotter dish, but what can we expect from a braggart? She said, coming out of the dust wounded while smoke comes out of her mouth with a smile on her face. Tanya, it can't be, it's impossible. I'm sure my attack hit you directly, but you don't even have any kind of burn. How is that possible? She said, surprised and angry, while looking at her with total anger. Aizami, the answer is very simple, I ate it. I must say that I have tried more delicious fires, although this one was a little good, but anyway, I'll give it back to you, he said while puffing out his cheeks, confusing many of those present, to see how she unleashed all the fire but in a more powerful way, making her try to counterattack using a fire attack as well, but even so, the chestnuts was more powerful to the point of receiving many burns. Aizami, that's all, look at you. I returned your own attack and you're very hurt. It seems that you have very poor defense. I wonder why that is, he said while watching her get up little by little, even angrier to see all this. Tanya, damn, stop making fun of me now. If you've tired me out, I'll finish you off, she said to activate her fire in her fists while she was about to hit her, but she dodged very easily and counterattacked. It lasted for a while like that. Despite throwing her flames, she continued dodging all of his attacks, and she noticed a big weak point, so between her blows she told him the following. Aizami, I can see that you're getting stronger but your speed is decreasing. Something very curious because it seems that you had a sudden increase since the other round, he said, still dodging her attacks while he saw how she became completely tired. Tanya, shut up, just let me get up. But when she tried to do it, she fell to the floor, leaving many of those present with doubts about why she acted like that. But her friends, only the swords, along with the sorceress and couples, know what she had. Aizami, you are not able to move. There is no point in fighting with someone who has already been defeated. But I will help you get up so we can be okay, he said to help her while she got up and she was leaving the place. Just when they were about to declare Aizami the winner, they saw how the green-haired girl took out a large amount of fire from her hands while hitting the girl, creating a large smoke screen. Tanya, I finally killed that scum. I took advantage of my weakness to gather all my power in a single attack. I used all my strength. Now that will show you that you should never face the next symbol of peace and the strongest heroine. Do you listen to that, Katsuki? You are the next to die just like that girl was. Ha 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 ha. He said with great arrogance and a bit of madness while everyone remained in great silence. Because of that, people started booing her to the point that they threw many things at her and started talking badly about her, and among the comments some like the following were heard. Civilian 1. Boo, what's a villain doing here participating in killing her opponents? That's not something heroes do, he said while throwing some food in his face that ended up reaching him, being supported by other people. Woman, yes, you're right, you heard brat. You're never going to be a hero, much less the next symbol of peace. They should send you to jail, you're a murderer, she said with disgust in her voice while others supported her. Child, yes, the other chestnut was a great heroine, she helped you and you pay for it, so you're just a villain. I don't understand how the UA accepts criminals like you who only care about their own egocentrism, he said angrily. Everyone, get that villain out, BUSH, doesn't deserve to be here, shouted the entire audience while they threw many things in her face, making the girl's anger reach the point where she began to bring out more fire from her fury. Tanya, shut up, you damn guys, I won't let you continue with these damn insults, you are still scum who should die by my hands. Let's see if with that you will learn that the one you should love and praise is me, she screamed furiously while loading a large amount of fire directly into the stands. The heroes tried to avoid it but they were not close and the fire attack was going to hit the people who were scared, waiting for their end until a great trail of power appeared that came out of the smoke screen and saved them. When everyone tried to see the person responsible for it, they saw that it was the brunette. But they saw how she was now covered in dark armor with pink details next to her eyes and hair was dark while she looks at her coldly. Issei, so that is my little sister's power, huh? It is surprising, although where did she get it from? Can you answer me? Rias, Akino said looking at her girlfriends who said the following. Rias, A long time ago, after your supposed death along with your parents, she went to the forest where she was sad. When we went to look for her, we met a dark dragon. He told us that he and his brother were created by beings called the Demon King and the Supreme Deity, but they were so powerful that they decided to seal them in hidden tombs. She said seriously, Akino. But then he said that both the Demon King and the Supreme Deity were defeated, and when they died they were released but still remained hidden waiting for someone worthy of their powers, and he chose her as his successor, he said with a smile. Merlin, interesting, I had heard many myths about them, but now I know they are real. It is certainly something very surprising, and from what I see, she is barely using 5% of her strength. Interesting, she said, somewhat surprised. Izuku, it's something interesting, and I can assume that the gray-haired boy has the power of light. I wonder what kind of abilities he has, he said seriously, although somewhat intrigued while looking at his new appearance. Aisami, you know, I've tolerated many things from you. I've tolerated your insults, your attacks, you can even tell me that I'm a hitch, but I will not tolerate innocent lives being stained just because of your greed and pride. Now if I'm angry, it's time to finish you off, she said seriously, and with a dead voice. Almight, Director Nizu, we must stop her, she is going to kill my daughter, he said distressed, and so was the green-haired woman. However, they were silenced by the words of the aforementioned while he says, Director, enough, your daughter was about to kill innocent people. I don't tolerate that behavior in my school, and I think Miss Aisami won't do anything like that. But when she's finished we'll talk about her punishment, he said seriously. Then everyone present saw how she raised her hand while a quantity of dark fire surrounded it, and hit Tanya, who did not scream. In fact, it did not hurt her, and only did that to make her turn around. Midnight. The winner is Aisami Hayate because Tanya Midoriya Yagi is disqualified for having done villainous acts. She said so that the entire audience applauded while many of those present admired the girl. At the time it ended, there were many comments about why the UA accepted that kind of people among other things that were heard, but we focused on a hospital where Tanya was, who was next to her parents and Director Nizu as Nizu. Very well, now I want to know why you just did that, young Midoriya Yagi. Are you fully aware that what I did not only left a bad image to the UA but also risked innocent lives? Do you have something to say in your defense? He said seriously. Tanya, TKS, I have nothing to say. Apart from that, I don't understand why they're making such a fuss. I was just showing my superiority to those useless people who don't know how to respect the future symbol of peace, so they should be grateful to see the extent of my power so close, she said arrogantly. Nizu, you know, from the beginning I knew that neither you nor Miss Katie and Shoko were good at being heroines. You have great selfishness. You see everyone as flies and attack with the intention of killing, and all because you can't get over the fact that someone is stronger than you. Normally we tolerate these behaviors because we help change them. But there are limits, and you have already overcome them, so you will be expelled from the UA and will be sent to a reformatory, and when you complete your sentence you will go to prison, he said seriously. Almight, but Director Nizu, you can't do that, she's my daughter. Please, I know she acted wrong. Give her a chance, don't expel her. Please, she deserves a second chance, she said pleading while watching him. Inko, Magnetic, if you tell me how much the charges are, and we will gladly pay them as long as my daughter becomes a heroine and is as big as us, I will pay whatever it takes, she said, hoping that she was going to spoil her daughter just to have him look at them badly. Nizu, this is not about money. The charges are from all the people who almost died along with their families, and the amount is enough to create a more advanced UA, and even if she pays it she will never become a heroine since her actions were seen by the whole world and no one will ever accept her again, he said seriously. Tanya, shut up, you silly rat. Nobody tells me that I can't be a heroine and get away with it, much less a silly mutant. Now I'll make you respect her, she said, about to use her fire, but instead a dark fire hit her, burning her, making her scream in pain. Inko, Magnetic, what's happening? That fire is similar to the one that girl threw in her fight with her, but what can it mean? If I remember correctly, her attack didn't hurt her, she said confused, as was the thought of many of those present. What you see before you is a curse, one of Aisami's abilities that, from what I see, he ended up using it. Well thought out on his part, said an unknown voice, only for them to see the dangerous man who was next to our swords along with the girl herself and Merlin. Nizu, a curse? What kind of curse was it that you used? I'm very curious if you could tell us more or less if it's not too much trouble, he said with doubt, and somewhat surprised while they looked at everyone present. Then the gray-haired man spoke, saying the following. Valley, it's simple. Right now an invisible fire surrounds the girl, and whenever she tries to attack or use her power for selfish purposes or to kill and hurt an innocent person, that dark fire will be released, killing her slowly and painfully, he said with a smile. Almight, I demand that you take that fire away from my daughter because otherwise you will be arrested for trying to kill an innocent woman for no reason, he said angrily, trying to intimidate her and thinking that he succeeded. Isami, they were not wrong when they said that these people do not have brains. Listen, do you have something in that head? Try to reason things well. Your daughter was about to kill people and I was the heroine who saved them. I have many people on my side at this moment. Even if you do it, I just have to upload this video that I have that shows the symbol of peace defending a villain that you also openly said is your daughter, and with that, not only do I expose your identity, but it will make all your fame go to the trash along with that of your wife, he said with a dark smile. Merlin, I really like this girl, she has great potential. I think I'll make her one of my students over time since she has good potential, he thought with a smile, looking at the brunette who had the symbol of peace against the ropes. Izuku, I must say that when I saw that your attack didn't do anything to him I was a little surprised, but when I saw what he can really do I must say I'm impressed with that display of attacks, he said seriously while he sees it, and then someone speaks. Katsuki, I think I speak for everyone when I say that the perfect punishment for a hitch like her is knowing that she will never become a heroine and possibly die as a useless hitch, Deku said mockingly. Inko, magnetic damn, all this is your fault. It wasn't enough for you to turn my son against me. But now you're making this happen to my daughter, she said angrily, about to attack her, but then someone spoke up to say the following. Nizu, enough of this magnetic. Everything that is happening is because of your daughter, because of her actions. Apart from that, we detected a drug that increases quirk in her blood, which explains why her strength has increased and why her mind is unstable. Both are very serious crimes, and do not try to blame any of them because Miss Merlin showed me that she, along with Katie and Shoko, bought them and injected them, which is cheating. Because of that, Shoko is still disqualified from the next round and she will remain that way, he said firmly. Valley, anyway, continue my fight. I hope you give your best, Panther, because if you hold back for even the slightest moment, I swear I'll beat you up, he said with a challenging smile while that was shared. Katsuki, don't worry, I just hope you can stand up to the power of the Panther of Destruction, he said with a sharp smile showing his fangs, and both were excited for the upcoming fight. Merlin, I want to see the extent of the power of both. In that case I will use the perfect cube so you can fight as much as you want. I want to know more about your power, boy said with a smile while looking at them. After that, the actions of the three girls were made known, causing the parents to also act in the same way, blaming our protagonists. But Niza silenced them, and in the end, Akino ended up going to the finals with Izuku because of that, and now they were about to go through the last fight. Present Mike, my dear audience, we now announce the last fight that will take place to reach the finals, which will decide who will participate. On this side, we have one of the best students who has not been seen using his full power. He is Vala Lucifer. Aizawa. That boy seems very confident, and from what I heard he seems to be just as strong as the brunette. Without a doubt this will be an interesting fight, he thought seriously while observing both of them. Vala, you know I was hoping to fight my girlfriend who is equally as powerful as me, but when I saw her power I always wanted to fight one of you. I'm glad it's you, he said with a smile. Present Mike, and he will fight against one of the most powerful students of all, being feared and demonstrating his fierceness, attacking mercilessly like a panther. He is Katsuki, Jiggerjack said, showing the aforementioned smiling. Katsuki, I say the same, since now that you are just as strong as Isami, then the fight will be more difficult for you since we are the same in loving a good fight, he said smiling while they fight. Aizawa, wow, I hadn't seen Katsuki so happy about a fight. He's definitely going to have a lot of fun. I hope he shows more power with it, he thought while looking at both opponents who were preparing to fight. Both began to clash their fists in such a fast and intense way that they generated several waves of power that moved the entire place, and made both of them step back while they prepared their attacks. Katsuki, yes, Jajajajajaja, that's exactly what I mean. Dragon, now I want you to show me your great power. Let's see if you can against a Basto Lord like I am, he said with a smile, while he was the same. Vela, just because you say so, I'll show you one of my best attacks. Let's see if you get out of this alive. If you do, then you're a worthy rival for me, he said, so that several circles were formed, and then he said the following. Valley, Dragon Emperor Spears, he said, so that a bunch of spears made of pure light were generated and went at great speed towards the light blue-haired man who had a big smile for seeing said attack. Katsuki, Yes, that great power, really. With that power you would be able to kill a large army in a few seconds. Let's see what your attack can do with this, he said with a smile while raising his hand. Katsuki, Great King Zero. He said to see how from his hand a blue energy forms while he shoots a powerful ray that ends up completely destroying some of the spears of light, and heads towards him, but even so the boy received the blow of some spears. Valid. Shit, that really hurt, but you know I got tired of playing you are the rival I'd been looking for, but it's time to use all our power, he said while a white aura surrounded him while he said the following. Katsuki. Yes, Jajajajaha, that was just what I was thinking. Get ready now, I will use a part of my power, he said while taking out his sword, and had a big smile on his face while taking out his sword, to then see how his sword begins to shine and a tornado surrounds him while when it did his form changed, now being a wild beast while giving a great roar while watching his rival, who was increasing his power, only to see how when the light disperses you see a Vala wearing white armor with golden details that shone brightly while he stands before him. Valley, now I'm not going to hold back. It's time to end this fight, he said as he rose with his wings while he had to dodge an attack from Katsuki, who launched himself at great speed. Both began to fight. Katsuki attacked like a wild beast while Vala launched several light attacks at him, some of which were dodged and some parts of his armor were damaged by the boy's claws. Katsuki, I hope you prepare now, I will launch this last attack. I hope I prepare you since I will use one of my best attacks that I can only use when I release the first stage, he said excitedly. Katsuki, Panther Claw, he said as he transformed his arm into a type of cannon, while firing several projectiles that were several and all went directly at great speed. But the boy threw several spears of light, this time being much more powerful than before, and they were both colliding. Either of the two seemed to want to give in to that, and in the end they ended up exploding completely, creating a large smoke screen that when it dispersed you saw a completely destroyed Vala without his armor lying on the floor and Katsuki barely standing but equally wounded and hurt, while he tells him, Vala, you know no one had ever given me a fight like this. Without a doubt you are unique, Katsuki Jiggerjax, and for the first time in my entire life I Vala Lucifer accept my defeat, said with a smile as he falls to the ground unconscious. Isami, that idiot who always does these things, but I guess it's that side of him that made me fall in love with him, although he'll see what I'll do to him for being so reckless, he thought with a sadistic smile. Chapter 8, Visiting Huo Mundo History, the Swords and Soul Society. The sports festival had finally ended, and as it turned out, well, in the last fights it was a battle between Izuku against Katsuki, which was a rather hectic fight in which the two finished fighting and gave up the fight, giving Isami the victory, who defeated Akino, who finished in second place along with Tenya Lita as third place, giving them the win, while after that they were announced. But when it ended, the Midori Yagi families, along with the Bakugo and the Todoroki, were demanding that Director Nizu allow their daughters to become heroes again. But he made it completely clear that he will not do so until there is a change in their attitudes, and even if they did, people would never see them the same again. What was true was that Aizen summoned the top heroes because he was going to give them those answers about the origin of their powers, since he saw that it was the perfect time to visit him, and they were going to bring classes 1A and 1B since they were involved with our protagonists for a long time, and know certain things about them, so they were going to go once the sports festival ended. Current events at the UA. Both students and heroes were waiting for Director Nizu along with the expected guests, and they saw Aizen arrive along with Merlin, the three swords, the cursed sword along with his sister and girlfriends, while someone speaks. Aizen, I see that everyone is here. It is really nice for many who do not know me yet. I am Sosuke Aizen, and I am the father of Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto, and I along with my wife Merlin, we come so that you discover the origin of our power. You can be open to questions if you like, as long as it is in order and calmly, he said with a smile while drinking tea with his children. Tsubaki, so he is their father. From what I can remember, he is the person that the three of them respect a lot. Even being here I can feel a presence of imposing power and respect that makes me want to kneel before him, she thought seriously. Ino, wow, the father of Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto is quite handsome and looks well preserved. How old is he? 23, 24 or 27? How lucky is Merlin to have him as a husband, she thought, smiling while seeing him. Fuyumi, so this is the man that mom and dad have been telling us about. Once we know what you did to Shoto, everything will go back to normal, she thought, sure of her thoughts. Almight, well, since you insist, I want to know where we are going exactly, and I can find out how you transformed my son into your emotionless killing machine, he said seriously and somewhat angry, being supported by his wife. Isami, oh, just because you weren't able to fulfill your wife's promise doesn't mean you have to be rude. Symbol of peace, since I heard your wife say that tonight they would be able to do it since it's something they'd been putting off for many years and that you don't want, he said with an innocent smile. Hawks, I'm really surprised that your marriage has lasted so long without having your intimate moments. I guess the work of heroes is quite heavy for them, he said thoughtfully. Empty lady. It is not entirely true since I have seen that many times the two are free since sometimes I help director Nisa to set the shifts when we are heroes and even they have a day off, he said looking at everyone. Midnight. Apart from that, Almight must do his part if he doesn't want to lose his wife, he must treat her well, show that the mistress can even stop being heroes to be with her and give her all the love she deserves just like my beautiful boyfriend does, she said with a smile looking at Aizawa who blushed a little. Mirko. Yes, because at the rate they're going, poor Magnetic is trying to turn on her man, who apparently can't even turn on a cheap generator. At the rate they're going, it's no wonder they're cheating on her, she said thoughtfully. Aizawa. In any case, they have to talk about it or maybe they don't love each other and were only there for their daughter who is now in a reformatory for being a crazy psychopath. Maybe even with that they are alone, they can revive their flame of love that from what it seems will not even reach a spark, he said looking at them. And that and many more conversations were formed about the relationship of All Might and Magnetic, who could not speak out of great shame that even the students contributed their point of view. It could continue like that if it weren't for someone speaking up. Endeavor. Well, enough of all this. I don't understand why we keep talking about All Might and Magnetic's love life. We've been talking for 30 minutes, he said, fed up and almost shouting like crazy while he said the following. Katsuki. At least they do have one. But you and Blizzard have a hexual life that is already a story to tell the children about the stupid things we shouldn't do, starting with eating our vegetables or our little bird won't grow. If not, ask All Might and Endeavor. They didn't do it, and now their relationships are so bad that if they had a life, they would commit suicide, he said with a mocking smile. Carissima. I understand that it is a good lesson. The truth is that I am not much of an eater of vegetables, but I think that it is better that I eat them. Thank you for this great lesson, Katsuki bro said, bowing along with many students and heroes. Aizen, this is so entertaining. I would die laughing without any remorse. But leaving aside the lamentable performance of having intercourse with these men, if I can call them men, anyway, answering your question, where are we going? It's our home, Huo Mundo, honey, you can take care of it, he said, looking at his wife, who nodded. Then Merlin snapped his fingers where everyone was taken to a large part where it seems that they were flying, arriving at a large dark and empty part with many pillars in it, and some leafless trees. Merlin. And we have arrived at this place that you see before you. It is the Huo Mundo, the home where my husband and my children live. Do you have any questions? He said so that someone would raise their hand while they look at him. Aizawa. Yes, I have one. From what I know, Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto say they are hollows and they talk about it as if it were a type of race. Can I know if my theory is correct that what they say must be a type of race? He said seriously while looking at her directly. Merlin. Answering, you are right, Mr. Aizawa. You see the hollows. Generally they could not see us, but thanks to me they are able to do it, and well, they are creatures that originate from the souls of the dead who, for different reasons, do not go to the soul society and remain in the world of the living for too long. They are spirits that have been corrupted and have become evil entities, with supernatural powers, which allow them to devour the souls of humans, living or dead. Although the hollows inhabit the Huo Mundo, whenever they wish they can appear in the world of the living or in the soul society, which is a place where some souls usually go when they die. The other place is the Huo Mundo, she said calmly while she sees it. Momo. They are like those things we see there that look like strange ghosts, but I don't understand why neither Izuku nor Katsuki and Shoto look like them, she said with doubt while she sees a large herd less since they were passing by that place. Aizen. Good observation, Miss Yayorosa, and the answer is simple since there are 4 types of hollow. The first are the Minos Grande, Monosagurand, literally, great negative, also called Chirian, literally, Gigante, from the Andalusian giant, are the weakest and most numerous class of Minos, as it is the first state of their evolution, and generally they lack personality and are not able to speak, which makes them more dangerous and unpredictable because they have no self-awareness. However, there are cases in which one of the many hollows that compose it ends up imposing itself on the rest and slowly begins to acquire control over the entity, reflected in the change of its mask, which is no longer the same as that of the rest of the lesser great, he said, explaining what they were like. Kendo. It is certainly surprising to see it with our own eyes, although they are a bit scary just by looking at them, They look very frightening since they have a somewhat strange, if not peculiar, appearance, he said, observing from afar what they were like. So, although they are those things you can't see how they have different shapes and why they eat each other, he said, pointing to the part where you can see how these only eat each other. Something that left more than one scared. Issei, this is the second type of hollows that are better known as Ajuchas Ajikasu, literally. Great Intermediate Hollow. Are the Minos that have evolved from the Jillian state to a superior one, much more powerful, and that gives them greater intelligence and skills in combat. Unlike the Jillian, the Ajuchas can vary greatly in appearance, ranging from muscular creatures with a human-like body to others with a more animal-like appearance. The Ajuchas are obliged to continue devouring more and more hollows, since if they don't, their minds will eventually be subjugated by the rest of those that make up the Minos itself, returning to the Jillian state and with no hope of ever evolving again. They are larger than a human. The Ajuchas are smaller than the Jillian and considerably smarter, and with the ability to fight, he said, explaining what they were like and leaving everyone surprised. Shoto, the next types are the Vasto Lord, Vasudo Road, lit. Great Upper Hollow, are by far the most powerful and rarest class of Minos, as well as the very few evolutionary phase Vasto Lord, who are supposed to dwell in the deepest corners of Huo Mundo. The details of their evolution are ignored, if they need to devour more hollows to maintain their state, said seriously. Katana, and the last rank which we have Izuku, Katsuki Shoto, Issei, Aizen and I the Arankara Rankaru, lit. Broken Mask, are the hollows who have voluntarily removed their mask and have obtained, in return, Shinigami powers such as the ability to also fight with a Zanpakuto and access to a release of it through a process called resurrection. Unlike common hollows, the vast majority of Arankar have a humanoid appearance and size, as well as a well-differentiated personality, and have an ear on the part of their bodies. In my house I have it on my right leg, she said seriously. Lita, I think I understand now. Then we were fighting against the strongest of their race. That explains how we were easily defeated. I'm very sorry if I disrespected them, she said, bowing. Mirko, it's surprising. I would like to fight with someone of your race. It would be interesting to test my strength and become stronger in a fight, she said quite excitedly while watching them, although someone must have broken her bubble of fantasies. Hawks, if you have a chance to beat them, since we saw a part of their power when they defeated the villains, and I must say that their power is more than terrifying, he said, somewhat scared remembering how he massacred them. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, there's something I still don't understand about all this. Is there a machine that transforms humans into hollows, or how the hell did they transform our children into members of their race? She said somewhat angrily. Izuku, wow, and I thought that with all this told you would realize the garbage of reality, but your rabbit-hitched brain is still not able to make you see and break your bubble of ignorance once and for all, said stoically as always. Ray Blizzard, what the hell are you talking about, brat? It's more than obvious that Aizen along with that hitch created a machine that transformed them into Arankar, and made them turn against us. He said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, only to hear Merlin laugh, making the woman angry and leaving many of those present confused. Merlin, how funny, really a machine to do that, even though it may be possible to do it would never reach the rank of Arankar. At most they would be Ajuchas and they would be quite weak, and there are only two ways to be a hollow. The first is dying and your soul falls into the Huo Mundo, and the second is being half hollow half human like Katana and Issei, but in their case they were special cases since they fused with hollows that were previously Basto Lord and they rose in rank to Arankar, she said calmly while looking at them. Iria, which only means that both Izuku-kun and Katsuki-kun and Shoto-kun they had to die as humans to go to Huo Mundo, and that is why they are Arankar, she said, surprised like the rest who now completely understood everything. Katsuki, of all the people, you are the one I least thought would notice. And how do I know that you hardly hear this, but you are right, both Izuku and Shoto and I, when we were still humans, were killed a long time ago. We have even told these idiots who do not understand, or did they perhaps think that when we said that their Izuku Midoriya Yagi along with Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki died a long time ago, it was not a metaphor, we meant it literally, he said, looking at them with an arrogant smile. Nana, but that can't be. I used to visit my student Almight a lot, and as a former symbol of peace I would have realized that if any of you had died, and even more so being your children, I'm sure that some of them would have realized it, so it was a good joke, he said with a smile, although internally his heart was breaking for being aware of the reality. Shoto, breaking news, those children that we once were died exactly 10 years ago, when those children were 5 years old, and you never realized it. But how will you do it, since when you discovered that they were born as Quirkless you abandoned them? He said seriously, while many are surprised to hear it. Inko, magnetic, that can't be true. I don't believe it. I know I haven't been the best mother, but I refuse to believe my baby is dead, she said, holding back tears while being comforted by her husband. Aizen, oh, but it's true, and as a way for everyone to witness it, everyone will be able to see it right now. Izuku, can you show all these humans your memories, please, so they can realize it? He said with a smile as he sees it. The aforementioned nodded, and everyone watched in complete shock and horror as the black-haired man took out his eye, something that frightened many of those present, only to see how he broke it while it turned into dust. Single eye. Izuku possesses a unique ability with which he can transfer his own memories to everyone around him, practically letting them enter his mind. When his eye is destroyed, it turns into a bright greenish powder which, when inhaled through breathing by any individual, can observe the user's memories. At that point, when everyone inhaled it, they saw how the whole place changed completely, now that it was a broadcast where something was being projected that was sure to be the most traumatic thing they had ever seen in their lives. Transmission from 10 years ago. We can see in a large park where they saw how some girls were with their friends bothering 3 boys who tried to defend themselves, being completely useless while people looked at it as something normal. Katsuki, I'm already fed up with this. I'm not going to let them do anything to my friends. We're not going to allow anything, he told us. But he received a blow to the stomach from a green-haired girl who told him the following. Tanya, until when are you going to understand it? You are Quirkless, you are weak, and no one will take you into account. The only thing you are good for is to be our entertainment, she said arrogantly, while someone said the following. Shoto, but why do they only do it to us? There are literally more Quirkless in this city. They only insult them, but they only hit and mistreat us. That's why, he said weakly. Katie, simple. Being other people we would have problems, but you are just ghosts. Nobody has paid attention to you for a year, not even our parents remember you, so you are our perfect slaves, and we must mark you as our property. He said to take it and start kissing him in a way that was almost drowning the boy with the kiss, until a completely weak Izuku, but with great willpower, managed to connect a powerful blow with all his strength to the ash-haired girl who separated from Shoto, while the blow was so strong that it made her step back for a moment. Izuku, nobody hurts my brother Shoto even with my weakened body. As long as I have the will to still stand up regardless of the wounds on my body, I will protect my 2 brothers no matter what, he said while standing and with blood on his body. However, before they could do or say anything else, a hero threw a punch at Izuku Midoriya, who ended up knocking him down while looking at him with disgust while saying the following. Hero, brat, you're under arrest for hitting that girl. How dare you hit her? She's a delicate woman. I think taking you with me will show you to respect the law, he said seriously while bringing his handcuffs with him. Shoto, but wait, he just defended me, and these crazy women are as delicate as a hitch in heat. They have been hurting us for a while, and you never did anything to us. What kind of hero are you? You said angrily. Hero, that's obvious. You are Quirkless, and the only thing you are good for is to get in the way. Besides, there is no law to defend you, so they can do whatever they want to you and you have to put up with it. Stupid brats, he said arrogantly. Katsuki, he's a bastard. I don't understand how someone as despicable as you can be a hero. They're supposed to defend the innocent, but he was interrupted by a blow to the face directly from the man who said the following. Hero, do you really think that? Maybe that was in the past, but nowadays it's just a job, nothing more, and I only do it for fame and the women I can have with her. But you know, I think I want to have fun with them. I'll take them, he said with an arrogant smile. Shoko, go ahead, you can do it. Do whatever you want to them, and it helps that you educate them better so that they understand and behave like the dogs they are. Take good care of yourselves, she said, kissing the green-haired boy until she left a bite mark on his neck. When that happened, the man took them both like a sack of potatoes and put them in his car, still bleeding from the wounds they have, and the 3 closed their eyes waiting for their death. Although when they woke up they saw that they were tied up, while around them they were in a kind of factory where there were other children doing heavy work, being of their age, or even younger, while they were beaten with a whip. Hero, welcome to your new home where you will spend the rest of your lives. Now work, he said, hitting them with a whip, since many men also hit them with one in order to make them move. Without any other option, these children had to continue with forced labor where they were only given the leftovers left by the dogs after they finished eating, and many children were still the same. The days passed and everything was the same, pure forced labor without fatigue. Many of the children died from overexertion, while the little ones were still like that, and from time to time some caretakers in exchange for some food they did whatever they wanted to the poor children until one day while they continued with the same thing. One night they saw how the whole place was destroyed by a woman who was a well-known heroine who said the following: "Lady Nagant, your days of using innocent children as slaves are over. Now it's time to kill you for all the sins you've committed so far. Did you hear me?" She said seriously as she looked at him, and he stepped back nervously while saying the following: "Hero, you're a fool. It doesn't matter that you're a recognized heroine. If you kill me, my influence will make the press discover it. You won't be a hero anymore and all your fame and reputation will go to hell," he said, but he gets shot in the face. "Lady Nagant, even if that is true, I don't mind getting my hands dirty with blood as long as I protect the innocent. Come on, little ones, we have to get out of here," she said while she tried to carry and take the little ones to a safe place. At the moment she took Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto while killing one of the attendants. One of them activated the self-destruct system where the debris was falling and made her release the children, and when she was going to go for them, "Shoto, please wait, you still have time. You must save the little ones that are still left, please, they have suffered much more than us. You must rescue them, please, you must do it before it's too late," he said weakly while looking at her. "Lady Nagant, but what will happen to you? I'm not going to let you die. You must return to your family and be able to live normal lives and discover your purpose for living," she said sadly while crying from helplessness. "Katsuki, we don't have a family for a year now, although it wasn't always like that since before we were very close. We were a happy family with our parents and sisters. But everything changed when we went to see our Quirks. From that day on, for them we don't exist, they don't even remember us, and our sisters just hit us and torture us. Even if we go out here we don't have a purpose to live and we just want to rest," he said with tears in his eyes. "Izuku, that's why we ask you to save those little children and give them a home where they can live, and even if the rest of the world sees you as a murderer, for us you will always be the heroine that we always hoped would save us. You can change this rotten society," he said with a smile. "Shoto, Katsuki, Izuku, before we go we want to tell you thank you very much for saving us, Lady Nagant. Now we can rest in peace. You will always be our heroine," said the three children to close their eyes and end up completely dead, while the woman only shed a few tears in her eyes while nodding her head. At the same time she kissed each of the little children's bodies on the forehead, and covered all three of them with her cape, while telling them the following: "Lady Nagant, I promise you little ones, I will save and eliminate the bastards who stain this entire city, and I will do everything in your name. Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, now you can rest. This world is too cruel for boys as cute and tender as you," said as he went to rescue the little ones that remained. End of the transmission from 10 years ago. When the broadcast ended, it was necessary to say that the look on the faces of those present was one of profound sadness, and many were horrified and crying, although this was more the case for women. Although men were also crying with anger at seeing such an injustice happen before their eyes and which they had never seen. "Nizu, I understand then the supposed incident that accused Lady Nagant and made her a criminal was because of that. I think I should free her since she did the right thing in saving those little ones. After this is over I will go see him personally," he thought seriously while he seized those present. "Gyro, but how could that hero do that to them? That's not the behavior they should have. That's cruel, not to say insane actually," he said, surprised and traumatized while a voice speaks and erases his thoughts. "Izuku, most humans with powers are just greedy trash who kill each other and make the same mistakes over and over again, and have never learned from it because they continue that cycle of senseless violence that leads them nowhere. Humanity is so rotten that it should be exterminated," he said coldly. Katsuki, and then family Midoriya, Yagi, Bakugo and Todoroki were previously talking to Izuku, Midoriya, Yagi, Katsuki, Bakugo, and Shoto. "Todoroki, now you all saw where they are, so you can talk to them and leave us alone, and see if they forgive them for how much they made those three little ones suffer," he said seriously. When he said that, the women of both families fell to the ground while crying, being comforted by their husbands, while many of those present remained silent until one spoke, being another white-haired man who spoke to say the following: "Natsuo, how can you be so insensitive with them that you don't see that you hurt them by saying all that stuff that perhaps doesn't affect them at all?" he said angrily and trying to comfort his sister, who was also crying for someone to talk. "Shoto, why do they cry for something that happened 10 years ago? Everything they saw is something that will always be engraved in their minds and that can never be erased. And you think they suffer compared to what those three little children went through? They are just crumbs and they can cry all they want. That will not change what happened, it never will. he said indifferently. Mirko, why do you speak in the third person? This is something strange that you have been doing for a while and I still do not understand. The children in the video were you, so why do you speak in the third person? She said, confused while watching them, and that was also the thought of many of those present. Aizen, the answer is more than obvious, brainless rabbit. When they died they stopped being human and are now hollows, and all that remains of those little children who were killed by the injustice of the heroes is no longer there, he said calmly. Merlin, leaving that aside, we will now go to the castle where they will meet the remaining swords where, by the way, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, there are some people who are in fact waiting for them, he said with a smile. Without further ado, they went to the direction of the castle where they were, and many remained silent, still reflecting after having seen the deaths of the children. Many hated Lady Nagant for what she supposedly did, but now they admired her a lot for it. Nana, I was a fool, I've done everything wrong. First I found out about my grandson who is a villain, and I don't know where he is. Then I see what those little ones had to go through and how I didn't help Lady Nagant, who was once my apprentice and admired me. I turned my back on her without thinking twice. They are scum, I thought very sadly. Aizawa, now I understand why they are so cold with all of them, and I don't blame their perspective of how they see the heroes. If I had lived what they did I would be the same or worse. The best thing is not to talk about the subject, and just understand. I thought seriously. Empty lady, poor things, it really seems that those little ones suffered a lot. It fills me with anger to know that the strongest heroes of the top were the first to leave them. I have lost all the respect I had for them, and I see that I am not the only one, I thought seriously. Carissima, it can't be now I see the true face of the heroes. It's not of men what they did to them, but I will change that. I will be the symbol of peace, and I will give the good example of protecting the innocent, he thought determined. Lita, I still can't believe what my eyes saw. I would have thought this was a nightmare, but now I see that it isn't. I don't know what I should think exactly about thinking again about what heroes are. He thought quite thoughtfully. Monoma, wow, before I thought that these were boastful, but with what I saw I see that I was very wrong about them. I think I should be a better person. I don't want to be like those bastards who are now in prison, he thought while reflecting on his actions. Inko, Magnetic, you are a horrible mother. Like I never realized that my own son was dead. How can I call myself a mother, I thought, crying silently. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, just remembering what it was like to be hit like that, and I never realized then whenever he said he was playing with his toy he was referring to him. How come I never got to see him, she thought, scolding herself. Ray, Blizzard, now I understand how stupid I was to do it. I had lost my son a long time ago, and I never realized. I am truly stupid. I deserve whatever happens to me, I thought, head down and crying. Endeavor, damn, I can't get that power, for that I must die. Although I don't know if I can reach her rank, and I can't use Shoko to give me a son that surpasses All Might. Those bastards had to ruin everything. But I must be with Ray since now she seems to be fragile. I'll see about the other thing, then he thought, hugging his wife. All Might, I'm so stupid that I was once a Quirkless. I should have understood instead of focusing on Tanya's training and what it was for. I ended up being a rebel, almost a villain, and I'd put aside my only son who no longer exists. I still have to support my wife because of this news that we received suddenly, he thought, comforting his wife. When they arrived at a part where there was a large castle where everyone was walking down to a large part in a calm manner until, to the surprise of everyone present, who saw that Shoto received a kick that moved him away a little while he says, Shoto, hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Why the hell did you do that? Who are you? Although for some reason I feel like I've experienced this before, he said, something angry for feeling such a sudden blow while he looked ahead, remaining in shock, unable to believe it. Lilith, it's your fault for letting your guard down, Shoto, since you're always lazy all the time, and I wanted to remember the old times. I hope you haven't forgotten about me since we've been together for a long time, she said with a smile as she looked at him. But he didn't say anything. He had his gaze lowered, which surprised many of those present, although later, and for many who didn't expect it, he hugged her with affection, something that she accepted, while many didn't understand what was happening. Shoto, you're an idiot. I worried a lot about you after you died during the war against the Soul Society. I felt alone for a long time, incomplete without you. You don't know how much I suffered at that moment, he said with a broken voice while looking down. Lilith, I'm so sorry for leaving you alone for so long, Shoto, and I'm also sorry for breaking my promise to always be with you, but I'm never going to leave again, and you'll never be alone again, she said with a smile, while stroking his hair. Ino, Wow, Shoto showing emotions. That's something I didn't expect, and why does he hug that girl so much, and who is she? Where does he know her from? He said with doubt while he looks at everyone present while someone says, Midnight, you leave that. How is it that they let a little girl wear such revealing clothes? She is still a little girl. What dirty things are they teaching them? She said angrily while looking at them. Aizawa, calm down, Midnight. We can't judge a book just by its cover. Can someone in this room explain to me, or rather, can they tell us, what Shoto's story is with that girl? He said calmly while looking at them. Izuku, first we must tell the story of Shoto being a hollow. His Ryatsu was so powerful that it escaped from his body, creating a spiritual pressure that harmed those near him. In this way he killed many hollows effortlessly. This meant that no one could approach him without dying, so he was always alone. He was so powerful that he became an Arankar naturally. Then he split into two beings to never be alone again, thus becoming Shoto Stark and Lilinet. After that, the two were together and only she and Aizen were able to touch him. But during the war against Soul Society she lost her life and Shoto was devastated by feeling alone again. But when my mother Merlin appeared, she found a way for us all to touch him. However, she was still able to feel that loneliness that came from him since she was something irreplaceable. I only saw that suddenly she was a little happier, and I think that was when Katana met you, and I guess she is alive thanks to you, right? Mother said looking at her. Of course everyone present was surprised to know more about the brown-haired man's past and more that girl was literally a part of him. But the Todorokis were equally surprised, more so Endeavor, who for the first time was reflecting on some things. Merlin, it was a surprise. Thanks to your father I was able to bring her back to life. By the way, Izuku, we have guests who are still waiting for us, he said so that everyone nodded and walked away. Lilinet, so you're Katana, Shoto's girlfriend, nice to meet you. Now the two of us can take care of Shoto and make sure he's not a lazy bum, she said with a smile that was shared with her, who nodded. Shoto, I forgot how playful you can be, Lilinet, and how silly, not to say that sometimes you are very annoying. You don't know how much I miss you, he thought with a small smile, while he was walking next to his girlfriend and Lilinet. Katsuki. Well, look who we have here. If it is none other than the substitute Soul Reaper Ichigo Kurosaki along with the brats. I hope you have not rusted because I plan to take revenge on you, he said with a challenging smile, while watching them. Ichigo. I say the same. Nice to see you, Katsuki, and I've still been training to become the best soul blinder of all, he said calmly while looking him directly in the eyes. Inoju. I'm so glad to see you again, Izuku. Tell me how you've been. Have you been able to understand what a heart and emotions are? Have you already got a girlfriend? Said the orange-haired woman with a smile as she sees him. Izuku, no, in fact, it's not something that I really need to have a partner. What's more, I've already felt a few emotions. I suppose it's an achievement that I owe you for having motivated me to feel new things, he said seriously. Rukia, I'm surprised to see the silent sword next to the cursed sword among you, ha 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 ha. And it seems that he has some very loving girlfriends, she said, watching as Rias and Akino had the black-haired boy tightly hugged. Issei, I'm not complaining. I managed to learn something about my past and I've understood a little about love and I'm happy with them, although from what I see, you and that girl are Ichigo's girlfriends, right? He said looking at them. Ichigo, I see that you noticed. The truth is I'm not complaining. They too have been part of my life and after everything we've been through, the two of them declared their love to me and I accepted them. By the way, where are those heroes that were supposed to come? He said with doubt. Shoto, I suppose our parents must be showing them around the castle and possibly leave since they have to do that internship thing and it's better we can be calm without disturbances, he said calmly. Rukia, which reminds me, not only did we come here, but two people were also very excited to come when they heard about your return. Come on, don't be shy, she said, confusing those present until. Yoruichi, Katsuki-kun, you came. You don't know how much I missed you. I was already looking for my favorite and spoiled fighting partner a lot, she said with a happy smile while hugging him, very happy to see him. Katsuki, I'm also very happy to see you again and well, how about we go somewhere so we can fight better? What do you say? He said calmly although somewhat blushing from having her on top of him. Yoruichi, of course, let's go and don't even think that I'm going to let you go. I'll ride on your back for as long as I want, and if you have something to say, we'll resolve it in combat, she said with a smile while looking at him. Katsuki, shit, I love when he's dominant with me. Okay, although if I go fast then don't complain, he said to go at a great speed, but for the woman it was fun to do it while she says, Harabel, it's been a while, Izuku-kun, I'm very glad to see you. You know, I also have something important to tell you and it's private, so I'd like to resolve it somewhere else, she said seriously, hiding her nervousness. Izuku, okay, we can also have some tea and some cookies that I can get. Better let's go to my room, which is a better place to talk about what you want to tell me, he said as they both left the place. Shoto, those two try to hide what they feel for them using their personalities, but it seems that they like each other just as it is noted that they feel the same. I hope they get the happiness that they could not get in their life as humans, he said calmly. Ichigo, by the way, that plan of your father's to finish off the heroes and villains that even the Soul Society agreed with them, when are they going to carry it out? He said seriously while watching it. Shoto, during our years pretending to be humans we have collected enough information that will be necessary, and that will happen when they do the hero licenses thing, he said seriously while looking at them. Inoju, although I still think there must be another way to solve it, even though I understand that some deaths are necessary to maintain peace, I am not very convinced, he said sighing. Rukia, I know, but since they acquired powers the only thing they have been doing is making their race become increasingly erased, and they break the balance of life, and it can only be restored if both sides are erased, she said seriously. Akino, and I have witnessed what the heroes have done. Many of them are degenerates who only seek to sleep with women. It disgusts me a lot, she said seriously while she seized them. Aisami, and don't worry, we also know the plan very well and we are not going to interfere since we also agree with that decision that I hope turns out well, she said seriously while everyone nods. With Katsuki and Yoruichi, they spent the rest of the time fighting in battles. You could say it was their way of showing their appreciation for each other. While between fights they occasionally flirted a little, even getting some food that the girl brought from the human world while they talked about what they had done. Yoruichi, so that's what you did. It must have been very boring hitting many weak people and not having a fight that forces you to use all your power. In my case everything is calm, killing some renegade hollows, the usual, she said calmly. Katsuki, I understand, at least you had some action apart from my fight at the sports festival. I haven't done anything interesting. The good thing is that all of that will end. Although after that I don't have many ideas of what I have to do. Maybe I want to go discover the world, try new things. No, she said thoughtfully. Yoruichi, I'm the same as you. I would like to know more about the world and find a purpose in my life. Although it occurs to me that what if we go on a trip together? I mean, if you want, she said, somewhat blushing to say it like that. Katsuki, of course it's a great opportunity. After all this is over we'll be fighting against a lot of people and who knows, maybe I can force you to use your 100%, he said with a smile. Yoruichi, you are a fool. Only you have made me use all my strength and I would only fight you seriously, ha 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 ha, said with a tender smile, while she sees him, and he lets out a laugh and says the following. Katsuki, oh, you're going to get romantic again. Although you know it doesn't bother me how much you are. Coming from such a pretty girl it's a great compliment, he said with a mocking smile while looking at her. Yoruichi, so you like me to be romantic? Well, I will be romantic. Hugs, that's good. A kiss, I will give you a romantic kiss, she said, taking him by the cheeks and kissing him on the lips while she enjoyed it. Of course he blushed a lot because he felt it since he didn't think he would do it, but he simply closed his eyes and reciprocated the kiss while they stayed like that for a while until they separated, blushing a lot. Katsuki, wow, I liked it. I won't deny it. You kiss well for being my first kiss. Although you know I think we need some practice, but we can keep doing it if you want. Although I don't know what that makes us, he said somewhat blushing. Yoruichi, I think it goes without saying that I've liked you for a long time and I also really liked kissing you. It was my first kiss too, and of course we will continue doing it because you are my boyfriend. You are my panther male, she said to kiss him again on the mouth and had a smile on her face. Katsuki, only if you are my spoiled female kitty that I will always care for and protect, and now why don't we take advantage of it to hang out, he said so that she would nod and lie down on his lap. With Izuku and Harabel, they had arrived at Izuku's room, which was a very simple bed, while both were drinking a cup of tea while he turned his gaze to the girl and spoke to say the following. Izuku, then you can tell me what it is you want to tell me calmly. Remember that we have a lot of confidence, more than I have with the rest of the swords, except for my parents and brothers, he said, drinking his tea. Harabel, as you said, you and I trust each other a lot, and for a long time we have done missions together, fought together and worked very well together. In you and I have felt a feeling that is strange to me. At first I thought it was admiration, then I thought it was an appreciation like the one I have towards my companions. But with the help of Lady Merlin, who made me analyze it, I have seen that I have fallen madly in love with you, she said seriously. Izuku, interesting that my mother was the one who came to that conclusion. I suppose it must be true, and it is good since I also fell in love with you based on what my mother told me, so I would like to practice something that humans do when they have partners, and that is kiss her lips. He said so that she nodded her head and waited for it, and kissed her. The two continued kissing passionately while their tongues collided with each other, while they lasted like that for a long time until they separated due to lack of air. Harem. I must say it felt good for my first kiss. I guess now we are what is called couples, so can you tell me if I'm wrong, and if not, what kind of things we can practice being a couple, she said, looking at him. Izuku, you're not wrong. This makes us couples and things. Let's see, you can kiss me whenever you want, give me some affection, like caressing me, kissing my cheek, sitting on my lap, the things that couples do, and your kiss made me feel happy even though it was only for a moment, he said, slightly blushing. Harem. I'm glad to be the first to make you feel that kind of emotions, and you're so sweet when you're serious, she said, kissing his cheek, causing the boy to blush. Izuku, and you are very beautiful when you smile. It seemed to me the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my entire life, he said, lying on the girl's lap while snuggling into her legs. Then they stayed like that for the rest of the time while the girl caressed the boy's black hair, who felt so good that he finally fell asleep. Something that brought a smile to the girl, who kissed his forehead with love. Chapter 9, Having a Good Time. Top Heroes vs. Death Predestined Fights. In the previous chapter, after the sports festival ended with Aizawa winning for her great power and kindness, when it ended, the heroes were invited to learn about the origin of Aizen's power along with his children, the Cursed Sword and the Silent Sword, so they took them to the Huo Mundo. In the place they encountered quite amazing creatures, so during the way they were explained what a Hueco is and all the types that exist, which are the following. The Minos Grande Minosigurin, literally, Great Negative, also called Jillian Jirian, literally, Gigante, from the Andalusian giant, are the weakest and most numerous class of Minos, as it is the first state of their evolution, and generally they lack personality and are not able to speak, which makes them more dangerous and unpredictable for not having self-awareness. However, there are cases in which one of the many hollows that compose it ends up imposing itself on the rest and slowly begins to acquire control over the entity, reflected in the change of its mask, which is no longer the same as the rest of the Minos Grandes, said, explaining what they were like. Ajuchas Ajikasa, literally, Great Intermediate Hollow, are Minos that have evolved from the Jillian state to a higher one, much more powerful, and that gives them greater intelligence and skills in combat. Unlike the Jillian, Ajuchas can vary greatly in appearance, finding muscular creatures with a body similar to that of a human to others with a more animal appearance. Ajuchas are obliged to continue devouring more and more hollows, since if they do not, their mind will end up being subjugated by the rest of those that make up the Minos itself, returning to the Jillian state and with no hope of evolving again. They are larger than a human. Ajuchas are smaller than the Jillian and considerably smarter, and with the ability to fight. Vasto Lord Vasudo Road, lit. Greater Hollow, are by far the most powerful and rarest class of Minos, as well as the very few evolutionary stage of Vasto Lord, who are assumed to dwell in the deepest corners of Hueco Mundo. The details of their evolution are unknown, including whether they need to devour more hollows to maintain their state. The Arankara Rankaru, lit. Broken Mask, are the hollows who have voluntarily removed their mask and have obtained, in return, Shinigami powers such as the ability to also fight with a Zanpakuto and access to a release of it through a process called resurrection. Unlike common hollows, the vast majority of Arankar have a humanoid appearance and size, as well as a well-differentiated personality, and have an Oyo on the back of their bodies. When they finally understood it, it was surprising to know that creatures like these exist. However, Mr. Midoriya Yagi, Bakugo and Todoroki demanded to arrest them for supposedly turning their children into Arankar, which was amusing for Merlin, and that's when they discovered the great truth. And that great truth that none of them wanted to search for was that Izuku Midoriya Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki had died 10 years ago, and these of course not believing absolutely anything, so Merlin using his magic showed the great truth of the heroes. See, as a hero who for the students is someone who always helps the innocent. However, this showed what they are today, and worse, this exploited children and forced them to do hard work, being stopped by a heroine, Lady Nagant. That day she killed him and saved many children, and also that they blame her and see her as a criminal just for doing the right thing. It was a great shock to the students to know that, and more to know the past of Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto. The same was for the top heroes, since they never thought that the strongest recognized heroes would be such bad parents, and more for having seen the things that those poor little ones lived through. On the other hand, when they arrived at the castle, they met Ichigo Kurosaki again, along with Inoju and Rukia, who greeted our swords, and more when they met Yoruichi and Harem again, who were the girls with whom Izuku and Katsuki fell in love, and in their own way they openly confessed to them and they accepted them. Present. Now we can see what a room looks like. There was Izuku who was asleep, correct, for the first time in so long. Our Espada was in a deep sleep. Next to him was Harem, who was also asleep next to him. They lasted a while like that until they both woke up. Izuku, it's been a long time since I slept soundly, he said as he got up a little while he watched the girl who was also asleep while he was watching the situation. He looked at her with great curiosity since he didn't know what to do in these cases, which for him were barely new, so he remembered something he read in one of the human books, and he remembered a scene. So without thinking twice he took her by both cheeks while he pressed his lips with hers. It was a deep kiss while she was still asleep and reciprocated, making him hug her, deepening it even more. Because of that, little by little the girl opened her eyes and felt that warm sensation on her lips and looked with surprise and blushed like a tomato for feeling that pleasant sensation until both separated while they looked at each other. Harem, Izuku-kun, are you awake by the way? Why was that? You know about the kiss. It's not that I didn't like it, on the contrary. It was very nice and tender of you, she said, very blushing while playing with her fingers. Izuku, well, while I stayed for a while watching how pretty you are asleep, I remembered something I read in a human book once called Sleeping Beauty, and well, I remembered a scene in which she woke up with a kiss, and I wanted to try it because you are my girlfriend, I hope, and I did it well, he said, somewhat blushing. Harem, yes, you did very well. In fact, I didn't expect that coming from you. It was very nice, I loved it. It's a beautiful way to wake up, she said with a happy smile while she hugged him and was happy. Izuku, and only I will do it with you. Please don't tell Shoto and Katsuki about this. I don't usually express my emotions and those pair of idiots usually make fun of it, he said, sighing tiredly while she laughs a little. Harem, don't worry my love, your secret is safe with me. For now, come, let's see the rest. Come on, let's go, they must be waiting for us, she said, getting up next to the aforementioned while they walked. When they left they noticed that it was Izuku's room, so they went to the living room where they expected to see someone, although when they went they saw something peculiar since Katsuki was using his hollow tiger form asleep next to Yoruichi in her cat form, both asleep together. Izuku, okay, I didn't expect this anyway. Do you want to eat something? Come on, I'll prepare breakfast while the others arrive, he said as he went to the table where everyone was while he was putting some plates. Harem, sure, if you want, I'll help you prepare breakfast. By the way, don't you think it's better to wake them up because they're probably hungry? What do you think? She said, looking at how he was in the kitchen. Izuku, don't worry, since my mother and father decided to put a room where we can sit and eat and talk. Katsuki is the first to eat, and if he's in his panther state, just by starting to smell the food he'll appear, he said calmly. When she set the table and was preparing breakfast, as if by magic, Katsuki came along with Yoruichi in their normal forms while they were eating, causing both Izuku and Harem to have a drop of anime-style sweat from seeing that. Izuku, there is no doubt that the two are made for each other. It is impressive that two people, being a former captain of the 2nd Division and currently a soul of the Rakangai, and the other an Arankar known as the 6th Espada and who only thinks about fights and is an idiot in every sense of the word, have gotten a partner, he said in his usual stoic tone. Katsuki, you are so right, my dear brother, it is almost as impressive that the coldest Arankar, a fool with emotions, and on top of that he says that always those things like emotions were not going to matter to him, and that he considered it something foolish at these moments he has been so romantic as to start reading human stories to understand them, and on top of that he was so affectionate with his girlfriend at night, he said mockingly. Izuku, are you challenging me to a fight? Katsuki, I remind you that among swords I am not the most powerful for nothing, so provoking me is useless, although it wouldn't be a bad idea to teach you some manners, he said seriously while raising his aura. Katsuki, manners to me, look who says it, the one who started all this, and maybe you are stronger than me, but that doesn't mean I can leave some bruises on that little face. Let's see if you stop that emo Avenger expression, he said with a sadistic smile and raising his aura. The tension was noticeable between them, both having their looks and raising their power when their respective girlfriends were about to intervene, until they both laugh a little about it, leaving the aforementioned surprised while they speak again. Izuku, what do you think of that way in which I insulted you? I read it in some books, humans that argue over silly things and even because of that they end up hating each other forever, he said with a small laugh. Katsuki, yes, only idiots for fights like that, and I must admit you surprised me with that insult. I see that you are improving in how to offend people. Ha 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 ha, he said with grace while eating. Yoruichi, let's see, but what's going on here? First Izuku fights with you and then both of you put on a face of wanting to fight each other, and now you act as if nothing had happened, she said confused while looking at them all. Izuku, what happens is that once I heard some humans insulting each other, and at that moment I felt very doubtful because telling the truth is an insult. Then Katsuki explained to me what it was and I wanted to try it one day, but he told me that it has to be unexpected and at the best moment, he said calmly while drinking tea. Katsuki, and wow, I was quite surprised, it was really good. I admit that before we had our differences, but Mom taught us how to live with them, he said, eating calmly. Harabel, leaving that aside, where is the rest? What happened with Ichigo, Inoju, and Rukia, as well as Shoto, Katana, and Lilith? She said something curious while she brought the dishes while they were talking. Katana, here we are, sorry. What happens is that we were looking for Shoto after we spent time together in the morning. I told him to get up. He didn't listen to me when we went to look for him. The idiot hid and we've been looking ever since, she said, sighing tiredly, accompanied by the rest. Yoruichi, oh, they're talking about Shoto. He's actually hidden right there. I know because my sense of smell is more sensitive like a cat's, and from here I smell a wolf. She said calmly while she saw them and pointed to the place. Ichigo, that damn lazy bum, we were looking for him for almost an hour. I think Shoto has to learn his lesson, don't you think? He said, looking at everyone while they nod their heads while someone speaks to say the following. Rukia, I agree with you, Ichigo-kun. What he did was disrespectful and he has to pay the consequences. Lilith, do you think you can take care of it? She said, looking at the aforementioned who nodded with a smile. When they said that, she approached Shoto and put her hand in his mouth, causing him to wake up abruptly while he grabbed his throat and looked at everyone present while saying, Shoto, listen to me, why are you doing that? Lilith, what ways do you wake me up like that? What's wrong with you? Tell me what I did to deserve that treatment. You haven't lost that bad habit, he said, looking at the aforementioned woman who had a smile while saying the following. Lilith, that's what you deserve for not wanting to wake up when we told you to and hiding from us. Now come on, let's have breakfast before we get madder, she said with a smile while sticking her tongue out at him. He simply sighed very lazily while nodding and getting up and going to eat with the rest of those present, while each of them chatted about trivial topics from time to time. The respective couples fed each other. When everyone finished eating, they decided to leave through the tower, where on the way they met an Issei who was talking with his girlfriends while he saw them and approached them. Issei, I finally found them. It's good that Aizen-san and Lady Merlin came. They told me that when they arrived I should bring them to the part of the training camp that is in the tower, he said, observing them. Izuku, and why do Dad and Mom want to use that training field that we usually use to measure the power of the swords from time to time? He said, looking at the cursed sword while they say. Rias, from what we heard it seems they want to do some kind of test for the heroes. Apparently they will want them to fight with some of the hollows, she said thoughtfully while looking at them all. Akino, yes, and they want us to go to do a little demonstration of something. Which reminds me, the rest of the swords are waiting for us. Come, she said, so that everyone nodded and went to the place. They were walking for a while as they passed through many corridors until they arrived at the training field where the swords number 10, 8, 7, 2 were, along with the heroes and students of the UA and Aizen with Merlin. That when they arrived many noticed how Izuku and Katsuki were stuck to those girls, which left them with doubt of what they were while someone speaks. Aizen, my children, I see that you have finally arrived. Finally, we must begin this because many of you now know the origin of our power. Many of you witnessed the power of Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki. However, that was barely 50% of their power and a way of coexistence. Do any of you have the opportunity to face one of our swords? He said calmly. Many were surprised to hear their words. Many were thoughtful about the words of each of them, while there were some idiots who, without thinking twice, said the following. Endeavor. Ha 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 ha, I'm ready to fight. I'm going to show them that we are superior to their stupid race, he said proudly, making many of those present see him as if he were a complete idiot. Almight, I will still fight to preserve the honor of the heroes and show that they can defend the world with a smile, he said determinedly while looking at them all. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, we are sure that all of us will manage to defeat those stupid hollows, she said with disgust for mentioning the race that supposedly took her children, while someone says, Ray, Blizzard, and to make things better, why don't we make a kind of bet if we beat one of your soldiers you will have to give us back our children, he said with a confident smile. Merlin, In all my life I have never met people as stubborn and cynical as you. The video from the past was not enough for you to understand that those children are dead because of you, he said, looking at them. Aizen. But it's okay if that's what you want. With pleasure, all of you can fight with one of our Arrancar. Whoever you want to fight, don't be afraid, you can choose, he said calmly, although he had an idea of who he was going to ask. Inko, Magnetic, we chose that old man who is obviously super finished. I don't think he is strong enough to be an Arrancar, he said, pointing to Berrigan, who had a very serious face and had his eyes closed while someone speaks, saying the following. Merlin, very well, now we will move on to combat so that you can fight against him. I only hope and do not regret it. Just remember, it is allowed to kill your opponent, he said with a sweet smile, causing many to have a bad feeling. When they went to the arena, many of those present were completely confident that the heroes would win. Others, who are much more intelligent and have common sense, know who will be the winner of this fight. Berrigan, you insolent brats really think you can face me? Ha, this fight will only be a child's game that is not even worth it, but I only do it out of boredom, he said seriously while looking at each of them. These were clearly annoyed by hearing the old man's words, so without thinking twice they launched themselves at him, trying to land some kind of shot, but he dodged it in a completely easy way. During the whole time they were fighting, he still dodged the attacks that they threw at him. Even using his powers, they were quite slow for him. He avoided them without even trying, while they got angry about that. Mitsuki, Ground Zero, damn old man. Stop moving or you're so weak that you need to dodge us, she said, trying to kick him, but he took her and threw her to the floor while he stared at her. And in less than she realized it, he was already next to her, leaving them surprised by his speed. But something she noticed was that his arm was aging while someone spoke, saying the following. Aizawa, what ability is that? Is it my imagination, or when I saw that old man touch Ground Zero his arm began to age, he said in surprise, which made everyone except the Arrancar and their respective partners go into shock. Nizu, I also saw it with my own eyes, and not only that, it seems that everything around him is going slower. Can you explain a little about his power if it's not too much trouble? He said, looking at the woman who said the following. Aizen, I see that you noticed. I see that you are very observant, Mr. Aizawa, and you are right. It is Berrigan's ability named Senescence, Senescentia. Berrigan has a special technique which is closely linked to the aspect of death that represents, which is aging. With this he is able to modify the time around him. In this way Berrigan can create a field which is capable of slowing down any object that enters said field, thus making any attack that is directed at him, and thus be able to dodge it with great ease. However, Berrigan can also accelerate the age of everything he touches. Berrigan would use this to age the bones of Suifeng's left arm, he said with a smile, leaving everyone in shock. Midnight, I have a question. What number is that Berrigan guy? Since from what I remember when the villains attacked Aizawa-kun he told me that they named Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto as the fourth sword, the sixth sword and the first sword, he said with doubt while looking at them. Merlin, so you noticed it. You should know that the highest ranking Arrancar have numbers that go from 10 to 1. What is true is that the 9 Espada and the 5 Espada died after the Soul Society War, and at this moment they go in this order. Yami the 10th sword, Sailaporo Grands the 8th sword, Zamari the 7th sword, Katsuki Jigerjax the 6th sword, Izuku Cypher the 4th sword, Harabel the 3rd sword, Berrigan the 2nd sword, Shoto Stark the 1st sword. Merlin. But despite the numbers, each one of them has a unique power, and in fact, out of all of them, Berrigan is very powerful, and the fools decided to fight him just because they were guided by his appearance. They are fools, she said calmly. Of course, many of those present were completely surprised to know the skills of that old man, and those who challenged them were regretting it while they spoke to say the following. Berrigan, what's happening? Why did you stop a while ago? You were very confident, but what can you expect from scum like you who are just greedy and hide it in lies? You even lie to each other all the time, he said, observing them. Endeavor. Very good try, old man, but your silly trick of turning us against you won't work, he said, throwing his flames. However, he avoided them with his hand while saying the following when he saw him directly. Berrigan, that's what you think, Endeavor. Why don't we talk about you? Why don't you tell everyone that you actually had an affair with Inko Midori aka Magnetic, and the two of you were aware of it, and all because of your envy towards Tashinori aka Almight, that you did it without any regret, and that's how that brat who's in the reformatory was born, he said seriously. All Might. That's true now, I understand why he acquired his fire quirk. Damn it, you betrayed me, you are bastards, he said angrily while he seized them, and they didn't say anything while he says. Berrigan, Don't even talk, you may have sinned because before being with your current wife you had a girlfriend who loved you even before knowing you were Almight, and you abandoned her just because she was a Quirkless. She tried to look for you but you rejected her and left her alone with a baby, a girl named Eri, who is currently the Yakuza's guinea pig. He said seriously, leaving him completely silent, still surprised by having heard those words, and lowered his head, something that everyone present noticed because they knew about that great fact while someone spoke. Mitsuki, Ground Zero TKS, stop lying with things, I know them very well and I know that none of them would do something like that, so stop manipulating us, she said angrily while launching her explosions, and this again pushed them away. Barragan, you say it because you are a holy truth, Mitsuki Bakugo, a woman who to get what she wants you threatened to marry Masaru to rape him against his will and treat him like a simple toy to the point of completely breaking his mind and only being your slave who only obeys all your orders because they believe that he is not a hero is because you have forbidden him to leave his home because of those sick jealousy that you have. Right, he said, making her in shock by what he said. Ray Blizzard, how the hell do you know all those things? She said angrily, since she knows because her lifelong friends told her once, while the old man speaks, saying the following. Barragan, I know everything about everything, I see the sins of people. An example is that you, to be a so-called mother, raped Todoroki while drunk. When the child wanted to tell someone, you hit him and you did it every time you arrived drunk. When he defended himself with his fire, Endeavor thought he was attacking you, and with all his anger, he burned him alive. Fortunately, he is alive, and believe me, he feels revenge for each one of you. You are scum who do not deserve to live, and I will eliminate you. He said to take his archa and say the following. Barragan, resurrection wrought arrogant. He said as a dark aura completely surrounded the man, while a skull with a crown and a guy in a purple suit were seen, leaving everyone surprised while someone spoke. Nana, I don't understand how you can read people's minds. It's not that I doubt that what you said a while ago is true. I find it hard to believe what they did, and it disgusts me just thinking about it, she said with a grimace. Katsuki, that's simple. In the past, Barragan, the former leader of Huo Mundo until our father Aizen came and ruled it, of course he had disputes with it in the past. But now the government is in another place, and that is hell, he said with a smile. Ino, rule the entire hell. Seriously, please tell me this must be a joke, right? Please tell me this is a joke, she said with a smile, although the fear was clearly noticeable in her words. Shoto, as Katsuki said, they gave that ability to Barragan. Now he dictates that souls go to hell or are reincarnated as Soul Reaper or Hollows. Because of that, they now know him by the name that many humans have given him, and that is the Grim Reaper, he said, leaving everyone speechless. Barragan, I'm tired of fighting against stupid children like you. Maybe I can't kill you because you are still important. However, I will do something much better, he said, raising his finger and saying the following. When he said that, they saw how he used his weapons to launch a powerful attack that hit them all directly, and when it dispersed they were surprised and horrified to see that only the bones remained. Endeavor, damn, what did you do to us? He said angrily while trying to hit him, but he was only able to get a little of his fire out, which scared him while he looked at him, and he responded saying the following. Barragan, it is my special ability. When I use my resurrection, I unleash my power known as respite, which is based on the use of dark miasma that causes the being to age very quickly, although in his case I completely rotted his skin. That is why they are skeletons like me, only that it will increase until I kill them. At most he will only have about 1 month left, he said evilly. Aizen, I hope that with this all of you have learned that the Arankar are superior to you, superior to your silly quirks, magical powers, or any power that you acquire. Someone else wants to fight, he said with a smile. Ichigo, I want to fight with Izuku. What are you saying? Remember, in the war, in a fight you beat me, but in the next one I beat you. Now why don't we resume the rematch? He said, taking out his sword while looking at him. Izuku, if it were someone else I would have said what happened, but I still want to fight you. Ichigo Kurosaki, I want to see how much you have progressed since our last battle in which we had, he said seriously while looking directly at him. So these two went to the combat arena, where each of them looked at each other very seriously while each of them tried to analyze each other until finally someone spoke. Ichigo, I hope you're ready, Izuku, because now I've become much stronger during the time we've been fighting. You better not have lost your touch, he said while activating his Bankai and had his hollow mask. Izuku, I say the same. Ichigo Kurosaki, being another opponent I would not have taken it seriously, so if it is about you then I will draw my sword, since you have been the only rival that made me draw it, he said while having a serious face. Without waiting any longer, they began a fight in which the strength of both was demonstrated by clashing their swords. While this was happening, the people just watched expectantly as those two were fighting. Mirko, this fight is becoming more and more surprising. The two seem to be completely equal in strength and speed, and I can't keep up with them, she said, surprised like the rest of those present. Hawks, without a doubt it is. Never in my life have I seen someone handle the sword, and yet it even seems that their swords are part of them, he said while he was analyzing the situation. While someone says, Aizawa, if I remember correctly, when hollows evolve into Arankars, they divide their power between a body and a sword. In the case of the other boy, he may have a similar case to what we are seeing, he said seriously. Midnight, although it doesn't cease to impress the fact of how they are fighting and they have barely used a little of their power. I don't want to even imagine what it would be like if they weren't holding back, she said thoughtfully. Izuku 0. He said so that a powerful green energy beam came out of his finger and shot in the direction, while he ended up receiving the attack that hit him full on, and showing that he was more powerful, he said. Nana, at that moment when I intervened and received the damage from that power that calls 0, it seems that it was not a lie when he said that he contained it. If I had been in his place, I am sure that he would have died, I thought, somewhat scared. Ichigo, I see that your 0 is still as strong as I remember it in the past. Your attack would have left me in a bad state. But things are completely different. It's time to demonstrate my progress. Ichigo, Kurwa Getsuga, fond of the Black Moon, said while charging his sword with a large amount of power and generating a large black cut while he receives the damage having the wound. Izuku, you are undoubtedly more powerful than before. I am very happy to have been able to fight against you again, but it is time to leave this warm-up that has been very long. Longer than expected, he said, looking at him. Ichigo, yes, I think it's true. What if we give our guests a surprise? What if we use 70% of all our power? If you know what I mean, just like in our last fight. I'll show you the control I have over my power, he said with a smile. Understanding what his opponent meant, he simply obeyed, so both began to raise their power enormously, while in all the stands the great power began to be felt, only to see with greater surprise their new appearances. Izuku, Bat Chaining Resurrection 2nd Stage, he said while now showing himself having the appearance of a bat accompanied by white horns. His eyes were yellow with his marks that were now dark accompanied by wings of darkness. Ichigo, Shinigami Hollow Full Form Vasto Lord, he said while roaring, having a white appearance with a hole in its center. His face was demonic accompanied by horns while he had his sword. In the stands, everyone except the swords and the Shinigami were stunned by the same fear, and it was no wonder, since these appearances added to the great power they emanated was extremely terrifying. Lita, this is not a fight between two warriors but between two monsters, he said, completely scared like the rest of his companions for witnessing that great battle, and the shock they all had and their appearances did not help. Momo, but what are those forms now? Izuku seems to be faster than before, and what did he mean by 2nd stage? Can you explain to us about that subject? She said, confused but scared while she asked the swords. Katsuki, among the Arankar, Izuku was the only one who managed to go beyond resurrection, and he is the only one who has the 2nd stage, but Shoto and I, along with Izuku, a power that our mother helped us to get, which is when the maximum power of an Arankar is released, he said seriously. Shoto, and that phase is known as the Supreme Stage, so don't be surprised yet. Like Ichigo, you are only using 80% of all your power, and it is that previously they had a fight that ended in a tie due to the arrival of our father Aizen, he said, yawning. Ino, and speaking of him, why is his appearance like that? I say it because Basto Lord Hollow said, so it is impossible for him to be a Shinigami and a Hollow at the same time, right? It's not like they got engaged, he said, looking at them. Rukia, well, in fact it is impossible. It has only been achieved through some experiments where there is a group of Shinigami with Hollow inside them. Only in the case of Ichigo-kun his Hollow was formed because his mother fought with a Basto Lord and a part of him stayed in her, and when she became pregnant with him, a part passed to him, and this was the result, he said seriously. Aizen, and out of all of them, he was the one who surprised me the most. I never thought that his Hollow inside him would end up evolving into a Basto Lord, and I see that he has more control over it. I suppose he managed to make a deal with his Hollow self, he said thoughtfully. In the fight we can see how they were still launching themselves, hitting and dodging too quickly, in which it was noticeable that the two were completely equal, only for them to end up taking distance. Izuku, Kurosaki, you never cease to amaze me. Now you have better control over your Hollow. Before it would only wake up when you let your guard down, and only attack like a wild beast. Now you have better control. Excellent. But it's time to put an end to this. Izuku, Lightning Spear. he said while using his two hands while looking at him with a completely gloomy look while without wasting time he launched the attack that was heading towards him. Ichigo, I will show you the result of all my training and effort, and what I am capable of doing now having total control of my hollow. Prepare yourself because this attack will be charged with all my power, he said to give a roar. Ichigo, Shinigami Hollow Great King Zero, he said while his horns were generating a large amount of power in the form of a red sphere that at the moment of firing it while the spear did the same while they were about to collide. When it collided it ended up creating a powerful explosion that ended up hitting the two of them, which generated a large shockwave that, if it weren't for the barrier that Merlin put up, they would have been thrown by the great wave of power that was generated, and when the smoke was dispersing, the two of them are seen lying on the floor, already in their normal state but without an arm.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.